just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop, straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. In the fight, and he's going to get another big down plus him. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what? How sick?
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Happy Overwatch Sunday, because I'm sure that's what everyone thinks about on this very day. Jack looking mighty green. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm very green today. I don't know why. I don't know why. Green with envy, maybe, because you both look so good. And I woke up like 5 minutes ago, and I'm not sure what's going on with my face. There you go.
Still looking handsome, all as well. That's right. 4 coffees at the minimum when Necro's in charge.
Yeah, I've only had one.
We're trying to over-caffeinate each other by enabling each other. Anyway, also drink water, everyone. Also, please watch our show. We have some great matches coming your way today. But first things first, let's look at the standings. This is the last day of week 2 here in our Stage 1 regular season. And we're starting to see some of the teams running away with it, especially Virtus Pro. However, if we're looking at literally places 2nd to 7th there, Necro, this is still everyone's game to come top 2.
Oh yeah, I feel like, I don't know, Jaws, how do we see this even shaking out? Because we look at the bottom 4 and I feel like we could still see anything happen. Like Sakura Esports still has a chance to actually get out of those relegation spots.
Look, it all lies on one man's shoulders. And that is Team Peps is soon. He needs to come back in today and dominate. That's all I gotta say. I mean, look, the whole of EMEA is resting on Soon's shoulders. It has done. It's
no pressure.
Look, he's had that before.
He is EMEA, essentially.
Yeah, he is.
Right? Let's take a look at today's schedule so you know when he has to carry that burden. The answer is right away, actually. Yeah. But that's a good thing, you know? Like, just get it out of the way.
Yeah, we get our answer pretty early.
In theory. I don't want to say it, but Vision Esports, they're pretty scrappy, and they almost went to 5 versus Ultimates. They've been to 5 already in the first week. Like, this is going to be a fun game. And Peps, they looked a bit lackluster yesterday versus Twisted Minds, who found their groove.
I mean, this first match ought to be a good one, guys. Team Peps versus Vision Esports. Let's chat about both of these teams, starting with Peps, because they played it really close versus TM yesterday on some maps, and then not so close on other maps. But okay, look. Even though they got rolled on Havana, we did get to see Soon coming in for it.
It was fun.
Respect band, like the Widowmaker. Alas, Tracer did not work into the comp they had to play up against, so it looks like Soon is gonna bust out the Torbjorn.
Tube.
Either way, we're gonna see it. Maybe,
it's gonna be good.
Perhaps.
It's gotta be. That Havana game was fun. Like seeing that. Okay, Soon's in the roster, guys. Okay, this is gonna be really good. Great. He's gonna play long range hit scan, and then they ban Widow. Then he goes Tracer and gets dominated by Poke.
I mean, frankly, if I were Team Peps, I just wouldn't want to even play Havana against Vision Esports, because they played it twice and fully held the teams twice. And it wasn't bad teams they held either. They held the ultimates on the spawn doors, okay? They have an iron defense. So Team Peps, maybe stray away from Havana.
Yeah, maybe that's the super secret map that they've been scrimming like 7 days a week. I'm not sure. Vision and Slowdive and IMO being the tank there, Slowdive being the DPS. We'll get that swapped around at some point. But Taejong has been a real standout player for Vision Esports. In theory, Peps do walk away with a win here. Of course, they're 1-1 in the standings currently. They lost, obviously, versus Twisted Minds yesterday. They 3-0'd Alcatsia in the second opener match of week number 1. I think they're a team that likes to get down and dirty. They don't mind playing it and like scrapping out a lot of the time. Peps, they need to shore up their comps, and they need to shore up how they want to play. Are they going to fold to the Torb meta? Are they going to see soon on Torb? Like, are we just going to go back to what Twisted Minds were playing yesterday and just like, okay, we're just going to play to our strengths. We're just going to play to what we know. Because I think IMO can do a lot of it on the tank as a large hero pool, and then you just put slow dive on a long range hit scan, and then you win. So yeah, it's a fun team to watch. It's going to be a good game.
You make it sound so easy. Roso, both teams will be having their work cut out for them. If we're looking at our Preds here, I think we're most likely going to be aligned. And are we all... Let's see where we're going. Okay. Peps.
I also voted Peps.
Okay, give me your scores.
Okay.
Starting with you, Necro. Give me your score. What do you think this is going to come down to?
I'm not going to lie to you. I flipped a coin, and I said if it's heads, it's Team Peps, and if it's tails, it's Team Vision.
I like that.
Well, because I feel like this is going to go to 5 maps either way, and it will come down to hero bans and map choice. And if it goes ever so slightly one way or the other, I think that's where you're going to see Peps or Vision get the dub. I just think the coin told me Peps. The coin told me Peps, everyone. So
the based coin flip.
On the coin.
I like that. I like that a lot. Look, students used to coin flips way back in the day, is all I'm saying. Look, I went for Peps, but I have a 3-2. I do think it will go to map number 5. It's the Vision Esports Classic at this moment in time. They've only not been to 1. That was against Ultimates. So, yeah. The audience, on the other hand, though, okay, well, a little bit more one-sided than that. 75-25, sorry.
Yeah, but they didn't give us a score. I'm sure if we polled the scoring, most people would say, like, this could be a 5-map banger. Once again, Vision just seems to be the upset team. They're the ones you can't underestimate. As you said, they like to get dirty, all right? They're in for a dogfight. They're going to take it to them. I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. And yeah, there's only one way to find out, and that is, of course, to get it all started. So please, Jack, Necra, walk us through our map set and the hero bans.
Wow, we're just zipping into it. We're just getting right in.
Yeah.
All the players are ready. I mean, I'm down. I'm ready to rock and roll. Look, Peps are 1-1. They've only played 2 games, Rose. I think they're sitting pretty right now. Having to only play 2 games in 2 weeks. Well, technically, obviously, 3 games, this being their 3rd. But after seeing all the other teams and what they've been playing, how the meta's been kind of shaping up, I think Peps are in actually a weirdly good spot, because you're like, okay, let's just watch tape on OWCS. Let's watch tape on Twisted Minds. That series in particular, what was happening there, and how can we kind of find our own flavor, our own spice in the meta? Because Twisted Minds, and I actually spoke to Astro yesterday, and I was like, what's going on, man? Like, it was such a strange meta shift, and you guys just weren't performing until you kind of jumped on the Sojourn. He was like, well, look, it's been working in scrims. We just can't do it in officials, and this meta is just all over the place. So this is, I think, what Peps, their big benefit is, Rose. They've got to watch so many other teams do what could possibly be done and actually find a comp that works for them.
I feel like on the one hand, you think in theory, yes, all of this tape should be able to help you to formulate some type of game plan and try to expect the expected. But what about expecting the unexpected? Because how much does that actually help you in knowing, well, is this team going to go Torb, Symmetra, Wrecking Ball, or are we going to see like Torb Ash or something? And so I think, yes, you can see the team tendencies, but also because of how up in the air the meta is, I don't know how much that helps you. I feel like you still kind of have to figure it out in the mid of the match.
Well, something you don't have to figure out is drops. That's happening right now. So yeah, if you've been watching over the course of the weekend, or you've only just joined us, there are some drops for different hour milestones. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12 there. Yes, I can do math. It's great. 24th of Jan to the 23rd of February for the regular season. So yeah, you just get to tune in. Also, Face It drops as well. So if you're on Face It right now, and if you're not, sign up. There's going to be a lot of tournaments that you can play in for Overwatch, whether that's just getting into the OWCS or some of the other like advanced expert masters division tournaments as well. It's worth signing up, and if you link your Twitch account, you get some free Face It points, so it's a good time all around. They can be redeemed for like in-game goodies, like as you can see here, Overwatch 2 coins and skins, and also lots of other little bits as well. So yeah, make sure you link your Face It account to your Twitch account as well.
The drops look super cool too. Like,
Yeah, there's some really nice ones.
They were very colorful. I was looking at the name banners and I was like, oh, but I want one of those. I don't know if I'm good enough to climb all the rankings all the way up there, but like I really want one. It's very cool that they offer special cosmetics if you are participating in the Faceit League.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, make sure you sign up and go play in one of the leagues if you feel like it. If not, you can link your account and just get some free points here, there, and everywhere. Before the teams jump into the lobby, we're just going to give them just a moment. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with match number 1 here, day 3, week 2. We'll see you in a sec.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude.
Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down. My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing. I'm pushing.
No, pull back!
Hold a car. We're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Yeah. I'm ready.
Welcome back. Yeah, the players just needed a couple of moments there just before they got into the lobby. So we gave them a couple, just make sure they're ready and raring to go. So Peps choosing Samoa, kind of a normal pick at this very moment in time. Diva ban for Team Peps and a Sojourn ban for Team Vision.
I wonder then if that means that Team Vision might try to play something like the Sigma. I mean, we were talking a little bit about maybe where Team Vision can try to find an edge versus Team Peps. One of those is just taking a look at Imo's tank pool and seeing Diva and Sigma as two of his absolute best heroes. So I think it's a very smart ban from Team Peps to ban out the Diva, but then like, oh, I don't know. I really hope we see the Sigma. Like Slowdive Ash with the Sigma. Is it too slow for something like this though?
Oh, for control, it always feels pretty bad, to be honest, to play slow. But honestly, from what we saw yesterday with like slow poke being played everywhere with a lot of Alari as well, it wouldn't surprise me too much. It depends how much teams want to kind of conform to what has been played over the last couple of days. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Samoa is going to be the first map, but especially if it's a map like the downtown, like the city center with the big podium in the middle, it's pretty easy to play slow in that one, and then you can kind of counter rotate if like an enemy team is playing like more of a dive, like fast style. We'll have to wait and see. I think Volcano too, actually, thinking about it, all the stages are pretty decent for slow like poke. Like I wouldn't say they're perfect, but they're like, you can play that.
It is tough though, because when you take a look at the other ban, the Sojourn, like that means that we have all of the supports available. So if you are going to be looking at a control map, then I still feel like Lucio, Kiriko, Lucio, Juno, both very viable support duos. And then I don't think you can run the poke if one team is going to lean into the speed like that.
Yeah, and then you also, obviously, with Peps, you got FD Gods, Arion in the back, so FD God will be playing Lucio, so for Peps, at the very least, getting rid of that Diva and then have Ice on something like a Winston, you're like, okay, that's actually really cool with us. We're down to play that mirror, and then Sojourn off the table, Exodio can play even Cassidy if he wants to. It's kind of frustrating. Obviously, Exodio would probably prefer the Sojourn in this match, but then if they want to play something like an Ashe as well, that's always an option. I'm a little bit surprised though to not see Soon starting on Control, where like Tracer is very dominant, but he could just be subbed in for a certain kind of game type or like a certain map, for example. Like I said, I've made the same reference like a ton, but Twilight San Francisco Shock coming on like Voskai Industries. It will be Exodio and Ken starting for Team Peps. So for me, that does actually kind of scream the Torb at the very least.
I think you're right about that. I think you could see Torb, Ashe, Torb, Cassidy, and then but even though based on that tweet, I thought maybe Soon would come in and actually
maybe he picks up the Torb. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Ken looked pretty good on the Torb, though, to be fair. I think
that's true.
Despite him not wanting to play Torb, I think Psycho has been the best Torb that we've seen, at least with ultimate usage. It was really funny. It's like, yeah, I'd rather play Echo, Genji, or whatever, and I'm stuck in like Torb jail. I'm like, fair enough. I do love playing Torb. It's really fun for me. I just like spamming one angle, like the AFK strat, and then hope the turret kills people. Exactly, yeah, it's kind of fun, but I get it on Psycho side of things. Very used to playing like things like Tracer, so yeah, let's jump into the map though in just a moment. Yeah, Ken, Torbjorn, Exodio, Casti, or even an Ashe or something. We'll have to wait and find out. But on the side of Vision, Team Vision, so Taejong is definitely going to be playing Tracer. Tracer, Genji, Slowdive can kind of pick up the rest, and then Imo, like you said, maybe is going to pick up the Sigma, or could go for even a Hazard here. Hazard's not banned. Like, it feels like we've kind of forgotten about Hazard since this whole like Torb sim thing.
After the last 2 days.
So.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Possible that we see the Hazard. I also think that if we're going to Volcano, it wouldn't be too out of the realm of possibility to see Malga either. We see teams pick up Malga Venture. I know, right? It's like, you remember that
other
one guy that was like perma locked for 6 months?
Oh, I choose to forget. I choose to forget.
Me too, man. Me too.
Awful.
Yeah,
awful
that
memories.
exists.
Oh, you don't like seeing double symbol, double male, and then Reaper and 2 Mauga cages, and
Reminds me back to Overwatch 1, baby.
and then the bit rate of everybody's streams goes to 0 because there's like a billion things happening on the screen. Yeah, I love that personally. It does look like Ice is actually going to pick up the Hazard. Exodio on Venture, Ken on Genji. Okay, so kind of not what I expected at least. Zerion speed ringing people out, and then they're going to amp after Zerion TPs with the Kiriko. And then Imo's going to run Zarya, so heavy pocket on Taejong here.
Wow, yeah, and like slow dive going onto the Torbjorn, that's going to be a nice check for either Ken or Exodio on a flank. But this is so greedy from both teams. Like, you're really looking at Team Peps kind of going all in here with the Hazard instead of the Mauga.
Well, Taejong's the only one forward right now, does receive a bubble, but doesn't make the best use of it there. Was already off the ledge before he could peek to get some energy. Decent energy and charge for Imo, though, saying that. It's about 70 right now as the Hazard wall does end up coming up, isolating slow dive, and that's the first pick. Hitting that spike guard for a time, jumping back towards that mega health pack. Making sure his supports don't have to worry too much about him is FD God for the double kill.
Wow, he's popping off right now, being able to get so aggressive, and it's really nice because there aren't really a whole lot of characters on the side of Vision Esports that can actually attack you, and wow. Okay, Ice definitely feeling himself today. Good Hazard kills, and you got FD God to back you up.
I mean, it's quite... the Hazard versus the Genji is kind of interesting. Obviously, you're not, as the Genji, you're not like focusing the Hazard at all, but the wall can be really frustrating for the Genji
so annoying.
To kind of navigate, because the wall obviously does damage to you as well. Early rush, extremely aggressive play there from Exodio. You saw burrowing into the front line. Gets the kill initially onto Simple with that drill dash. And this Torb from slow dive, I think at this moment in time, you've got to switch. You just need more front-loaded damage, and I wouldn't be shocked to see a casty here. In fact, I would love if slow dive switched to cast, because that hinted nade is very frustrating to play as against as a Venture, as a Genji, as Hazard, and they do a lot of upfront damage as well.
Plus, you're able to play a lot closer to the team, too. Just knowing you also have a bit more survivability with something like the barrel roll. So I would agree with that, but not to be this time.
Where did Taejong go? The wall, the Shuriken headshots? I mean, Team Peps, they've got sound barrier. AOY, 10% away. The Graviton Surge is closing in, but the Downpour is going to get unleashed first. Imo does protect himself with a bubble, but unfortunately for the rest of his team, he doesn't have any more to share. Team Peps are running over Vision Esports right now as they push them to spawn.
It's so hard with the Zarya because I feel like with those bubbles, you want to place them onto the Genji or like anybody that's getting dough, but you only have so many of them. Slowdive's finally going to make a change over to the Tracer, but you're walking right into a grab.
Good late beat there coming through from FD God. Blaze has been popped by Taejong. Everybody grabbed in with the Graviton Surge, but they are fighting in their spawn, so Vision Esports had to send one to the point. They're going to win this fight and cap. Looks like Team Peps, going for a quick reset, jumping off the map. Yep, see you later, FD God. Taejong is going to swap to Echo after that blade comes through, but Team Peps can come back in with a rush blade. Like, that is a very hard combo to actually fight against, because you're just going to get a turbo run at, and you've only got 2 bubbles.
Yeah, exactly. That goes back to the same bubble management problem that I feel like Imo has had just too many people or too many instances that you want to use those bubbles. So you have to be really patient knowing that this combination of ultimates is coming. Vision Esports get to play on the defensive though, but look how fast Team Peps are going.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've only got 1 bubble for yourself and maybe one for someone else, right? I mean, Team Peps, it's just simple maths, I think, there for them. Didn't really need, don't have to pass statistics for that. Don't need even an A level in maths, like basic math for Team Peps.
Less than 7.
Exactly. I mean, look, you use the bubble on yourself initially. After you get dove on, if you're Vision, Imo's like, okay, I've got 1 more to spare. We've got maybe the Suzu, right? Maybe something, or the speed ring, like 1 extra ability to save someone else. But then it's lights out because Ken is just swinging at such an insane pace. And on top of that, FD God is also speeding you in. Yeah, it's really just simple for Team Peps there. It would have been an unbelievable fumble if they lost that one.
Absolutely. But don't worry, they clutched it up. And so heading into this next round, we are actually going to see a bit of a compositional difference too. Ice is going to go over to the Sigma, so it's full poke coming through from Team Peps with the Ashe and the Torbjorn, something that we were talking about expecting to see, but just Volcano not quite the right stage to be able to run that. And you've got FD God on the Alari. Jaws, this is not a hero that we see FD God usually play.
At all, yeah. Holding an off angle with Ken is quite nice. You got double builder on the flank. Slowdive does end up going down to Iceman. Yeah, exactly. Pylon and turret. You're chilling. Apparently not, though. FD God gets taken down by AOI. Symbol does end up falling as the point unlocks. Exodio is kind of wondering where the hell the rest of his team went, as they do cap. And with the Sigma, it's tough to actually get him off this. And Vision Esports require like a big dive onto the front line, but they're not going to get that if they don't have 5.
At least they're able to capture the point for a little bit, but Taejong is just flitting between the low and high ground. Oh, really wants this Ashe, but the immortality field.
Yeah, the Ashe is just ignoring him too, but didn't get held up quick enough, apparently. A couple right-click headshots from Taejong takes down Exodio, even through the lamp. I wonder if Zero missed a right-click there, or a shift or something. I'm not sure. Maybe he had to reload. Not exactly a kill that you can afford, especially with that Ashe dead. Like, oh, you have Ken for DPS? Like, relying on a lot of that damage? I mean, Taejong's just going to hit hella resets off you if you... That's the only option you've got to fight back.
Yeah, it's a tough ask for a Torbjorn there, but...
Oh, no, the door!
Oh, well. No, you definitely can't do damage.
Well, that's a good wall from Imo. Still got a lot of spike guard to use as well. Just basically sits in the front line, tickling everybody with those needles, those spikes, and, well, the rest is history. It's good to see the evolution of the walls and how good people have become with them, just blocking people's exits, and that was a perfect showcase of that.
Yeah, and now that we have the downpour ready from IMO as well, so if you want to take a look at how Hazard's impact can really benefit Vision Esports right now, it's not just those walls, but take a look at how many of these characters are going to be so easy to lock down. There's no Lucio from FD God. He's going to change over to the Brigitte, and so Immortality Field, that's one way to be able to help yourself, but look at how deep IMO's already going in for this ult.
Yeah, I mean, they've just played straight up near this mini, right? I mean, Exodio's not going to get too much space. Double heady onto Slowdive, triple, in fact. Slowdive's going to get healed, and at its range, it's going to take a little more than that to actually get something done. Blade's been popped, but Taejong already half HP, but there's the downpour on top. Perfect for the Genji. And that's it, fight done. Although Bob has been deployed and actually kills Imo. I say that as Team Peps managed to cap the point. It looked good for Taejong. He's found another kill. And Exodio is in trouble. He's going to get run down by AOI. Taejong with 3 in that fight. Flip is coming through for Vision Esports. We'll see if Team Peps can hold on. Of course, it is only Sigma here alone, so it should be an easy feast for Vision Esports.
Yeah, perfect collapse there from Slowdive and Taejong as they take back control of the point, and a final fight for them. Sound barrier for AOY. That's going to give them a huge advantage in this fight.
Another big wall. Sound barrier comes in. Molten core all over the angle, but unfortunately for Team Peps, a late, well, no sound barrier for FD God because he's made 2 hero swaps throughout this round. It's going to result in a Vision Esports claiming this.
Yeah, just a matter of time here, but what a great turnaround here for Vision Esports to tie up the map. They look very good on being able to play these angles. I think having the Genji in the Ashe fared a lot better for them than what they were looking at on the first round. Not sure if they're a Torb team, Jaws. I don't know if that's quite the right look for them.
Yeah, it's difficult because you pigeonhole yourself on control a lot of the time to playing this one comp. If you roll out and then have to switch, you get even further behind in terms of ult economy, especially if you lose that first fight. So you put yourself in a catch-22 where like, okay, we can stay, but we don't think it's the optimal comp, but we're gonna have ults, or we can switch and we're gonna be further behind and we have to rely on our pick potential to actually get ahead. And it looks like Vision Esports, yeah, they're going away from the Torb this time, Rose. They're going over to the Hazard, just mirroring Team Peps.
And Team Peps this time around, they don't want to try to play that slow game. FD God is going to come out immediately on the Lucio. I think that's just such a bigger benefit to these Hazard comps because it makes these rotations way easier, whether it's for the Hazard or even the Ashe is going to try to take this off angle. So, yeah, complete mirror here. I mean, it worked out really well for Vision. I feel like Imo has had such a dangerous-looking Hazard, and
Oh, FD God. You see how many people chased him?
Yeah.
That was the entirety of Vision Esports chasing FD God. Trying to get him a first-class ticket to the cruise liner over there. Ken is gonna go down. Yeah, a very aggressive play by Ken. Just went in 1v2 into this small room without a little backup. Zerion just find 2 kills, and it's FD God who is back into the mix. But luckily for the Ash, and Exodial can just sit all the way in the back line taking pop shots, and that'll be Team Peps capping the first point. A little scrappy early fight there with FD God eventually coming back and securing a kill.
Don't worry, FD God was the bait, and Vision Esports fell for it, actually chasing him around, and it gave Team Peps a good angle. I think we're gonna go with that storyline for that particular fight. But yeah, Team Peps get a chance to take control at this point first, and now they're looking at just trying to build up to something like an orbital ray, but no ultimates on either side. It's just kind of a raw fight here.
Yeah, Ken calling for backup there, used the deflect super early, was pretty low. You can see Ice and FD God moving in to support him. Exodial goes down to slow dive though. Double tap on the head will do it. But unfortunately for Imo, he's going to fall too. Taejong chases, FD God secures a kill, and once again, it's kind of breaking down what we kind of expected from Vision Esports as well, Rose. A scrappy fight, or a scrappy game, as Taejong is kind of running rings around Team Peps' backline. He's just picking them off as they're not playing together.
I feel like when you look at the DPS lineups on both sides, it's like, okay, Genji wants to take an angle, Ash wants to take an angle, but who's actually going to get the kill first? And so pay attention to Slowdive and Exodial. Where are they actually going to find the eliminations here? Exodial getting killed first does take a lot of the DPS pressure out of Team Peps and vice versa if that's to happen.
Raised on both sides. There's a sound barrier for AOY. Blade's going to get popped first, though, by Taejong. Just received the beat too. A good use of the dash there. He saved it into the very last moment. As soon as that coach gun comes in, boom, dashes straight back. Does get the reset eventually. The bomb has been deployed on the point, and Ice is going to get focused down by Slowdive. He's been unperturbed, and FD God's in the same spot he died first, but he does manage to get away this time. But unfortunately for him, the rest of his team are dead. No sound barrier for FD God in this fight. Means Vision Esports are going to continue to hold and extend their lead.
Yeah, FG God didn't quite have it yet, but now that sound barrier is available, that's something that you can pair with your own Dragon Blade, and so that does give Team Peps a fighting chance heading into this next engagement. Imo's got this downpour though, so if you want to stop that Dragon Blade, there's one way to do it.
They've already used their speed ring, which can be quite dangerous. Although with the blade and the beat, they should be good. Getting Ken into a good position. Doesn't have a reset, sadly. Trying to chase the Lucio. Just settles for some neutral damage there against Taejong, but Taejong ends up whipping it back around. Vision Esports still in control of the point as well. Zeri and Ice pick up a couple of kills. FD God escorting Ice around, making sure he stays up, and Team Peps to find the cap. 89% to 40 for Team Peps and building.
And now Vision Esports are going to make a couple of adjustments. They want to try to get in maybe a little bit faster. They've got Cassidy for slow dive, as well as this Kiriko for simple. So really nice ways that you're going to be able to play together as a team without that maybe squishy presence of something like the Juno. The cleanse going to be so nice as well, knowing that Exodial has switched over to the Tracer. If that pulse bomb comes through, that's a great way to keep your team up and alive if you get attached.
Force a recall though pretty early, Rose. Exodio's got it in about 30%, so you'd expect him to get it this fight, although saying that with Ice Gnome and Zerion already dead in the hands of Taejong, just feeling the kill feed time and time again. I mean, Vision Esports is going to run away with this. Ice is going to come back on the wrecking ball to try and get the touch.
Oh, but do you just get stunned here? Oh, okay, I see Exodial got the touch too.
Ooh, well, they're going to make their way back, but yeah, this is looking pretty unwinnable right now for Team Peps. A nice late touch from Exodial. Didn't actually get that pulse ball online, Rose, like you were hoping. FD God jumps in, slashed apart. Those Mantis Blades doing a lot of damage as Team Peps eventually suffocated out at this point as Vision Esports start the series off with a win.
It started off with the series with a win, but I think even if that fight had extended, did you see how many ultimates that they had coming up as well? They had really firm control of finishing out the final part of that map, and it was 3 rounds. This is what we were hoping for when it came down to the series. Very close.
3 rounds, which means 5 maps?
5 maps?
Surely?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that in the tea leaves somewhere. No, it looked pretty good in general from Vision Esports. I don't mind the Sigma comp on the second round there from Team Peps. Although, again, like I mentioned, the catch-22 of like, okay, we are sticking because we have ults or close to ults, and now we can't swap, and it's kind of an awkward spot to be in. We'll see if anything does end up changing. Of course, this Zarya comp was quite good, just very much piling all resources into Taejong to try and get good Genji value. Although, honestly, with how Taejong has been performing over the last 2 weeks, Taejong's neutral game on the Genji is sublime. I think he doesn't really need the backup most of the time, and just would honestly benefit more from having a hazard dive in, a Winston, a Diva or something to kind of help him rather than those bubbles. Taejong had some fantastic blades, just continues to be one of the best rookies I think we have in EMEA. We'll see where we go for map number 2. Of course, Peps losing this one, they get another map pick. They chose the Samoa to go to for Vision Esports. Where do you think Peps are going to go? They've played and won Esperanca and Suravasa against Alcatia. Their other game against Twisted Minds, Suravasa they lost. Suravasa they won. Coliseum and Havana, they ended up losing to finish out the series. Maybe Suravasa?
I'm thinking the same.
Yeah, you've had success with it twice already this season.
Yeah, not just the success, but again, Suravasa is a part of the hybrid / Flashpoint game mode map pool. So if you take Suravasa, you take away Team Vision's opportunity to bring us to a place like Blizzard World. Or you could think maybe about going to an escort map so that Vision Esports can't actually play Havana. You could pick Route 66 or Dorado. So I think those would probably be the 2 maps that I would be looking at is, yeah, either Suravasa or Dorado, maybe.
Hey, or
Route 66.
You get to ban first. So, Havana, you ban a DPS, you get Widow for soon. What they tried to do yesterday, but the Widow got banned out, which is kind of frustrating. I mean, that's always a possibility as well. We're expecting Soon to play today, just going on that tweet yesterday, but time will tell.
Yeah, I would love to be able to see it. Maybe it would... Okay, so maybe then we do want Team Peps to actually pick a Havana or a Blizzard World. Then we actually get a chance to see the Soon Torbjorn. But we were both right, Jaws. Look at that. Suravasa is going to be the next map picked in the series.
Suravasa, okay. All right, fair enough. Again, you could see Soon on the Tracer. I think everybody's kind of waiting for that one. New fans in the chat being like, who's Soon? Oh, trust me, there's a lot of ancient VODs that you need to go back and watch to watch some classical Soon gameplay. Misfits and Rogue especially, if you want to go all the way back to like 2017 era of Overwatch. Yeah, Suravasa. So Diva can't be banned by Team Peps, and Sojin can't be banned by Team Vision. They're going to go fast. Again, there's no chance here. Just kind of slow down. Just get FD got back on the Lucio, and then have slow dive on the Sojin. This is going to be a perfect opportunity for him to kind of pop off again.
So maybe you take away the Genji then. If you are Team Peps, maybe you ban out the Genji so that Taejong can't play that, and then it's a little bit easier maybe to think about having to play around a Tracer, but how do you actually hinder? I don't know. Maybe I think Genji is the most realistic pick for me.
I think so too, yeah. I would 100% agree. I think if you wanted to go even further, you go, okay, maybe we ban Tracer and run more of a anti-Genji, but I think Genji right now is Taejong's best hero, or at least he's performed the most on. And then you just force him on the Tracer, which he's fine with, and being Suravasa, that's like, okay, that's cool with us.
Great.
Yeah, and then you just run Sojin yourself, unless you decide you want to run like a Cassidy, which is doubtful at this moment in time. Slow dive in the end did end up switching to Cass to kind of stop these kind of dives happening. I still think Cassidy has his place in the meta, just not at the very forefront. And it's actually going to be a Torb ban from Team Peps going on to Suravasa, and then Mauga for Vision.
Okay, I mean, I guess if you are trying to ban out the Torb, then maybe you're hoping that we aren't going to see any more of the silly Torb Sim stuff on this particular map.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, like then you still allow Taejong to play Genji on a Flashpoint. I feel like that hero is so good on any like control Flashpoint or push.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a bit of an odd one. Again, maybe they're trying to protect a DPS, but just what Team Vision have been playing historically is like, okay, you ban Torb, that's fine, but like
they're not playing the Genji, so
yeah, I mean, Peps were playing Torb as well, so I mean Malga banned, which is not too much of a crazy thing. I mean, we've seen Malga, especially on maps like this. Any map where you want to extend the fight as much as humanly possible, Malga's pretty decent. We're not seeing a ton of Ana right now, so another pigeon.
Go birds!
Fly pigeons fly.
Go birds!
The Super Bowl is today, and I don't know ball. I'll say it. We're gonna pause real quick.
Oh man, yeah, okay, we gotta pause at the perfect time to talk about the Super Bowl that's happening later. I can't wait. The Super Bowl is the one day a year that I let myself eat wings and dip with like chips and celery and pizza and ribs and like
Okay.
it's delicious. It's like it's like your Thanksgiving meal or like your Christmas holiday feast, but like the Super Bowl. It's great.
I've been in the States for like 5 years, and I'm still not. I don't know, man. I mean, it's pretty sweet. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure the food goes crazy, but yeah, I mean, it's
not about the football. It's about the food and the people that you get to appreciate the food with. I think that is true. Is what it is at the end of the day. Yeah. See, impressions with me.
We did just get a confirmation, just a bit of a ping spike on one of the players' side, so we're trying to sort that out. Maybe they're just going to reconnect to the lobby or something to make sure they're not on super high ping for an official. So as soon as we fix the issue, we'll be right back in with Suravasa. Yeah, look, it's about the people at the end of the day. I agree, and I do appreciate everybody for watching as well, and all the co-streamers and everybody else kind of tuning in and having a good time with us. Look.
I have a question for you. This is important, actually. What's your favorite bar food? Because we gotta get to the bottom of this. What would be the thing
favorite bar
get you interested in the Super Bowl?
I mean, I guess wings are pretty good. Yeah.
Wings are good,
probably
right?
Wings, yeah.
But like
I don't know
sauce?
I don't know if I eat ribs at a bar. If you were counting that as like bar food, that seems a bit too far. But
no, it's like fancy bar food.
Fancy bar food, yeah. I mean, probably wings, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of easy to eat, and you can have loads of different flavors on them. So yeah, I'd say that. Yeah, there you go. Maybe
that's a good choice.
Some later. We'll see.
All right, see,
I
got wings ready for me. I'm so excited.
Okay. Well, you're prepared. I am not. I was barely prepared this morning. I've currently boiled the kettle and it's currently cooling down. So yeah, I'm gonna enjoy some lukewarm coffee. In the next break, sorry, after this series. It's going to be a good time.
Incredible.
Speaking of breaks, we're just still sorting out the ping issue. So yeah, we're going to jump to a quick one. We'll be right back for Suravasa, Team Peps versus Vision Esports.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Tech issue slightly. Rose's stuff in her face. I mean, I don't blame you. It's a weird, you know. Oh wait, no, it's like lunchtime for you actually.
No, I made myself hungry talking about chicken wings.
Oh,
I think I couldn't
okay.
handle it, so I
She's already snacking on the chicken wings. I don't blame you, honestly. We had a small ping spike there with one of the players, so I do apologize for that. But we will be jumping into the map right now. There we go, Suravasa. Here we go, Rose. Unfortunately for you, we're not on a break, so you have to stop eating. But
yeah, I know, I'm good.
We do get to see some more Overwatch and apparently some more pigeons. But here we go. Team Peps, they end up banning Torbjorn on this map. They ended up picking the map as well as Malga on the side of Vision Esports. Looks like Exodial, Soj, Ken, Genji. Okay, we're so back.
I feel like the Malga taking a look at what they're running is almost like a protection pick. I liked the hazard idea a little bit better coming out from Vision Esports, but it's actually just going to... Yeah, okay. I was like, come on, man, you can't do that to me. I was like, Doomfist doesn't make any sense here. I don't know about the Ramatra, but I have full faith in your hazard. And it's just a mirror match. We've got Sojourns for both of them now that the Sojourn's been unbanned.
Yeah, we'll see how Ken kind of saddles up versus Tejong in this head-to-head. Team Peps at kind of a vast disadvantage right now. I mean, they are trying to peek their heads over to do damage. Exodial is kind of struggling. Now they're eventually going to make their move. And this is a big opening fight, and especially getting the high ground early can be very beneficial. And there you go. Okay, Peps kind of flipped that on his head, push Slowdive and the gang all the way back. He takes a railgun to the face.
That should be a first flashpoint capture here coming through from Team Peps, or at least just start getting that percentage going. And Exodial can just keep holding the door here. You got to be a little bit wary of Taejong having that deflect, and you're still taking some poke damage from the rest of Vision Esports. But imagine if Exodial is able to just take a head off now. That's such a big lead that Team Peps could garner from that. And Exodial is still very close to the overclock here, 65% and counting.
Yeah, Taejong fighting in the neutral. Exodial, 70% like you said. Gonna not test Taejong on this high ground. One little headshot and a dash and then a right click will kill you. But FT got to the first to fall. Slowdive finds a nice headshot railgun from across the map. And Exodial is where the Sojin realistically wants to be when a retake is coming in. Only 10% away, but Vision Esports are just gonna take this one for free. Without the FD God being able to kite back with the rest of the team, it can be quite tough to stay in the fight. Orbital Ray's going to come down for Zerion, but Ken's already dead. Taejong falls too, so 4 on 4 as Imo gets onto the high ground, signaling that they want to go for something extra. You see Simple doing a late Ray, and Imo's going to try and get healed up by it, but gets taken down before he even gets afflicted by the Orbital Ray. And Team Peps end up capping the point midway through that fight. AOY gets away with a sound barrier, but it's all Team Peps right now with 3 ults for the next.
Right, that downpour too, just being able to maybe even lock some players down before they get back to this point. And Exodial still has that overclock.
Yeah, he's gonna unleash it now. He's in a bit of an odd angle though. Takes a body shot. AOY as well, also taken one. Slowdive cannot peek into this fight. Taejong's also half HP, but still Ice ends up going down despite Exodial being on the sidelines. But the problem is for Vision, they may have found kills, but they did not find the point. No one touched, even though they got a kill onto Ice.
Oh, yeah, it's really unfortunate that that happened, but Vision Esports are like, I guess we'll go again. You know, got the overclock out, now we have our own, now we have our downpour, and hopefully that's going to come up gravy for them on this next point. Still sound barriers for both teams, though, so I feel like there's a great answer whether you're looking at FD God or AOY to a lot of these DPS ults.
All right, well, it's now time for Slowdive. Not quite so slow, though. Sound barrier ends up coming in. Ken, a whole heap of trouble. Was already deflecting by the time that downpour hit him. So didn't manage to reflect any of those railgun shots back. Pretty easy setup for the Sojin. Vision Esports cap. They've got sound barrier. They've got beat blade, Rose.
Yeah, and it was a really good combo of ultimates that allowed them to still hold on to that beat blade. So Taejong gets to go in, very little fear. You already got the sound barrier out of FD God as well, so a big answer to that is gone. Vision Esports should have a free team fight win here.
Well, there's the blade. No beat just yet. And Exodio's already down. They might not even need it at this point. A nice little dash in from Taejong too, spotting Ken at low HP. Fear in his eyes and fear for Peps when Taejong's got the blade. No sound barrier used. AOI ends up going down, but that's completely okay as the team kill came in, and they've still got Orbital Ray.
2 support ultimates to their name makes this next fight look even better because you got a chance to hold on to that sound barrier in response to now Ken's blade that's going to be coming up, and Orbital Ray, not necessarily an advantage because I think Zerion's going to have it quickly, but that was really aggressive.
Yeah, I love it. Super aggro beat. You know that Peps have to split up. Taejong, you gotta run away, my son. Does end up getting deflected though, but Ken spent so much time actually killing Taejong there that Slowdive's easily able to pick up the kill. Peps will completely spit an aggro sound barrier into the spawn of Team Peps. Meant they can't fight as 5, and that'll be Vision Esports taking that one handily.
Yeah, they weren't even on the flashpoint for that. They just saw a good opening for AOY to use that sound barrier, and while I think it would have still been nice to have versus the Ken Dragon Blade, the fact that Ken had to kind of use it to solo ult onto the DPS of Vision Esports, I think you take that trade any day of the week. You still hold on to the Orbital Ray. That's going to be matched there by Zerion, but IMO having this downpour pretty quickly, and you get to make it to the point first, that's got to feel really good for Vision Esports.
Both Rays already used, but Exodio that entire time was just holding S, just backing all the way up, trying to get away from IMO, so couldn't use the Ray at all. A very late downpour here. Not sure if I like that. I think you already had won the fight, so didn't need to invest it. However, going into next, you probably have both DPS ultimates, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah,
early cap.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay because you ensure yourself that you get to capture the flashpoint first, and then, wow, Slowdive is going to have overclock, so take a look at the angle that Slowdive can actually take for this one. But Exodial's going to have it too, so these angles so important here for the Sojourns.
Oh, what a shot. AOY playing way too close to the sun. Yeah, no chance for Simple to get out of this. Exodio almost falls off the map. The healing coming through from Zerion there was just exquisite. Keeping him alive for as long as humanly possible. Or always at sub 100 HP there, as you can see. Vision Esports trying to tag him down. Exodio does switch to Tracer, as Team Peps need to be able to group ASAP. Still fearful of the Taejong Blade.
I feel like Exodial did that just to make sure he could get back to point fast enough to take this full fight 5v5. I do wonder if Exodial's going to switch back to the Sojourn if Team Peps lose out on this fight. But wow. Yeah, maybe we switch back.
I think Exodio got one shot. Oh, Taejong. He's on his head. He's stuck behind the wall. Someone help him. Oh, that was like an Iron Maiden is what that was. He was stuck and there was a spike wall in front of you and someone beneath you doing damage with the needles. Yeah, ain't no way you're escaping that. All right, Team Peps with a nice fight win. They got Blade, they got Ray, and now it's up to Slowdive to try and be the difference maker. One clean fight, though, has been awarded by for Vision Esports, and they're going to go in quick. Using that overclock very early speed ring as well to get Slowdive into position. FT God ends up peeking there. Almost ends up getting taken out. Only received a body shot though, but Slowdive's still on a good angle. Vision Esports try and get back onto this point though, as Team Peps do pressure them out. Sound barrier comes in to stop Ken just tearing through the team with this blade, but there comes the flip.
Ooh, the flip coming through, but you still have this orbital ray from Zerion.
Oh, yeah, it's just way too much. FD God does end up getting stopped, halted in place by that downpour, but it shouldn't matter now. Team Peps with a ray and with a couple of kills from those pulsar torpedoes at Vision Esports, giving up this point. A valiant attempt from Vision with a full clean fight, but no early picks with that railgun rose. That overclock didn't result in them winning that fight.
Yeah, that orbital ray was really ambitious too after that fight had already been lost. But we do see Simple actually switch off of the Juno to go over to the Kiriko, and now Slowdive's going to be on the Cassidy as well. So just kind of probably thinking ahead that you were going to make that swap anyway. And now Slowdive actually has this Cassidy to deal with this Exodial Tracer. Exodial's stuck to this. Also has a Pulse Bomb, so Simple's...
What a stick. What a stick there. But straight on the back of Slowdive. No roll, no Suzu, no nothing to help him. Points unlocked though, and look at this. Vision Esports happy to take the fight to Team Peps right now, knowing there's no hazard to deal with. point does end up getting capped as FD God and AOI fight up in the heavens, up in the skybox.
Ooh, force out the Suzu pretty early there as Exodio gets a chance to push in a ton of damage. But you're looking at these sound barriers coming out first and Ice coming back with this downpour as well.
I mean, surely this goes to 5 points. Surely. It's a Vision Esports game, of course. Team Peps end up taking this one. Here comes the downpour. Did that hit the Genji down below? I think it did. Soundbar ends up coming in for AOI, but will it be enough? Slowdive's already dead. A late Soundbar for FD God as well. Should shore up the fight.
That's just a clean team fight win here by Team Peps, and a very short one at that. I mean, there's still a lot of time left on the clock here for Vision Esports to come back, and you got out 2 fairly big ultimates out of that fight. You got the downpour as well as the sound barrier. You still have the orbital ray blade, though. I think that's such a deadly combination of ultimates for Team Peps to have, and you don't really have a great response to that if you're Vision Esports. Maybe you just have to like kind of defensively downpour to stop them from aggressing on you.
Slowdive is trying to get in here, but it's going to be matched by 2 people on the side of Team Peps. Blade ends up coming out for Taejong, but didn't get any value at all. Blade for Ken, and well, everybody's already used their CD, so there's no escaping this Genji Blade. Team Peps are going to take this map, Rose. That's at 90% on board, and Slowdive is going to be the only person for Vision Esports to try and get the touch. You can see him, actually, they don't know where he is, so might be able to survive for a little bit longer than maybe he anticipated. Pulse bomb on the ground. Slowdive ends up going down. Even a Pharah pick from Taejong kills FD God as Imo retouches with Doomfist.
I mean, the Doomfist, we've seen Doomfist be able to clutch up in some big moments, especially looking at Blizzard World, but even though Imo is still alive, both of the supports are dead now.
Yeah, it's so hard to come back on Flashpoint, and Team Peps are proving it right there. They shore up the series 1-1.
Map 5. I see it. I see it in the future. It has to happen. It just feels like destiny at this point when you see Team Vision playing a match.
Or at least 4 maps, right? I mean, always go in the distance. No 3-0s when it comes to this team. All right, Team Peps are a lot better in that map. Even without the Genji ban, which we were kind of talking about at the very top of that map, was like, okay, well, you're banning Tor, a bit weird. Taejong kind of rolled you on the Genji. Wouldn't surprise to see it here, considering that, well, this is a very fast map that you want to play. Taejong's definitely going to play Genji again. But now it's up to Team Vision to decide where we go. A very, very good look from Exodio too. I think Ken on the Genji, still don't think he has it over Taejong right now, considering he's probably the best rookie in EMEA currently. But Exodio's consistency with the railguns cannot be understated. And the Lucios, I feel like AOI and FD God, very aggro Lucio players suffering from the same kind of Lucio, like Reddit Lucio mentality, just going in, just trying to find angles, trying to find damage, right? The Sojins will pick you off, and if it's Exodio on the other side, or even if it's Slowdive, like, you're gonna die super quick if you make any small, like, movement mistake there on that character. We'll see where we go after this.
It's so funny because I feel like when you take a look at the Sojourns, you look at Exodio, who obviously put up great numbers on the Sojourn, but let's talk about that Tracer for a second also. That was not really a hero that we saw Exodio go towards in a lot of the matches from last season of OWCS, and it's kind of awesome to be able to see Exodio be able to show up on more, I guess, mobile hit scan. I don't really know where to put.
Yeah, I mean, not
nowadays,
like pure hit scan, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's so cool. He's really put in the work.
Looking back at Vision's games as well, Rose, and kind of what you were talking about there, looking at where they want to put the hit scans. Dorado, Havana, and Route 66, very good for those long-range hit scans. Colossi and Esperanca are a bit quicker in terms of gameplay. So, honestly, if I was Vision right now, I think you want to go to an escort map. Kind of like, although a lot of teams do like push currently, but wouldn't be too surprised to maybe see a Dorado or Havana, especially for Vision, who ended up taking Havana off of Team Ultimates, and Ultimates as well. They got full held on Havana by Vision, so maybe that is where they feel most confident going to next.
That, or do you remember Slowdive's Ash play on Dorado? Like, I think either of those maps does feel very, very good for Vision Esports to take us to. Route 66 could be an interesting wrench into the works there. I feel like not a lot of teams have wanted to go to Route 66, taking a look at the escort map pool. So maybe you go, well, this is some, or at least a slight bit of an unknown factor. Maybe we can play
Route is
on
weird.
That map, but
Route is strange because you can play the like kind of slow with the hit scan, but especially first point, if you're quick enough, you can just clamber on top of the high ground and just deny so much space from the long range hit scan. So yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I think it would be a bit of a strange one if we went to Route. Havana seems the most logical, or Dorado for Vision, and then obviously Peps. Hopefully they've forgotten about yesterday, because Havana was not their map at all, especially when that Widow was banned. So they also got full held. I mean, it is kind of classic Havana. You go to third or you get full held. Like, that's just how that map ends up playing out. It's been playing out like that since the dawn of time, it feels like. So yeah, that, at least for me, seems like the most logical choice.
I think you go there, and then honestly, I kind of wonder if you also considered a push map, just to say, well,
just get it out of the pool.
Yeah, take it away. Maybe you just go Coliseo. I feel like Genji has a little bit of a harder time on that map versus like an Esperanca. So if you wanted to try to take it, I don't know, want to give yourself an edge, then maybe like if you're Team Vision, you take Esperanca, and then you can't play Coliseo versus Exodial Sojourn.
Well, they've lost Coliseo twice, that being Vision Esports, and they've won the Esperanza that they played against OWCS.
Yeah, so I feel like Esperanza could work.
Esperanza, yeah, there you go. There are our predictions, Esperanza or Havana, and it is going to be Havana for Team Vision. Okay, yeah, like I said, look, you've got confidence in it. You know you can full hold teams, and good teams at that, in Ultimates. And Peps also got full hold yesterday. So it does seem like the perfect combination. Exactly, yeah. It does seem like the perfect combination of factors that you're like, okay, well, we're just going to go here. And then Vision also get to ban. Look, he's just banned the Widow again. So it's like, okay, if Soon wants to come in, he doesn't play Widow, and then, okay, maybe they go Tracer. So yeah, this is going to be a fun one, I think. Havana, it's a good map for snipers if they don't get banned, and it's also a really fun map for a lot of poke too. We might even see FD playing the Alari again. Looks like there's going to be a small substitution, which we kind of expect from Team Vision 2. AOY out, who normally plays Lucio, and 1 in. So Rose, Zenyatta is on the docket.
I know, Zenyatta Ana, this backline, when you take a look at how confident and how well positioned the defenses have been for Team Vision, it all goes down to the supports. This Zen Ana, whether it's on Blizzard World, Havana, whatever else you name it, elite. Like, it looks so good. It's so steadfast, and I can't wait to see Simple and One tear it up in the server again. And maybe we get to see Alari too. Who knows?
It was lights out like that, Zen. Vision Esports end up banning Lucio. Okay, so again, it's something they've done before. They go to a map like Havana or to a slow map, and they go, okay, well, that's fine. We are just going to ban the fast characters. So FD God is going to be on Brig or Alari, and now we can play Zen and play super aggro with it and try and get a little greedy. Peps end up banning Genji away from Vision Esports.
Smart. I think that's such a smart ban, because then you are forcing Taejong to have to play something else. So you kind of force him to have to play the Tracer. And then if you're Team Peps, like, just play the Torb Ash or like the Torb Sojourn, something that we did see get used against them yesterday very, very effectively. Team Vision also banned out the Lucio, and it's like, well, that's not going to hurt us. AOI's not on the roster. That's an FD
That's a free ban.
I've ever seen one.
Yeah. They did the same thing against Ultimates. They went to Havana and they banned the Lucio. So, well, you can't play that fast, right? And also that's kind of targeting any kind of Lucio player, which a lot of teams have, like, more dedicated Lucio players, including Team Vision, of course. Let's load on to Havana. No substitutions either, by the way. So we're not seeing, well, no subs for Peps, sorry. Of course, we saw a sub for Team Vision. No Soon in the roster for Team Peps, at least for now.
Next time, next map. I believe it. But right now, don't think that Team Peps really want to change up too much. It already worked for them on the Suravasa map, so maybe they're thinking, hey, we can absolutely just kind of run it back on Havana. Get a little redemption, you know? After yesterday, I think they might want to feel a little bit of that. But as we take a look at this defense, Jaws, I now am kind of questioning why we actually don't see Soon. But I get it, Exodial's a fantastic kit scan, but I think if you were to see the Widowmaker, I kind of thought Soon might get a chance to be able to play that.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. It would make the most sense, but Exodial, it's almost like new guard versus the old guard, right? Old guard being Soon, history like insane aimer, raw aim skill is done pretty well in like other esports before Overwatch and then even after he retired in Overwatch as well. Exodio is going to be rocking the Widowmaker though, and taking the head off a Simple first. That's pretty nice, but unfortunately, yeah, that Widow nerf a long time ago. It's still hurting Widow players, sadly, including myself.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's not quite as powerful as we would hope for a Widowmaker in just this day and age, but it's still pretty good to be able to get these targets low enough that maybe the Torp Turret can finish them off, or you're able to get a Venom Mine, and it's okay. We can still get the headshots sometimes.
Gross. I don't know if you played the release Overwatch, like the classic mode with Widowmaker. I forgot how broken this character was. Like, especially now considering how good people are at the character and like good at Overwatch in general. Like the Widow with the projectile increase and like how much you need to charge to guarantee a one-shot, it was dumb stupid. It looks like Sodive's going to jump onto Widowmaker of their own. And actually, Tejong on the Hanzo, so double sniper for Vision.
Wow, what meta are we playing in now? Because it has been a long time since I've seen double sniper on an Overwatch server in an official match. So this is very fun to be able to see. But it's still going to be the Sigmas for both sides, and a very static backline for both of these teams as well, with the Alari BAP and then the Zen BAP. This all comes down to these Widowmakers or the Hanzo getting an actual pick, and that should open up these fights, but it's a slow game now.
That was the slowest peak of all time for Tejong. He walked around that corner like he was a snail. Like he was ready for him. Yeah, it's all about the Widowmakers, like you said. It's a pretty like stock standard comp, to be honest with you, Rose, apart from the Torp. Nice flux on the high ground. One ends up going down to a body shot, and here comes the push for Ice. This is my territory, not your...
Zenyatta things.
Holy sideshow Transcendence.
Drop through your butt, and you're like, I gotta hit Transcendence to get out of here on time.
I guess they've already used Flux, so
yeah,
that's not too bad. And everything else is going to like one-shot you through windows, so all right, okay.
What are you really saving the trans for? It's okay.
There's the window. Sights are active, though. And Tejong is dead to the window. And the BAP. Oh, dearie me. Body shots. Go for it again. You won't. No, he won't. No, Ken kills him.
This is a very confident full hold coming through here from Team Peps so far. Not bad.
You need that. You need it. Considering what happened yesterday, you need it. on Havana.
Looking pretty good so far. Still a minute left though, and Vision Esports now up to bat with this Flux. And there isn't something like a Transcendence. No defensive support ultimate here for Team Peps. So this Sigma Flux should be pretty good here from Ivo, as long as you don't get sniped beforehand.
Yep. Slowly but surely they're taking high ground. Of course, the sights are going to help with that. Bit of an awkward angle for the Widowmaker. Of course, your feet will get seen first by the enemy Widow. Exodial and Slowdive just taking pop shots at each other. Here's the Captive Sun, lands on the Zen. Goodbye, Zenyatta. An explosion onto one, and FD God finds both the supports of Vision Esports, and now taking the fight to the Widowmaker. One of my favorite things to do. Good stuff from FD God, a triple kill for the Alari. Two people on the flank right now, that being Tejong and Imo. No healers, of course. That passive healing will kick in just a moment as FD God uses that outburst to get some space between him, but here come the reinforcements.
Ooh, Imo's be able to make it to the point first. You still have the Transcendence to make sure that this attack can still function, but you're walking into a Flux from Ice. You kind of have to be careful on the trigger with this Transcendence.
Oh, good headshot from Exodio. That's a good start, though. And there's the Flux. No Transcendence, free Flux, but oh, the Rock's going to cancel it. Imo saves the day for Vision Esports, at least for the time. There is a nice little off angle here from One, but can One stay alive and keep his tank up? No, it doesn't look like it. And the pressure from Ken, too great. As there's only one more person to deal with, and it's Slow Dive who gets taken out by the Tracer. Full hold for Team Peps. Vision Esports not quite repeating the same success versus Ultimates.
Exodio and FD God went crazy. Like, the Alari and the Widowmaker together just made these targets so easy to take out. That's fun. I'm so stoked. I'm stoked for you, Jaws. The Alari is meta.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's good. I don't want to jinx this, okay? But it's holdable. A fuller hold is possible. The car isn't like on the corner in any way. Like it's still near the point. So it is doable for Vision Esports. And everybody has been in this spot before. If you've played Overwatch for more than 3 hours, you've been full held on Havana and you've managed to fuller hold somebody. It's very possible. Taejong not coming on Hanzo, so going with the Torb. They're sticking. They're not sticking with the Zen. They're going with Lari instead. And I really like this. I don't really mind what Simple plays. I think the Zen has merits, but also the Alari. I think Alari in some senses is actually better here. If you are playing against the double sniper, the Discord target is mainly going to be the tank, because the snipers are either playing too far away and the supports are just playing around corners, that it's not going to be as effective. So just kind of shooting at the tank permanently with the Alari and providing pylon value, I think is a little bit better in this situation.
I agree. It's just a lot easier to also keep yourself alive. And again, one pick from a sniper could just be the difference between actually winning or losing out on these team fights.
The disadvantage, though, is of course you don't have the Transcendence. Like, that's the only thing. But you are playing so far away, it's like, okay, solo Flux, okay, we lamp. So there's definitely a to and fro here, and there's an argument for both. But hey, if Simple can perform like he performs on the Zen, I'm not complaining.
This card is already starting to round that corner, though, and Team Peps are one pick away from being able to just sink this payload over that line. Hunting for, like, either Slow Dive or Simple or One, and...
Well, there's two. There's one, there's two, Rose.
That's what she wrote.
And 0.5 in the turret. Oh, what a shot from Slow Dive, though. Flick of the wrist, connects with the head, takes care over the Widow. Now he has to deal with this Lampington, and also shoot Ice Snow moves one. Another good headshot. Someone has to deal with Slow Dive. A body shot with the arrow is going to be good, but unfortunately for him, finished off by FD God. An aggressive angle taken by the Alari, and now it's only the Kiriko to touch for Simple. Taejong is hiding around the corner on the Venture. Is going to be able to stall for what seems like an eternity on the Venture. And for how long is the real question. There's only a couple of meters to go, and... well, Taejong can't get back in time as Team Peps with a speedrun attack on Havana make it look simple.
That is a much better look for Team Peps than what we saw in Havana yesterday. And it all comes down to this Exodio Widowmaker, I feel like.
Yes.
It's just so powerful, getting some incredible 1v1 in duels out with the Widow on the other side. FG God also was very impressive on the Alari. I feel like that was a huge key piece for Team Peps to be able to find the dub here too.
Yeah, big connection with the captive son, and taking an aggressive angle as the Alari is also really nice. Being able to split the Widowmaker's focus is really important most of the time against good Widows. Like, okay, I need to look for the other Widow, otherwise I'm just going to get blamed. Then I also need to kind of look for picks on someone like an Alari, even if it's not like a crazy off angle, like just holding the next pillar or like something else, it makes it a bit more difficult for the enemy Widowmaker to kind of come in. And Rose, I'm good. Look, okay. Exodia was a pretty sick Widowmaker player. Even if they had Soon in, I don't think it would have been any much of a different result. So I'm not too shocked, like we're saying, oh, Soon, Widowmaker makes sense, right? I think Exodio, of course, and I think we kind of understated how good his hit scan really is, in including the Widowmaker. So, yeah, so not a big shock, especially after this kind of performance. Oh, that rock as well, by the way, from Imo, so sick. Saved the day, kind of. Obviously, they did lose this fight, but if that Flux hits, that's like a guaranteed loss of that fight.
Yeah, Imo's still a fantastic Sigma, and I think the fact that Imo Sigma was able to even kind of stand up that tall is a very, very good sign here for Team Vision. I think we still have a lot more we get a chance to see out of that Sigma there, but Team Vision at the end of the day, unfortunately not quite able to stand up to the plate of this Peps defense in the same way.
Well, unfortunately, Rose, it's time to let you know that as the law of EMEA dictates, it will be a 3-1 or it'll be a 3-2. We are going to a Vision map pick again, and now we're going to a push. So Esperanca or Colosseo. And I did mention before with Vision, they've won the Esperanca. Colosseo, not their map, so expect to see that picked next. Now I think is a very good opportunity to, if you're Peps, like banning a Genji. I don't think this would go understated in like how important this would be, especially on a push map.
But they did it already, so like
oh,
it would have been so nice to be able to have that. But they kind of used that ban, and now it's not available for I feel like would have been an even better time for them to actually ban out the Genji, which is this map. Because you're right, Taejong has been such a difference maker for Team Vision to be able to actually find these wins over such strong teams. And that's on the table now, so I'm gonna say map 5.
Not possible. Now, the thing is, when it comes to hit scans as well, because of how similar the hero pools are between Exodial, and oh, there's a substitution coming in, kind of
AOI,
expected again. AOI in, fast map, you want to play Lucio, okay, that's fine. Between Exodial, in this series in general, with Slowdive also playing the Ashe and the Sojourn, banning something like a DPS or at least a hit scan, I don't think is also going to be a good bet for Peps. So maybe a tank ban, focusing on that would be a bit more beneficial to them. It depends how they also want to approach this game, because with AOI coming in with Peps, like, okay, you're probably not going to play Sigma now. You're not going to play slow because you don't have your Zen/Alari player.
It's tough. I think, too, we already saw a Lucio ban coming out from Team Vision, so we actually will probably just see Lucio on both sides. I don't think that Team Peps would ever want to hinder themselves with FD God in the roster on a push map to not be able to play the Lucio. So yeah, maybe it does come down to a ban in that tank role where maybe you ban out Hazard. Or you ban out the Starry. Well, no.
I was going to say the Winston.
Yeah, that could work.
Or I would if you're looking at Team Vision sides, maybe a ban of the Winston might be good here. You kind of protect your tanks. Yeah, something divey, because Ice is very good on the Winston. So like banning that away and then stopping this like full dive wouldn't be such a bad option. You then kind of protect the Hazard for yourself as well, which you might feel a bit more comfortable on. Or then you just go Diva as well. Like, I think there's a lot of options here for Team Vision to really tip the scales in their favor and then move us on to that map number 5. Esperanca, like you can see on your screens, was the pick. No surprise. They've lost Colosseo twice. They want to go Esperanca again and hopefully roll into a map number 5. And it looks like, okay, Team Vision actually banned the Hazard and then Kiriko banned for Peps. So this leaves it open for IMO, but it does kind of scream to me maybe a Diva pick, maybe even a Winston to go for that dive matchup.
I'm with you. I think we would end up seeing Diva as the more likely tank in these scenarios. The Winston bubble is nice, but I think when you expect to see that Sojourn on either team, having the defense matrix feels a lot better. But I don't know if that even might be the case here, because we're getting pretty close to these doors opening up, and Ice still does have a very good Ramatra. Do you like your odds versus something like the Diva? But fully expect IMO to come out on the Diva as just another one of his best heroes.
Yeah, there you go. Perfectly predicted there, Rose. IMO, Diva. Taejong, Torbjorn, slow dive on the Soj, but Ice showing us another look from what is one of the more flexible tanks in EMEA, required at this moment in time, especially with the hero bans, in the Ramatra. So full, like, we're going to protect Exodial for as long as possible, and Exodial is going to farm you. Fingers crossed. Anyway.
But Ram Brig, I'm a little surprised that it isn't like Lucio Juno for the supports.
You can't let that happen, man. Yeah, escorting people with the Ram, I agree. But if you're just going on this Exodial protection plan, that's perfect. But unfortunately, if Slowdive just takes an off angle and then shoots you and then disruptor shots, you die. So, as a famous man once said, you get shot, you die.
Oh, that's great advice. Well, it's still gonna be the Brig again for supporting this Sumatra and this Sojourn, but the setup is already there for Vision Esports. They're getting very close to being able to take this first checkpoint, but they also have the IMO trying to hold the door, making sure that that off angle is much more difficult to take. Look at how easy IMO has it to be able to go to like the choke or go up to the window. And now it's just a waiting game for these Sojourns, see who can get the pick first.
Zodi will get a little bit of revenge. AOY! Oh man, no, it's slow dive again. That's 2-0 in terms of Sojourn duels currently. Ken, his next victim. And the shot from Exodio going a little bit wide. Maybe the pressure kind of getting to him at this point. Team Peps, of course, on match point currently. A shot goes, hits the body, but unfortunately that's not the headshot they require for the kill. Now the barricade's going to continue moving, and Ice kind of cycling these cooldowns is going to be tough to match up against the Diva and the incoming fire. Okay, there you go. 2-1. We'll keep track. I definitely won't forget.
Now, AOY goes down here, so a lot of the speed that Team Vision has is now off the table, but you got your bot pretty close to that first checkpoint. I think you're pretty happy about that, and now Vision Esports, they can back off, and they can attack this when that bot comes back to the midpoint.
Teammate there was disastrous for IMO, Rose. I think IMO got booped by FD God, like whip-shotted or bashed or something, so he couldn't escape through the window. That's the only real way I think the Diva dies there. Well, they're getting flanked currently. Vision Esports taking an off angle, but look at the ults. Molten Core's going to come in on the point. Orbital Ray as well to supplement the healing and damage, but Slowdive's on a good angle. Eventually, IMO does end up falling, even though that self-destruct was launched in, but the bot has been stolen. Grand Theft Bot, as Team Peps are wondering where their car keys are because someone's hotwired it. Vision Esports now with the Orbital Ray is saying come at me, and Team Peps cannot stand up to this aggression. A rally does come out from FD God, but can they actually split the team? Both DPS and Vision Esports resetting in the midpoint, the same with Simple, but the checkpoint has been taken by AOY.
Wow, I mean, Grand Theft Bot is crazy because they actually get the checkpoint out of that, and that's such a big benchmark to be able to grab in this map. Vision Esports didn't really have to do a whole lot on top either outside of just being able to use the Orbital Ray. They still have that sound barrier, and that's going to be great for something like this Annihilation. Exodio pops this overclock, but yeah,
Simple.
sound barrier helps.
Oh, Simple survives that. I don't know how. Sound barrier comes in for AOY, but Slowdive gets taken out first and foremost. 6 minutes to go as we see Team Peps just trying to find yet another pick. This Annihilation will definitely help that, splitting the team once again. And Taejong, unfortunately, that little hammer cannot stand up to those giant fisticuffs.
Oh, there's a little bit of a stagger there onto Simple as well. Just couldn't go down quite fast enough. We'll see this bot start to approach this objective for Team Peps, but we're seeing IMO make a switch now over to the Ramatra. I like the Ramatra shield and how it's been able to play with these Sojourn duels. I don't even think there could be a touch, though. I think this is just checkpoint for Team Peps. Look how far forward Exodio's actually pushing everyone back.
IMO needs help, like desperately.
Okay, very close, but yeah.
They do end up flipping the map on them once again, Rose, but both Nemesis forms have been used, and Taejong's alone in the kitchen. What is he whipping up? He's going to have to cook up something special because he's going to die pretty quick. Oh, and he somehow does! I'm not sure what's in the secret sauce, but he survived for a lot longer than he should have done. Well, here comes IMO's going to clean up the rest as AOY once again has found the car keys to the bot and is just running it to the mid.
Well, everybody else on Team Peps is dead too, so this is going to be the perfect time for AOY to be able to take that bot and at least push it back over into their territory. Team Peps now respawn. No checkpoint garnered for Team Peps either in that fight. So Vision Esports still have the lead here, and they've got the ultimate economy to back it up. Orbital Rays on both sides, but Slowdive can be a big difference maker with this overclock.
While it's very unlikely to happen, these bots are at the same meterage. Here comes the molten cores from both sides. There you go. Lead taken by Vision Esports as FD God goes down in the absolute mess that is on your screen right now. What is this fight I'm looking at? 2 molten cores, 2 rays, and then Sojourn's trying to find kills with the railguns. Exodio beats Slowdive in the 1v1 as Taejong takes down Ken. I mean, at this point, Rose, I think we should settle this match with a Torp Hammer 1v1. Right, the turret is rolling people for Taejong as you see FD God almost dying to it. Vision Esports gained the lead though, 76 to 53.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the lead for a little bit because they actually did get that checkpoint first, but still, I mean, this is going to come down to what it feels like the wire here. Still 4 minutes left in this map. And Exodio going to be the one that's going to have the overclock this time around. But I'm so excited and ready to see these Ramatros punch each other in the face.
Yeah.
Annihilation time.
Me watching UFC. Sound barrier ends up coming in for Vision Esports, and Ice, luckily though, was in Nemesis form and has the Annihilation, and there we go. As soon as that overhead disappears, it's time to punish the people that overextended, Taejong being the first to fall. A return Annihilation for Imo, but Imo's just getting absolutely destroyed by Exodial in the sidelines. Pops up the small shield, receives a bit of hailing from Zerion. Imo, okay, keys to the bot obtained by Zerion. No more stealing for you, sir. As Vision Esports now are going to have to reset. Still got the lead though, Rosen. They're going to be able to get a touch in before the lead is acquired by Peps.
Okay, I got baited by the UI. Yeah, I got baited by the UI. They had captured first point already.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
I don't... Someone...
Dude, don't worry. It doesn't... There's no, like... It's sometimes hard to tell when they actually get to the mid, to be fair.
That's what I mean. Like, oh, whatever. Anyway...
Oh,
yes.
good move. Oh, Lucio versus... Okay, actual 2v2 TXCXX moment. Okay, who's going to die first? AOY with an unbelievable... Like, oh my word, he was almost donked on Exodial. Okay, here come the Rays, making it a little bit more unfair right now for Team Peps. Both the backliners are pretty low right now, but a return Ray ends up coming in late for Zerion, and Imo's overstayed his welcome. And now everybody from Team Peps, Team Vision, sorry, is overextended again. Vision Esports getting team wiped as Taejong ends up going down. There was an attempted hammer kill there, I think, from one of the Torbjorns, and Team Peps will inevitably take the lead.
Here they go. That's going to be that golden line crossed, and now Team Peps, they are getting closer to being able to win out this map and the series. FD God with the sound barrier, AOY trailing closely behind, but Taejong is already so low. Look at how aggressive FD God is getting.
Just a devious angle for the Lucio, but oh, Exodial. Filthy stuff. Dirtier than a banana in a gym bag that's been left there a week. 3 kills for the Sojourn as Vision Esports, now 2 men alive, have to regroup. 100 meters plus for Team Peps, and they have sound barrier.
Sound barrier is going to be so nice to have in this fight. At least you're able to match that of AOY's, but I'm looking at Ice right now with this Annihilation, and maybe you just get a chance to actually close out the map here. Can't lose anybody yet, but Ice is going up to bat in the front.
Oh, Ice has to cross the molten lava. I mean, luckily for him, though, he's got that sound barrier. That turret ends up dying for Taejong right before his very eyes, a single tear falling from his face. As Vision Esports are trying to climb their way back into this map, but with 1:15 to go and your backline just being eaten alive, it looks almost inevitable that Team Peps are taking this map and series. Zerion does end up finding an interesting positioned Simple. Simple does manage to get out of there in time and needs to stay alive. It's got the rate available to him, and that's going to be their only real hope for Vision Esports to come back in this map.
Yeah, FD God gets sniped out, so Team Peps have to really scurry back to make sure that they don't get picked off here before they can regroup. And yeah, Simple has the orbital ray, but Zerion's going to be able to match that as well. So there isn't really a ray advantage for Vision Esports. It comes down to this Annihilation.
Annihilation and Ray, that is a lot of AoE damage, not sure how much. Well, there's the orbital rays for both sides as OT swiftly approaches. Zerion can't get in the healing ray though. Ends up going down to Simple. Luckily for him, Exodio and Ken end up coming up with the goods. But here's the Annihilation for Imo. Called it perfectly, Rose. This advantage is just too much for Team Peps, but they've stolen the bot again. Like, what is happening? They need to get back. They should be able to get the touch, but it's going to be a tricky one with this 1v1 occurring on the side. OT's here as Vision Esports get the touch and regroup as 5.
Oh, but now you're in overtime, and this is where Ken's Molten Core might actually just go crazy. You're able to layer that over the point. You have Exodial that's going to be coming up on that overclock as well. Team Peps have the tools to win this here.
Oh, Taejong takes a headshot, has to pop Ice Block. This is the perfect time for the Molten Core now as it covers the point, and Imo's just separated from the rest of the team, receives no healing, as well as Exodial just on the high ground. It's just too easy for him. Team Peps hold Vision Esports in their tracks. No more map 5s for you as they take the series.
Great stuff from Team Peps. They showed us a lot of different looks as well. That bode well for this team. But Vision Esports, they're still putting up such good fights. Jaws, I don't think that it's over for them just yet when we take a look at how far Vision Esports can go in this stage.
Man, I mean, first of all, Jaws, I'm very happy to see another Iliari for you, you know, just to round out your week. Good stuff,
perfect.
good stuff. This was, however, at many a turn very winnable for Vision Esports. So they really show that they are pushing those teams. It doesn't matter who you are, if you're the Ultimate or Peps or like whoever. I think there's just so much firepower and clutch potential on Vision Esports roster. It must be very frustrating for them to lose those kind of maps when they know they can play it so close.
I think they are really, Zoe, the true definition of underdogs or the dark horse. I think this team, like you said, with the ability to take maps off of really tough teams, I'm not sure if they're going to look at this and be super disappointed, but I still think they should be really happy with themselves coming in and showing that they can push every team to its very limits. And with that, it's only a matter of time before they take down one of the top dogs in EMEA and everybody's going to be just head in hands, where did my channel points go?
Yeah, that's a good way to put that. I do think it's still, like, it's so disappointing to lose. And I know all of these teams are so hungry for all of these wins that I think it does still bite just a little bit. But even if it's not going to be this stage, it's next stage, right? I think you're onto something, Jaws. It's coming for them. We just don't know quite when yet.
I'm trying to look at the standings right now. It's like they only won one match.
They won one.
Yeah,
so
okay.
1-3, and then Peps are 2-1.
Oh, that's so frustrating though, because two of those matches they were
close.
So winnable. They were so close. But now they're finding themselves
so winnable.
I think what Rose was just saying then as well is super important, because if you look at the 7th and 8th right now, Vision Esports and Security Esports, like they are gonna, if this is like, say for example, this is the final leaderboard, they do end up going down to the relegation, I don't think they really have too much to worry about. Because I think both teams have shown a lot of promise, and both teams should surely, unless there's some like miracle superstar team in the relegation and the qualifiers to OWCS, I think they're more than okay. They're gonna be fine. We're going to see them again.
I'd be extremely surprised if maybe they're gonna make some small changes in the roster. That is a possibility, but I'm almost certain we're gonna see both of them if they happen to be in relegation again, just like you said. Now the player of the match for this one is FD God, busting out the Iliari and actually looking so good in it. It's not really a hero we've seen a lot of from him, but FD God, he's such an aggressive player, so for him to play that Iliari is actually a pretty good match.
Yeah, look, sometimes a little bit too aggro on the Lucio. We did see the first Ajax of EMEA from FD God, but that pays off a ton. Look, sorry, I have to mention the Ajaxes, but it does pay off for him a ton. And like you said, it shows in the Ilari play, and you have to be aggro with the Ilari. If you're not doing damage, which means you're not helping the team. Yeah, easily play the match here for me.
We actually have our player of the match joining us for a chat now as well. FD God, I hope you can hear us. First of all, of course, congratulations on the victory. That was a really fun match to watch. We just talked about your Iliari and how your aggressive Lucio play actually translates really well into that hero. Talk about the decision making on busting her out here on Havana. Was that specifically a strat catered to your opponents here, to Vision? Is that perhaps something, I don't know, maybe it looked really good from TM yesterday, so you felt like you want to implement it also?
Yeah, I think we learned a lot about the TM match yesterday, and we felt like the break was honestly unplayable on this map. And I said to my coach that I can play Hilary, and I had a lot of playtime already on her and rank, so I feel pretty confident on her. So we just played it.
I did want to say two things. Congratulations. I know it was a little while ago on the house. I know you purchased a house recently, so yeah, congrats on that.
Congrats.
Yes,
and my big question for the team is, with Soon on the roster, how easy is it been integrating Soon in? Because obviously he stepped away from the game for quite some time, and you know he's been playing other games here, there, and everywhere. How's that been? Obviously, mostly French players on the team now, and Team Peps obviously have a large French fan base. That's been cool. So yeah, how's Soon been in the roster?
I think we integrate him pretty well in the roster. He don't play every maps, of course, but I think we find him a lot of playtime and some maps. Like Tracer Widow maps where soon is like super good and had a lot of experience on it. So we just play him and yeah, I think I don't think he's washed at all. I just need to play a bit more the game, you know, to maybe learn the new things that come up with Overwatch 2. But he still has it, I think. Especially on Tracer.
Yeah. I think you got a little unlucky having to go against the Torbjorn and all of that yesterday, so hopefully we get to see you a little bit later. But FD God, I want to go back to you. Your Lucio is so good, and you're so well known for that hero. And we got a chance to see that Alari today. But how have you felt about the hero bans that are now at play in OWCS? Are you nervous at all that the Lucio is going to get banned? Is there any support that you're kind of excited to pull out of the pocket for some of these matches?
Honestly, I think 1 year ago I would be like scared, but recently we've been training like with Lucio bans in Scream, so I'm pretty confident on it. Like on other heroes like Hilary, like Anna, I think I tried to expand my hero pool a lot more this year, and for now I think we had pretty good result in Scream. So no, I'm not really scared of Lucio ban, honestly.
That's right. We gotta see that confidence and the versatility, as you just mentioned as well. But we're gonna let you go now, FD God. Thank you so much for the chat. Bonne chance pour le prochain match.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Always great. Bye. Always great to hear it from FD God. Obviously has been a staple in the competitive Overwatch scene forever and a few days. So yeah, I think having such veteran players who have the confidence and versatility goes such a long way for so many of our teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need. You need the versatility. Look, Team Peps on the up and up. 2-1 right now, and hey, they've had a little bit of time to watch the VODs, and like FD God said, learn a lot from that Twisted Minds match.
Yeah, I do love the quick turnaround though. Like that happened yesterday. Liario was used against them. They really struggled going up against it. Like it was a complete game changer, and then they just implemented today. So that's what you need to see. Those quick kind of decision makings and switch ups. That's what needs to happen in order to come out on top. Speaking of which, two teams which are trying to climb the standings are of course Genji and Alcazia, and they will be fighting it out in our second EMEA match of the day. You don't want to miss it. I'm going to see you again after a quick break.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw Peps and Vision going at it, and it was a little bit of a dogfight that we wanted to see. It was unfortunately a 3-1, not a 3-2, but you know what? It was still a very good game, and we were very happy with what we saw from both of these teams. Now we're getting ready for our second and the last EMEA match of the day, and as we're digging into it, I got us some reinforcements. We have another guest joining us. It's no other than Moxie, who I feel like I haven't seen in forever, plus minus a few days. Moxie, how you doing?
Hello.
It's been a long time.
I'm doing good. It's so good to see everybody after such an amazing match.
Right. No, what were your thoughts on both of those teams? Any players you're particularly excited about? Or not just these two teams, actually, like just in general, as someone who's been casting so much here too, calling all heroes, you name it. You're so familiar with a lot of up-and-coming players. Is there any players you're particularly proud of or just excited to see in OWCS this season?
Exodial definitely has to be one of them. They were talking about him a little bit on the cast. He's really stepped up to the plate this season. He was keeping pace with Quartz, who was one of the best hit scans in the world when they went up against Twisted Minds. He was keeping pace really well today as well, with some absolutely amazing Widow shots. I'm really sad we didn't get to see Soon. I was really hoping when I saw the Havana pick come through that Peps would run Soon back again, but unfortunately didn't get to see him today.
Yeah, well, you know, FD God said maybe, just maybe we'll see him. Is there like any player that's not in OWCS that you've kind of seen around the scene that you think should maybe get a chance?
I really hope we get some calling all heroes being integrated into OWCS a little bit more, especially because we've been seeing the calling all heroes circuit doing really, really good, popping off a lot of players doing very, very well and integrating really nicely into the meta. So fingers crossed, maybe we get some of the heavy hitters like the tanks coming on through. Avery, Evie would be brilliant additions to the OWCS rosters, I feel.
Well, we at least have a couple, right? I think there's a couple players on Sakura that are so big in the calling all hero scene. So, Moxie, I'm curious your thoughts on, like, you know, Sakura, do they have a chance to be able to come back? Because I think they're such a fan favorite. I think we're all rooting for them, but I'm just curious what you think there.
Yeah, they've had some really tough matchups, right? Having to go up against some of the really heavy-hitter teams immediately right off of the rip, with a lot of their hero pools being known and specifically being target banned. So you have things like the Junkrat getting taken out of the mix. You've got things like the Torb and the Symmetra seeing a whole lot of play. So if Hitori wants to be able to play that Sigma, that shield just gets ripped up immediately and shredded. And unfortunately, I think it's going to take a little bit of time for them to try and figure out the flexibility around the hero bans that are coming out.
Well, you can see with those targeted bans that there is a lot of respect being put onto the heroes they're so known for and so good at. Now, Moxie, I know you aren't just an incredible caster, but also a fantastic cosplayer yourself. You know, I frequently stalk you, just throwing it out there. Yeah, that's right. Look at that diva cosplay. Ma'am, please. Do you cosplay a lot? Is that a hobby of yours?
Yes, I cosplay a lot. In fact, my first cosplay was when I was back in university. Our gamer cosplay union had a Halloween contest, which I ended up winning with a Winged Victory Mercy skin, which took many, many hours to make.
Nice.
And also came with glow-up wings that I ripped off of some fairy lights from Christmas trees.
You know, the repurposing, we love that. It's good for the environment. Now, I know you're not just a fantastic cosplayer, but also quite a fashionista. If you follow Moxie on socials, you'll see she's rocking so many fits. So I thought it would be really fun to have you help us rate our player skin drips in a little segment we call Fashion Watch. How very creative. Wow. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the skins we've seen some of the players rocking. I do love that we get to see some flavor from the players, you know, not just like a team skin like back in the oldie days of Tier 1 Overwatch. No, people can show a little bit more than that. So let's see some of the ones that our producers picked in this segment, starting with, I believe it's the Poseidon skin from Ramatra. I'm a huge fan of that one. I love this skin.
Classic. I mean, it gets extra points as well because that's the golden weapon, which matches perfectly with the crown. So whenever you accessorize with gold, you have to make sure that every single bit of your outfit weaves gold in. You don't want silver because it clashes.
That's right. I'm sure that's what the player thought as well.
I can barely dress myself, so you know what? This is, yeah, hey, this looks good. I will trust your word on that one. It's a good skin. I actually quite like this one. Poseidon's pretty cool. Underwater stuff is cool.
Underwater, yeah, you're the fish boy.
I'm the fish guy.
Group, so yeah,
Easy win for me.
All right, let's take a look at our next one. Not just yet. We just need all the angles first.
We just need more.
Now zoom in. Enhance.
I love mag.
That's the Porsche skin.
The Porsche Mara skin, yeah.
Extra slick.
Yeah.
Extra slick.
And it has sound effects as well.
Flying. Yeah, very
it does have sound
aerodynamic with the wings.
It's perfect. It's actually, I think, the best Vara skin. It's got its own like sound effects that sound like it's like, I don't know, more
what sound effects is it, like vroom vroom vroom?
No, it doesn't. It's not like a car. It's like whoom. It's like it does a whoom. That's my best sound effect.
Diva has the same, like, very similar sounding ones, but Diva also has custom.
Yeah, it's like they're pretty smooth sounds. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
So the question is,
have you ever done armor cosplay as well?
The catwalk, would it be the cat fly or the catwalk?
Ooh.
Cat fly, surely.
I
or
think
hovering.
It's the cat fly.
The cat hover.
Oh, okay. A classic Atlantic All-Stars Genji, yeah.
It was Pacific All-Star, no?
Oh, Pacific, sorry.
Yeah,
Mercy.
Right. The best
what an angle production.
Wow.
Should free frame.
So clean. Bonus points as well for the Ana on the corner who's just about to hit the 6 leap dot.
Oh no, that Ana died for sure. I ain't got reactions that quick. It's cool. That's one of the cool Genji skins that have the animated effects too on the hood, so yeah, it's sick.
True, it does lose points though, because I was with the Jade weapons, and orange and green is not a good color combo.
True.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's the Jade weapons again. Lose your ball skin. Are we sports fans over there, Moxie? No. How are you rating this one? I'm giving this one a 1 out of 10.
It's the Super Bowl today. I have no idea what that means. So that is all the context.
It's a bowl and it's very famous.
Yep. That's
an EMEA moment. No Super Bowl knowers. It's okay. I'm alone on an island.
That's all right. Yeah, Nekra had to fill me in this morning on what teams are playing, what it all means.
She was just reading Wikipedia. She read the whole Wikipedia of like in the history and everything else. Like, yeah, Rose.
It's not as big as the World Cup. Don't worry about it.
So true.
Oh, Bastard Ana. This is actually my Ana skin. I adore using this Ana skin.
And it has the mythic weapon as well.
You should cosplay this one, Moxie. That will make it sick.
Oh, that would be so cool. Maybe that will be my next cosplay.
Okay, the mythic skin goes crazy on this one. I'm just saying. And you get to twiddle the little thing. You get the fidget toy.
Ew, no, why? The
Cthulhu Torion. The thing that lives in my nightmares rent-free.
And now he's meta, so there's that.
I hate that.
It's an okay skin. The turret looks kind of cool, I'll say it. I think still the best Torp skin is the gnome skin now. It used to be the
gnome skin is so good. It used to be beach one.
The summer with the squeaky hammer and the inflatable sound effects when you hit people.
But
squeaky hammer and inflatable stuff is...
I raise you 1 gnome and a hatchet.
The gnome is good.
Gnomes don't get raised all that farther. That's the entire point of them.
Torp kind of thick. I don't know.
Torp kind of slimy. Still, I'm hung up on the fact that he's like slimy.
Okay, this.
It's a texture thing for Nick. Okay, I see. This segment in one places. Actually.
4D. Okay, we don't need any of that.
Do you have a favorite skin of all time, Moxie? Is there any skin that we didn't see featured yet that you hope one of our players is gonna rock in the future?
So I'm a support main, which should give all of the context needed when I say Atlantic All-Stars Mercy. It's so pretty. Actually, it's so perfect.
It's just straight up Sailor Moon.
Perfect
so
choice.
We rock with that one.
Yeah.
That was the correct answer. Perfect. Well, Moxie, where can people find you for cosplay, fashion, and of course, lots of Overwatch?
You can find me on my socials over at X with @GotMoxieCasts, and I also stream regularly on Twitch at GotMoxie.
That's right. So make sure to check out Moxie's stream. We'll be co-streaming the action here as well. Moxie, thank you for taking the time and dropping by. It's been so nice to see you again.
No worries. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, love seeing you, love seeing your cosplay, and of course, great Overwatch skins. Today is truly a good day to have eyes, as they now get to witness another potential banger of a match. Jack Rose, please take it away for Gen.G and Alcatia.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Moxie as well. Yes, it is a good day to have eyes. Thankfully, we have 4 of them looking at this game right now. All right, Rose, Gen.G banning Diva going on to Lijiang Tower, and Alcatia banning the Venture here. So Gen.G 2-1 in the standings right now. Alcatia also 2-1. Gen.G a bit of a better map score at the end of it. Alcatia currently just 6-6 in terms of maps, so they're pretty happy sitting in the very middle of the table. But we expect Gen.G to kind of pull away. Alcatia, they ended up winning their games against Twisted Minds and Peps, both in week 1 and week 2.
Yeah, I'm a little sad actually to see the Venture ban. I think it's smart coming up from Alcatia, but I was kind of hoping that Sana and Top Dragon would go Genji Venture again with Mag on the Mauga and just kind of run it down, but whatever. I guess I'll just settle with,
Orb and
Sim and
I guess I'll settle with just the funny heroes. I mean, we expect Mag as well here just to play ball a lot. It looks like, and it feels like with Gen.G, they're happy just for Mag to be a solo operator, and then Top Dragon and Sauna to get as much support as possible to succeed. Looks like Alcatia running out with the Sigma. This is a kind of a clash we've seen a lot on this map. The Sigma versus the Wrecking Ball. Gen.G have only run out with this ball pretty much, with Mag already making his way to mid.
Yeah, the Sigma versus Ball. The tale is old as time, it feels like. Oh, what a big anti into the back too. Onto Landon and Haku.
They're good for the time being, but that's the big combos you're going to be looking for. The nade into the slam or the nade into the rockets. Of course, Top Dragon's life is going to be fairly easy. Can be shot by Landon and Labda, but a little less consistent than someone like an Ashe.
Absolutely. I mean, because you just have to wait for Labda to actually get some of that charge, and then it takes a little time to actually get that up and running. But Alcatia are going to be difficult to dislodge from this point, but take a look at Gen.G hitting them from all angles. Oh, Top Dragon barely escapes.
How does Top Dragon get away? I don't think Crispy will be quite so lucky. Nope, there's the kill from Labda. Good boop. Labda almost falls over the edge of the map, but has got the slide, and Lucio at his back to help. Good cap from Alcatia. They can't stray too far from the point, though. Their comp succeeds best when they're just hunkered down.
Okay, still gonna take some time here for Gen.G to work up to some of these ults, but Top Dragon's very close now. Maybe Barrage and Nano to be able to throw into this fight.
Yeah, it does find some stragglers outside of the point currently. Nice little boop onto Checkmate, but this window, a strange angle from Landon there as most players from Gen.G are on the point, but does net him a kill and stops Gen.G actually using the middle of the map. Labda does slide away once again from Sauna and Mag, and they're hunting Top Dragon, or at least trying. These kills are not coming through quickly for Gen.G.
No, they're not, and the fact that they're taking even longer is going to give Alcatia more and more time. Mag finally finds a kill onto Labda, but I feel like a lot of that damage has already been done. Checkmate is still on the point, and the sound barrier is invested.
Yeah, Nano onto Mag was almost a guaranteed kill on Checkmate. Eventually he falls as Haku's sound barrier fades away. Nice slam from Mag. Can Mag stay alive? Ooh, might be good. Yeah, he's got the shielding. He's just chilling. And he's going to grab the mega health back as well. Okay, there is the point flip, but 70+% for Alcatia already, and they're coming back in. They're going to have Flux, they're going to have the Railgun, they're going to have Molten Core. Just get to the point, just lay it all down, and they should be good for the round.
That was an extra 30% that Alcatia were able to go away with because of how slow these fights have really been. And you're right, Labda's coming in quick with this overclock, but maybe steps out a little too outside of cover for that.
Crispy is alone on the point. Yeah, he's going to have to grab that mega health back. 2 already dead, so it's a 3v5 on the point right now, and the slam forces out the lamp. So there you go. Fight done and dusted. Goodbye.
Ooh, wait, no. Oh, Lab just playing hero rotation right now. I thought maybe we would get a chance to see the Pharah versus Pharah, but Lab thinks a little better of it. Cassidy a little bit more consistent damage into something like the Pharah, and maybe even that Hinder Nade good to be able to stop Mag from getting the better of the backline. They still have one more shot to be able to come in, but they gotta walk into these mines from Mag first.
Oh, they're gonna try and get some boots. Good lamp though from Landon. Wasn't instantly destroyed there by the mines, and it was a bit hard for Canal to actually get an angle on. Still going to be tough for Labda, and eventually kind of getting to the point is going to have to be their task to complete, but good luck. Yeah, Labda gets taken out. Everybody from Gen G holding different angles right now. You can see Canel's on high ground, Crispy's kind of darting around, Mag is just, well, he's everywhere, he's Wrecking Ball, and then Top Dragon's in the sky, so OWCS have a tough time of actually locking someone down and actually just getting to the point. It looks like Labs is actually going to switch over to Echo to try and counter Top Dragon.
Yeah, just another pick to just try to be able to stop this big DPS pressure coming through from Top Dragon and Sana. Cassidy not working out. Checkmate's also going to go over to the Tracer to see if that's going to also help to get the touch and force Gen G to have to just pivot backwards. Landon's getting dove though. Oh man.
Has to deploy Lamb, doesn't even get a chance. Soundbarrier comes in from Crispy. I think Crispy tried to save himself with that beat, but you know what? It's OT, so it doesn't matter. Here's the Flux, dodged out of the way, and the Nano Barrage to the face. All right, Gen G. Yeah, making life a living hell for OWCS, sadly. They were able to get the point first, Rose, but like I said, traversing to it is an entirely different story. They're playing like a mini game of whack-a-mole.
I think Moxie also brought up a great point. Like, you want to play the Sigma here, but look at how fast that Sigma shield actually gets chunked. And it's not big enough to actually provide maybe that wide umbrella you would want it to protect you from the Pharah rockets or just all of the extra damage coming through from the Tracer. Zion felt like they barely had their shield up at any point within that map. I think he just got a little bit too focused there. And so now maybe Orisa gonna fare a little bit better. At least you've got the Fortify to keep yourself safe, and you know you're not dealing with a Pharah when we move on to this point.
We have seen Pharah in the past on this map, but yeah, not the best pick at all. All right, wow, this is going to be fun for OWCS. Mei and Reaper against the Sojourn and the Torb. It's going to be fairly easy to build a railgun shot for Labda at least, but really the problem here for OWCS is actually helping Ziad when he gets walled.
Yeah, I mean, just as Mei goes, I mean,
yeah.
That's just tracking. That's
just separating the team with a wall here is just so nice, because OWCS want to make it to the point, obviously, like most teams would do. But as soon as that wall goes up, you have to make a decision if you're the healers. You've got to help the DPS or the tank at the front line, and Top Dragon is going to eat you for breakfast.
Top Dragon is just getting so much value. Not even just outside the walls, but I think also just being able to get the slow onto some of these speedy targets. You kind of hinder Haku's ability to help support the team with that mobility. Oh, Canale's on the Moira. Did we mention that Canale was on the Moira at the very beginning of this? Like,
well, he's got Coalescence, and they're holding the doors. And there's an AWP kill. They used that rush really aggressively. This Blizzard's going to come out again, separating the team. Not quite required, as Mag had already, well, gold medal in the Olympic boxing, as OWCS are going to go for a reset. Molten Core, there is a Terror Surge as well for Ziad. But this wall from Top Dragon, again, it's going to separate them, and it's going to make the Orisa going to choose where they want to go. They have to like get back to the team, of course, but we've got to be aggro at some point. Well, you can go golden for a brief moment, as the Coalescence ends up coming in, and Checkmate's on the wrong side of the team fight. Checkmate is alone currently in server, being chased by both DPS. Checkmate's on the other side of the map. Crispy with a two-man sound barrier. A bit better one from Haku there. It connects with 4. Death Blossom available as Checkmate is continuing to stay alive. They do manage to actually get the trade as the railgun comes out from Labda. Overclock over the top. Arms crossed now. Terror Surge in place. Mag still not dead. Eventually brought down. Even that Annihilation wasn't enough to save him. But Gen G happy with that fight. They got 80% on the board, and they're still actually on here, and Sauna's still got ult.
oh my god. Does Sauna actually just use the
There's
ult?
no spear. It's no spear. He can go for this. He can go for this in the back line. He ends up getting focused as Haku bites the dust. But yeah, over ambitious. But I would have gone for that too if I was Sauna. So
yeah,
we'll see Gen G come back in.
You still get a kill with the ultimate here. You got 88%. OWCS didn't actually get a chance to flip it until Sauna got taken down. And so you feel pretty happy about getting any sort of value with the Death Blossom, and Sauna gets to come back with this Sojourn. One more team fight. That's all they need to win the map.
Yeah, definitely a hero play, but worth going for if you see two people and no spear on the side of the Orisa. Molten Core thrown out by Checkmate. Now, they're just going to wait this one. They don't need to force anything.
Be patient. Got a Coalescence coming up soon. Another Blizzard from Top Dragon. So look, they take a little poke, and then there's the coal. Go ahead. Hit the gas. Hit the W key.
Yeah, spear spin already used. There is the rush onto the point. Wall's going to separate as they add from the rest of the team once again. The healers unable, even with the rush, to get in LOS and heal up the Orisa. Pop the block for Top Dragon. And, well, guess what? Blizzard, sound barrier. There's a whole lot of toggles for Gen G just to walk away with this one scot-free. And I'm not sure they even need to use them as Christie finds a double kill. And there's only one more person that can realistically get back, and it's Ziad. Looks like Landon's off to the side, but quickly dealt with by Top Dragon there. Ziad gets onto the point, but not quite in time to actually cause OT. As Gen G walk away with that one in a 2-0 on Lijiang Tower.
Or we've seen everything at this point. Is there a support we haven't seen yet? We've seen Moira, Lucio, Baptiste, Alari, Zenyatta, Ana.
Yeah, there's not
Mercy.
been a...
We've seen Mercy.
We've even seen Mercy, yeah. So we've seen every support hero over the last couple of weeks, yeah. It's a little bit of a shock coming into stage one, but hey, I'm here for it. A little bit of variety is always nice. Yeah, exactly. Or a meta that's completely up in the air and no one knows what to pick, so they just pick comfort.
We're going to call it healthy.
Looks good for Gen G so far, though. A 2-0 and just kind of rolling over this SIG comp, quite literally and figuratively, as Mag just proving how good he is on that Wrecking Ball.
Which is so interesting because I think the first match that we saw for Gen G versus Virtus Pro, it looked like the Wrecking Ball took almost a little too much time to actually set up, but now I think we all also know that Virtus Pro is actually just that good. So Mag, you play what you want. We're here for the Wrecking Ball, we're here for whatever you want to do, and I love that Mag is able to get the support that he needs from Mei, Pharah, like the Reaper, I guess, of all things. The Torb. It's pretty awesome to see the versatility from Gen G.
Yeah, they do have a lot of flexibility with Top Dragon and Sauna. Their best heroes, you know, you're going into like things like Pharah, Echo, Genji, and then Sauna on the other side, like things like Tracer. So they're pretty well equipped to deal with what OWCS are throwing at them currently. Of course, QLM still on the bench for OWCS. Checkmate and Lab are in for that map. As they go into their map pick. Suravasa, again, a lot of teams opting for Suravasa as a very early pick in terms of maps. So, yeah, OWCS's pick. They go towards a ban. Again, you ban Mag Ball here. It's been target banned a lot over the last few series for Gen G, so that wouldn't shock me too much. You could also ban Top Dragon's Genji, but it feels like the ball was giving them the most trouble, at least on Night Market.
Well, the problem though is that when we've actually seen Gen G play on Suravasa before, they've won at least twice, and it's been with Mag on the Hazard, with Genji from Top Dragon, as well as the Tracer from Sauna. So even if you do end up banning out the ball, I think you could still be comfortable running the Hazard and whatever else you want, I guess. And the viewers seem to be pretty confident in that decision too.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe bet to say Gen G would take this series. OWCS, of course, they're doing fairly decently. Again, 2-1, same kind of scoreline. They did lose against Peps, and that was their loss. A big win for them was that Twisted Minds game, where Twisted Minds were trying to play this new, like, Sim and Torb, like, couldn't really find what they were after. They ended up taking a map off of OWCS on route, and eventually kind of like, okay, we're just gonna run Sojourn, but OWCS already had that momentum and just kind of pushed on to the win. We do see a Pharah ban actually on the side of Gen G as a Juno comes in for OWCS.
Okay, so far, no Pharah for Top Dragon here. I do feel like Top Dragon has also been pretty deadly accurate with those rockets, and it's nice to know that you don't have to deal with that particular aerial support. But the Juno, I mean, you still run Lucio in a lot of these compositions. I guess it takes away from your ability to run like Juno Lucio if you wanted to have access to double speed, but Kaneo kind of hates playing Juno anyway, as we've seen from a lot of these matches. So what do you run, like Ana Lucio? That seems fine. Genji seemed very happy to be able to take a backline like that.
Especially with Kaneo's Ana, like it's pretty damn solid.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good option for Genji. I think with the way Alcatsia like to play as well, it's especially with Tread, I think they can flex into a lot. Tread's a good tank player, like historically has been good on a lot of different tank heroes, most notably for the Mauga last year. But there is an opportunity for him to go dive. He can match the Ram if he wants to, kind of a mini, he's almost like a mini Hardy. That's the vibe I kind of get from Alcatsia. But they don't end up bringing Tread in here. They're going to stick with Ziad, and Mag is obviously just going to lock Wrecking Ball. It seems like every map right now is good for the ball, and that's just kind of the shoe that Genji want to slip into. And honestly, I'm down for it. Their backline and their DPS, they're very good mechanically, so they're going to be able to stay alive, and getting extra support from Kanel and Crispy is good. They can go aggressive. They can make sure Alcatsia are only looking at Mag. This is a very good look for Genji coming into the next couple of weeks, and we'll see if Alcatsia end up banning the Mag Wrecking Ball later down the line. It looks like Ziad's going for the Diva though, so going to help stop Mag at least for a brief moment.
Yeah, I think the Wrecking Ball does make sense too, because if you're expecting Ziad to stay in the roster, the Diva is probably something you should also expect to see out of Ziad. And so now you do have a dive tank to match that sort of aggression you're going to see from Alcatsia. But the heroes for Genji, the DPS heroes, are way more aggressive than what you're seeing for Checkmate on Labda. Labda just has to play on this off angle, but it pays off right now.
Yeah, Labda just has to be consistent with the railgun shots here, and he has to be quick building them and quick firing them off, as many as humanly possible, because Genji, like you said, their comp, especially with like Venture, like, good luck locking down the Venture. The Venture's just going to burrow if they're in trouble. The Trace is just going to run in, hit the recall, and the Mag's going to be rolling through people. So Genji, they just focus Labda, and then Alcatsia just fall apart at the seams.
Oh, yeah, like Top Dragon peeks up, kills Haku. Now you've lost a huge source of your speed, and you gotta go back because now Ziad's also gonna get teammate. Alcatsia run away with 52% of this first flashpoint though, and I think you're very happy about still being able to make that type of progress, but the work is cut out for you. You've got Mag, Sana, and Top Dragon that are gonna be hard focusing down a player like Labda or Landon or Haku. And if one of those pieces go down, especially if it's a Labda, you just get rid of such a large source of your DPS. And Mag is waiting. He's like, I'm just gonna play Christmas Ornament up here, and surprise!
Yeah, but he's still doing it. Well, there's the rush from both sides. The slam comes in. Landon has to TP away, so a good chance for maybe to jump on him. After though, dashes to the point. Both Kiriko's dead. Haku falls though to Top Dragon to slide away from Labda, but no support. Zero support. The mine's in his way as well, so couldn't even get maybe Matrix by Ziad. And that is going to be point. They're going to try and stagger this baby Diva as well, but luckily for Ziad, there are still mines on the point, so you can get a quick reset, hopefully get another touch. But the person to touch here is probably going to be Haku. They're going to be able to regroup as 4, but the likelihood of you actually winning this fight is close to 0.
That was like really 0. I mean, Checkmate going down there might have also been the only bastion of hope to actually get back to get a touch onto this point. And so Alcatsia have to back up. They have to start thinking about the next flashpoint ahead. It's going to be Genji capturing our first one in the middle, and now we get ahead and get over to Ruins to see who could take this next one. Alcatsia do have 4 ultimates though for this flashpoint. It feels like a team fight that they should win.
Mag's looking for people to bowl off the edge of the map, isn't he? Surely.
Yeah.
He's going to come in. Ooh, Molten Core on the point. Okay, that's one way to dissuade this comp. We'll see how much it actually impacts it. It looks like Haku was just picked off by Sauna. Yeah, this is...
too.
And with the pulse bomb in his hands, yeah, there's just no way you win this fight. There's absolutely no way. If you look at everybody's POVs as well on the side of Alcatsia, like, you look at Labda, Checkmate, Landon, whoever, right? look at how many directions they're looking at any one time. It's not like, okay, it's a front to back fight. We're looking at the front line, we're shooting them, we're trying to get a pick with the Sojourn. It's like, no, Mag is in the back line. Kanail and Crispy are also trying to find like weird off angles, especially with Kiriko, who likes to play that way with the Tracer. Top Dragon's also burrowed underground, like, you know, trying to find gold down there, and that gold being kills. Soundbarrier ends up coming in for Gen G. A pulse bomb thrown in, a little bit of damage onto Labda, but that's about it. Force the Soundbarrier about Haku. They eventually unearth Top Dragon and find a kill, but Gen G can still roll onto this point with Mines and Rush, and in fact, they're going to use that Rush to extend this fight a little bit longer. Landon in trouble, has got a rush of his own, but for the time being, Landon is alive. Eventually, a later rush is going to connect, but now the mines are going to provide quite a decent amount of cover for Gen G, but it looks like Alcatia right underneath the nose of Mag got the point.
Yeah, but Alcatia don't have a whole lot of legs to stand on again. Mag finds Labda and takes out again a huge source of DPS. And while Alcatia have the flashpoint for now, how much longer? Ziad is starting to lose mech already.
There's the TP, there's the Suzu. Landon is going to get dove on right now. As soon as those called out, you're dead. Landon actually scurries away, using that wall climb to get away from Mag. So actually surviving a lot longer than I initially anticipated, but the kill comes through regardless. Top Dragon now just focusing people as soon as they walk onto the point. A decent kill from Labda, but with a D-Mech and it being 99%. I mean, Rose, I hate to call it early, but Gen G, they're going to 3-0 this map.
They are looking so good, and I think the odds are very high for them to be able to do that. Sana is going into this next flashpoint with a pulse bomb, and Checkmate is as well. We know how good Checkmate has been on the Tracer, so it's possible that both of them can equalize out these fights, but after that, then what? Gen G already beat Alcatia to the punch to make sure that they are at this flashpoint first, and so onus on Sana now, and look at Haku already like just kind of getting chased down by these Tracers.
Oh, nice attempted pulse there from Sauna. Ends up hitting the wall. Top Dragon, Sauna dead, so DPS down. But Gen G still have Mag, which is going to be an issue.
At least the flashpoint is unlocked though, and I think at this point, Mag can't necessarily roll safely onto the flashpoint without taking a significant amount of damage, so Gen G give up control for now. Alcatia now keep a hold of the pulse bomb also. Labda very, very close to being able to get duplicate. I think we might even just see Alcatia have 5 ultimates in this next fight. Top Dragon giving up the venture, wants to go over to the Echo. I think that's going to be a little bit more fair of a DPS duel versus Labda.
I think Checkmate just got 1v1 by Sauna, like straight up. All right, they're going to exert some pressure now. That is the rush being used to force Top Dragon away. Almost gets isolated by Labda. Heals came in just in time. Mag is still hanging around in the backline though. The slam ends up coming through. A late rush for Kanail. The duplication onto the Tracer. But how long can Labda stay alive? He doesn't even hit the floor before he is knocked down a dupe and then instantly killed by Top Dragon. 73% and counting. Both beats come in. And it looks like Landon is trying to get some work done in the backline. Ziad is there with the covering fire of the D.Va and the Matrix to save Landon's life. Now Top Dragon's the main focus for the D.Va. But Gen G do end up capping, but this is a point where it can be very easy to stall, especially if you're Tracer and Wrecking Ball. A Mag is going to deploy the mines, make it even harder for Alcatia to get the recap.
Alcatia come in with nothing at this point. You're just looking at trying to get some raw damage down and hope that some sort of ultimate is going to be coming up later. But Mag is such a nuisance. What a pain point here for the backline of Alcatia.
Yeah, and they didn't even count the point. It looked like Alcatia are going to win that fight. Another engagement for Mags. He swings into the backline, isolating the Kiriko. There's the Suzu, there's the TP, and here comes the kill. Haku's going to have to be on his best goalkeeping behavior right now in order to save Landon, but it can't save him from Sauna, who's just been hunting him down over and over again. And Sauna comes up with another kill. That's both supports dead. Gen G, they're on 90%. Alcatia might find their flip, but Mag's full HP and is rolling back in.
And Top Dragon and Sana are coming back with their ults as well. Lapis just a little bit off, wants to try to get this damage down, so maybe he can actually throw his into the mix, but not before Top Dragon actually gets a duplicate onto the Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a bit of a safety duplication there to make sure he stays alive. Well, there is a rush available from Alcatia, but they've been desuited. Self-destruct's gonna come through, so that's at least good for another life, but Checkmate's dead. A sound barrier from Alcatia and a point cap. they should be in good stead, but don't count them out just yet, that being Gen G. Sauna is still just doing them dirty as Sound Barrier comes in, hits 3, but someone from Gen G is on the point. A nice little stick. Ziad was not expecting the Tracer to be below him. Winning the 1v1 maybe for landing here, but the Sound Barrier from Crispy should signal the end of the map. Gen G still 3 men strong on the point and no second touch from Alcazia, and a 3-0 for Gen G, gaining the match point.
There's a Lucio boop waiting and also a nice line of Cheerios if we saw the Tracer even blink towards the point. Gen G off to a blazing fast start. I'm seeing a 3-0 at the end of this match.
Yeah, I mean, that was quick. That was clean, clinical. They are going to stick with this comp, I'd imagine. This is kind of what they've decided the meta for them is going to be with Mag on the Wrecking Ball. It's tough. You need a lot of coordination to stop these dives from coming in. Ball can be frustrating to kind of deal with, especially if some characters are immobile. And I'm not saying anybody is on the side of Alcazia, but it looks like they've got no mobility cooldowns every time Mag slams in. But that's a lot of that is to do with Sauna, Top Dragon, going aggro, burning Sojourn Slide, burning the Shift, or burning the Blinks even from the Tracer. Gen G making it look pretty easy on Suravasa.
Very good stuff here from Gen G. Now comes the question of, does Alcazia see this Wrecking Ball and decide that this is the time to ban it out? When we take a look at what else is in the map pool, it's difficult to see a target ban onto the Wrecking Ball not resulting in another tank. Mag can play pretty confidently. Unless maybe you want to think about something like Havana, you ban out the Wrecking Ball. It's Esperanca though, and I think this is another one of those maps that you even look at and say, I didn't even know if Wrecking Ball is the right option to play here. You could just go for like anything else. We've seen every tank basically at this point on this map.
I wouldn't be too surprised to maybe, well, if you're Alcazia, like maybe a Ram or something, just run this kind of rush versus the ball. Vortex can be a good tool to kind of deal with it. Sombra obviously would be a very good pick. We'll see if they've got that in the back pocket. Of course, we know Checkmate has played that before. Same with Labdo here and there. This is Alcazia's time to maybe come back. They had a very, very big win and a very confidence-boosting win as well against Twisted Minds yesterday. But it's whether they can actually just continue the momentum. They're on match point, and that last map didn't look close. So the mental game has to be really strong going into this next one, because a 2-0, then a 3-0, you've not capped a single point yet, or you've capped them, but you haven't actually secured the point, sadly, right? So yeah, we'll see if they can actually pull themselves together for this next one.
Well, Ziad was a huge key to success when we look at Alcazia's win over Twisted Minds. Like, the D.Va play was just so strong, and if you're able to run the D.Va, especially on a map like Esperanca, I think you do really like your chances. If you ban out the Wrecking Ball, then it kind of gives you free reign to be able to go for those dives without the worry of somebody like Mag, making it much more difficult for the rest of your team to actually follow up. But Wrecking Ball is still on the table, because we are going to see Alcazia just ban out the Sim, which leaves Gen G open to get a tank ban, and it protects their Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, Gen G also banning Sigma, which is a very good character against the ball. So yeah, I mean, not too shocked, and that does lead me to believe that Mag's just going to run ball again. Doesn't want to run Sig, sure. I mean, Mag doesn't play Sig that often, if at all. So yeah, Wrecking Ball it is for Gen G. Or if they want to go to something else, maybe like a Ram or something, they can do as well. It's not like Mag's hero pool is benign, you know, it's pretty deep. We'll see how Alcazia kind of deal with this. The Symmetra ban coming through, maybe going towards, again, Sojourn and Sombra. Again, they could run the Ramatra as well. Yet to be seen. Don't think there are any substitutions either for both sides, so it will be Ziad kind of staying in, and I do think that's the right choice, and like you said, was a massive reason why they won against Twisted Minds the other day.
But is the D.Va going to be the right choice here? Because I mean, I don't know how much the D.Va defense matrix counts as well as it did in the Twisted Minds match, because you know you're always going to deal with some type of hit scam player. Like, Quartz's Sojourn is just so crazy cracked that being able to have that as an answer on the D.Va defense matrix is just so nice to have. But you don't have the same type of targets for that on this Gen G roster. You're seeing double flex DPS. You're seeing like double projectile. Like, yes, that helps, but you also see a lot of characters from the Gen G the DPS lineup that are very mobile, as you can't always just chase him down with the deep bunny boosters.
All right, Esperanca is the map pick for Alcatia. Sigma ban for Gen G. Alcatia banned that Symmetra first. So we'll see what has been cooking in the wings for Gen G. See what Krusty has been doing. See if Mag has got another look on this map, or is it going to be the same old thing? I think maybe even the D.Va wouldn't be such a bad option. I like Top Dragon on the Venture. The Venture is I think it's pretty decent on this map. I wouldn't say it's like the best thing, best DPS of all time, but the way that they're kind of just breaking down Alcatia into little like sizable chunks and then eating them one by one, it's been working out well.
Yeah, I think Gen G just see Landon and go, that's our target. Landon was on the receiving end of so many chase downs on Suravasa, like our first map of the series as well. And the Venture just does such a great job of that. Either you're going after the Kiriko and forcing her to use something like a Suzu or Swift Step, and then once all those cooldowns are gone, Mag goes in, or vice versa, or something like that.
Yeah, Landon's already burnt that TP, that Swift Step off cooldown for a little bit. Suzu as well, so now's the go time. Landon should have another Swift Step available to him, but Gen G know there's no other defensive countermeasures really for the Kiriko. And you can see Landon is just Top Dragon. Just giving him back shots right there. I mean, this is an issue for Alcatia. They need to be able to look at Top Dragon, force this burrow so he can't play aggressive. And look at that. I mean, Top Dragon just dominating Alcatia in that small room. That's what Venture does best as well. Just kind of sit on an off angle, pepper people, and then go for a drill dash or go for a burrow or go for just something else that will just knock everybody away. And this is a dirty stagger too. That is not respawning with the wave respawns, and they're gonna get it around this first corner.
Yeah, that's so bad too, because I think if you're Alcatia, you look at like, where do I actually go now to try to take these fights? Great point about the Venture, because now look at how that actually does play out. You have high ground around the bot, you have this low ground. Either way, you're in a small room with a Venture.
They've almost got ult too. All right, Crispy dead. Hang on a second here. Oh, that's my health pack, Top Dragon says. Trying to look for the Tracer. All right, okay. Alcatia end up winning that fight. Top Dragon unable to really get anything. Kind of look towards Labda there, trying to force Labda out of position, but all right, Alcatia win that engagement. They're going to push on. No checkpoint either for Gen G. Stopped them just before it.
Yeah, close enough that that's still going to be a very good place for Alcatia to have kept the bot now and take it back over to their side. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier. Sion's got this bomb as well for an extra life. Rush to kick things off though.
Top Dragon's going to do a good job. It's just going to sit on the bot right now and potentially try and steal it away. A good stick onto the Mecha Ziad. Forces the self-destruct, and meanwhile, Gen G have stolen the bot. I really like that play from Top Dragon. Alcatia tries to go aggro with the rush, so we sit on the bot, and as soon as they leave it to try and make use of that ult, we just steal it away, and we steal the position. So you can't even shoot us with that rush in place. Molgor coming in, and here comes Top Dragon, scaring everybody away with that tectonic shock. There's absolutely no way you want to fight on the bot with that in play. So that's a free checkpoint for Gen G.
Yeah.
Oh, good stick though from Labda.
Right, there's no Suzu to be able to stop that, so Top Dragon does actually get taken down. Labda takes down 2 before eventually Sana's able to get that revenge pick. But this checkpoint is so big because that's forward spawns activated here for Gen G. And Sana's a Tracer. You don't mind at all being the last one to get through to the respawns. And it's Gen G's time now to actually show up with a couple of ultimates. Mag finally has the D.Va bomb. That's an extra life here for the D.Va. Kanale and Landon now racing each other to see who's going to get Kitsune Rush.
Landon just trying to play as safe as humanly possible right now, seeing the burrow right next to him. Self-destruct available for Mag, but Kanale's actually the one to fall. Mag's got to go turbo mode right now. Use that self-destruct, and that kills Haku somehow. A little boot, though, I would imagine, from Crispy, judging by the assist in the kill feed. They are just running away with this. It's a bit of a scrappy fight, but Gen G are happy because once again, they are stealing the bot away from Alcatia. permanently making sure that OWCS have to regain the space every single fight.
Yeah, every single time. It just makes it so much more difficult because OWCS, now they bring it back. We're back in the neutral part of this map. And here we go.
It's the same fight over and over again.
It is. It's like looking in a mirror.
It's good. It's really good for Gen G to do this. Early Suzu. Sauna waiting for an opening with this pulse bomb. They've also got the rush, but so does Landon in about 2%. They're going to unleash it first as a boop away onto Sauna, still holding on to the pulse bomb though, but doesn't need it for the secure the kill onto Haku. Top Dragon eventually goes down as he goes to aggro, but now this is a perfect, I was going to say, a perfect pulse target in Landon in the back, but a swift kunai to the dome ends Sauna's life.
Oh man. Just a little bit more cleanup here, and now OWCS finally get a chance to move past that halfway point. But they still can't get the checkpoint. Like, they need 2 more team fights to actually get the checkpoint and get the lead. We're now sub 5 minutes here in the map, so we're already past that halfway point. But, Pulse Bomb here, maybe Molten Core, one way to kick things off.
Pulse Bomb, oh, connects as well, right next to Landon. Suzu couldn't come quick enough there, and unfortunately for Checkmate, didn't come at all. Top Dragon on the high ground, and they are once again contesting the bot on low. Pulse Bomb for Labda goes wide. Almost hit Top Dragon, but now with no recall, he's going to be in trouble. Sound Barrier hits 4 on the side of OWCS. Same with Gen G, but they're still contesting the bot under this bridge. And Ziad goes down as he tries to self-destruct Remake. And Rose, it's going to happen again. If OWCS win this next fight, they're going to reset back into mid. And Gen G now have to deal with a Farah, but honestly for them, I think Top Dragon's pretty... Top Dragon doesn't seem to care about the aerial advantage.
That is crazy. Top Dragon actually almost won that 1v1 before Mag comes in and cleans up Checkmate. I mean, this is going to be a lead though now because Checkmate has to come back out of spawn. Everybody else on OWCS is turning tail and running away. Labda and Landon are fighting to just keep themselves healthy for this next fight. And Top Dragon all the while is like, well, I got to use Tectonic Shock. That's why we are able to get this space. And now Kaneo has the Kitsune Rush.
Checkmate, Top Dragon do end up training. Both rushes on the point. Ziad's mech extremely low. Self-destruct for Mag to get the remake as Haku's carrying in a corner as Crispy takes full advantage of him being isolated. An extension of the lead for Gen G. There's 3 minutes to go as OWCS have got only the pulse bomb to their name. This is looking, again, very one-sided for Gen G in this map.
Sauna's gonna have a pulse bomb also, so what if you just pull something, like you get around the corner, and then it's just an all-out scrap by the end, and no way, Labda just both forced a recall here.
Sauna almost managed to kill Labda before he could recall. Labda was being very greedy with that. Oh my stick! What was that? Oh, he ended up tagging. That was an insane alley-oop from Labda. Crispy died to the kunai anyway, but I mean, style points for one. There's a kill onto the Tracer though. Still Sauna with a pulse bomb. Meg comes through for Ziad, so okay. Almost at full fighting force right now, but Sauna is still just being an absolute menace on this point. Forces the swift step of Landon, and Ziad is low once again.
Oh, you get the recall here, so you are full HP, but Sauna is very low. I feel like finally OWCS are able to get a semblance of a defense here, but 2 minutes left. And they still have to make up so much distance. And Giles, we're back at square one.
It's going to be mid-fight again, yeah. They've got checkpoint as well, Rose, so...
Yeah.
Spawn close, run to the point, try and take high ground, and then stall under the bridge.
Exactly. That's the name of the game here.
They've done the same thing 4 fights in a row, and it's working for Gen G. Here comes the rush. All right, this should be the difference maker. However, Top Dragon is on the point. Both sound barriers end up coming through as Kaneo just tries to wait for his own Kitsune rush. Ends up launching out on the bot, but Mag needs some help. There's no self-destruct for Mag. So now it's up to Top Dragon to try and get the damage and try and buy enough time for Mag to get mech back.
Yeah, but they're stealing the bot away again. Like, this is just perfect clinic of how to actually play a push map. Yes, Mag ends up getting destroyed, but Gen G are still in this fight, and they're still delaying time off the clock. All they need to do is keep the lead now. We're just over a minute left in this map, and OWCS still have to get the checkpoint.
A little bit of a stall there from Canal, same with Sauna. Yep, 60 seconds to go. Unfortunately for OWCS, the Bells are told they've got one more opportunity to try and get this lead. They haven't got the checkpoint, so Gen G are more than happy, even just to give it up if they want to, and then set themselves up for a big game-winning fight.
Especially if they can force out some ultimates here as well, because you've got 3 from OWCS, you've got a 4th one in Landon's Kitsune Rush coming up soon as well, and it's going to be the Molten Core from Checkmate first, which at least helps them to be able to get the checkpoint.
Top Dragon down, self-destruct, but Ziad ends up going down to Crispy. The Cheerios connect, no more Diva for OWCS. They've got a pulse bomb, they've got the checkpoint, but that's about it. 20 seconds to go and the team is cowering in the corner, afraid for their lives. Someone's going to have to touch. There should be an opportunity as Haku and Labda are around the corner.
Around the corner, but walking into a Kitsune Rush potentially here from Canale, and even Mag is going to be able to have this bomb. Any sort of overtime push on this bot is going to be very difficult for OWCS.
Pulse bomb. Oh, that went very wide for Labda, unfortunately. And now he's in the back line with no recall. The rush ends up coming through as the kill on Labda was almost guaranteed. Sound Barrier ends up coming in for Haku just in the nick of time to save Landon and Checkmate, but they got no resources to really work with. Top Dragon with the Burrow, and that'll be Gen G getting that team kill, getting the win, a 3-0 over OWCS.
Easy as you like it. Gen G really in top form now. Definitely one of the top teams in the region. I know maybe a couple of question marks over that very first match that they had, but this is now Gen G, what, 3-1 now in our standings? Looking pretty clean. I think an easy top 4 for them.
It was a hiccup versus VP. That's all
Yeah,
it
it was no worries. Yeah, fluke.
They found their place in the meta, and they're confident.
Can you even say a hiccup? I mean, it was against...
It was against VP.
#1 team.
Yeah, that's
So
like,
fluke. Write it off.
Yeah, it's rough when the toughest match of the stage is against the best team of the stage.
But you got it out of the way.
Yeah,
like, whatever. We'll lose this one. We'll just go 6-1, guys. It's okay.
Oh, that one though. Yeah, no, but I like that we're seeing different looks from them as well. I mean, I hate to be the team going up against what we've seen here on CC specifically. The May was just, I hate it. The Moira, absolutely hate it. It's filthy. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Look, at home kids.
I'm with you. And I think the way Gen G play with the ball, with these kind of like, at this point, there's no like unconventional hero because everybody's playing a little bit of everything. But May.
Have you considered Lifeweaver?
And the Reaper. Okay, sure.
Oh,
actually, that's
the only one we've missed.
That is the support area we miss, man. Who could forget about Lifeweaver, guys?
I forget that Lifeweaver exists frequently because just
I thought we had
place.
seen it because of
I think
like, Widow
Overwatch
strats on
Esports,
Eichenwald,
Right.
but then I remember we actually didn't see the Lifeweaver, and even the teammates were surprised on the Widow. Like, where's
Right.
my life grip? What happened? Where's my pedal platform?
Okay, Rack Attack does not forget, but unfortunately, Overwatch Esports forgets
EMEA.
sometimes about Lifeweaver. Yeah, I think Gen G have found the perfect mix of like a super high aggressive comps with the ball, and then a bit more like, I wouldn't say reserved because the Defu is also pretty aggro, and switching up their DPS lines. Not afraid to play May Reaper, not afraid to play Tracer, like not afraid to play Soldier. Like their roster feels very, very well-rounded, and their own flavor of how they want to play right now with this Wrecking Ball and with the Venture, it looks so, like you said, Zoe, frustrating to play against, like annoying to play against, and it's working out over and over and over again. And do you practice against this? Because no other team is going to play like this in scrims.
I mean, right now, scrims must be just throwaways, I feel, anyway, because you don't know, like, the players don't know why they're playing, what they're playing. Like, everyone is just kind of throwing stuff at the wall and see what sticks. So, it's wild out there. It's wild out there. But Gen G coming out on top, and a lot of that, of course, thanks to players such as Top Dragon, who got himself the player of the match. Top Dragon has been grinding for such a long time. I love seeing Top Dragon on top.
He is, a long time is a bit of an understatement. I think we mentioned it in the previous cast, Rose, with Gen G. He was originally on Gen G. He played on Armament for a little while, and then he was on the Korea Cup teams for Gen G, which was Gen G B and Gen G A. For those who don't know, the Korea Cup, like way back in the day, it was like 2019, 2020 time. It was like this third-party tournament that would be run, and it was a lot of like B teams, C teams, like tier 3. And then he joined Gen G Esports, and then he was on Tiger Nation, which was Gen G Seoul Dynasty's like sister team, like the tier 2 team.
Academy team, yeah.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time. He's been on O2 Plus. He's been on pretty much every like known quantity in Korean esports for such a long time.
But I feel like this is really where Top Dragon gets a chance to break out and not be cordoned to tier 2. This is a tier 1 flex DPS player who gets a chance to show us a little bit of everything, and that's, I don't know what he's gonna bring next, but I'm here for it. More adventure, more echo.
Do you guys feel like there could be a meta this team struggles in, or do they just have the right pieces to switch?
I think a Mauga meta they might struggle in a little bit. If it's like hard Mauga, I don't think
Hazard 2 was not like fantastic.
It's difficult because I think if I agree with you with the hazard point as well, because I don't think Mag is up there in terms of hazards. However, it's like, okay, that's fine, but also our DPS are like very strong. So it's, and the backline is very dependable. So it's difficult to find a meta where they struggle in across the board. I think if there's any kind of meta, one part of the team is going to be flourishing.
One part will be flourishing. Backline has been looking crisp and clean. Speaking of crisp and clean, Crispy is joining us for an interview. Horrible transition, but a great guest to have. Crispy, can you hear us?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm here.
Perfect. Glad to have you. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing right now, because you guys seem pretty unfazed by any kind of map picks or bans, same as hero bans. You guys seem to be able to play to your strength. Do you think you're a team that benefits from how unsettled the meta is?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can play, I think right now you can play any hero in the game. You can literally play anything you want, and I think that benefits us the most because I think Mag can do stuff that no other tank in the region can, and so can our DPS line. And I think me and Kanel are about the baseline for every support, like the hero pools. And I think we're just able to play it to our strengths of flexibility so much, you know?
I do want to ask, working under Krusty, how has that been like for you? Obviously, he's won the Overwatch League. That's a pretty big achievement, for one thing. And yourself, obviously, have been around Tier 2 for a little bit, but like, Krusty being Krusty, one of the best coaches we have in Overwatch esports in general. Yeah, how's that been?
Bro, it's nuts, man. It's like a different level to anything you experience. Like, it's such a high like level of intensity and learning compared to anything I've experienced before. It just makes it's like playing a whole different game. It's really fun.
What's the one thing you've taken away from Krusty's teachings that you feel like you've personally leveled up from?
He's always shouting at me to play for the points. I think at least maybe 100 times a scrim. All I'm told is to just think about the points. And it's like, it's such a simple thing, right? It's like, it's the first thing you learn when you open Overwatch, but when you actually try to apply it to high level games, it actually makes it so much more complex. So I think I'd say that's probably the main thing.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see more of you and the team. I mean, the Crispy and Krusty combo, I'm here for this one. Crispy, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Great to hear from Crispy from Gen G that just took a very convincing victory over Alcatia. I hoped for a little bit of a closer game, but I'm also happy that it wasn't, because I do like to see some teams really distancing themselves from the middle of the pack and then trying to
I'm with you as well.
run for that
like,
top.
100%. I do like it. It's like the Jake saying, I love a good beatdown. You know, like I love when teams do perform and outperform the other team a lot, and you can see how much of a difference the region is becoming. I still think there's a lot of potential for Alcatia, but like this is Gen G like pulling away from the rest of the pack. Like, okay, we lost a VP, but we are number 2. And it's always good to see another British lad doing well on Lucio. So yeah, I'm never going to complain if Gen G are doing well. No, not at all. We produce good Lucio players. I don't know how.
True.
That's true.
But I'm a terrible Lucio
about the
player, so it
UK.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, maybe you're, but you're not living there anymore.
But I'm not under the coaching of Krusty, so maybe that's the problem.
Also true.
I'll ask him next time where it
That's the missing piece in Jack's
it's just Krusty. That's
Overwatch
all I need.
backline career. Sure, why not? Well, let's take a look at our schedule for next week to see what we have in store for you when we're heading back into all things EMEA, as that was the last EMEA match of the day. This is what we got. It's so weird. I get so excited every time I see Vision Esports.
No, I think everybody's with you.
Because I'm always like, they could do it. You know, like every match is just going to be the could do it. Peps Ultimates, Necker, that's going to be one to watch out for too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we wanted to see a real test of strength for both of these teams, I think that's going to be the one to do it. So what a nice match that we have to round out our first day of EMEA next week. But Zoe, I gotta say, I know that we're kind of starting to get the cream of the crop, and we're still trying to figure out the meta. I get so excited about now, what do the playoffs for stage 1 actually look like? Because this is only one match for each team. We still have a whole playoff stage for these teams after they do have 8 weeks to kind of get things going under their belt.
That's right. We're going to have 6 teams making it to those playoffs. The bottom 2 teams will be fighting it out in relegation matches. It's going to be... Man, it's going to be good. Speaking of good things coming our way, I'm sure by now all of you have heard, but there are groundbreaking PvP changes coming to Overwatch, and they're being announced on February the 12th. That's very soon.
Pretty soon.
What is today? Today's the 9th. Yeah, no, that's Omega soon, in fact. 10 a.m.
And it's Wednesday.
So mark your calendar. It's just days away. They're going to be talking about new heroes, new maps, and so much more. That's literally all I know. Love what I'm seeing on my screen. I'm here for this.
There's a developer blog and stuff. Like, there's bits and pieces that they've kind of talked about and highlighted for the spotlight. So yeah, it's going to be cool. Whatever it is, we have no idea. Big changes happening. I mean, like, I can't even imagine what it's going to be. So yeah, make sure you tune in.
That's right. As an added bonus, as you just saw on your screens, those are exclusive skins that you can get yourself by watching partner content creators as they stream the new gameplay that you will be seeing in the spotlight live from Irvine. So I assume there will be people there. Very exciting stuff. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. We are now unfortunately done here at EMEA though. So Jack, Rose, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you both so much for calling the action. Before I let you go, before I let you go, I can also let you go. I don't care. What's your oyster, guys?
That's cool, yeah.
Rose, what are your big learnings from this second week? What have you learned? Share with class.
Literally everything is viable. I think, again, this is a very good sign of a healthy meta when players get a chance to play things that fit well to their strengths, and these matches still look pretty competitive. So, still waiting on the Lifeweaver to see an actual good game of play. We're all manifesting this, right? No, okay, maybe not Jack, but I think that would really be like a wow factor to me if we got maps like full maps with every single support hero before whatever happens on Wednesday.
It could be possible. It could be. I'm not sure. I think this week has been really fun, just seeing everything being thrown at the wall, like you said, Zoe, and just, hey, the Wrecking Ball here, oh, the Hazard, oh, the Ilari, like, oh, the Zen. Like, yeah, it's been super fun to watch. And it's also great, because guess what? There's no Malga. Let's go. Well, no permanent Malga anyway, so yeah, no, like,
that's the beauty of it, right?
And, like, all this stuff. Like, no, we're seeing Sojourns hitting people in the face. We're seeing Tracers with sick pulse bombs. Seeing Ilari landing big like Captive Sons, like, yeah, it's been good. It's been a fun week.
We just need Roadhog.
Yeah, what a time to be alive, man. 2025, and we can, like, honestly, unironically say, is Torp meta? Is Sim meta?
Exactly, yeah.
Is ball meta? Like, is this real? We don't know what's real anymore. One thing I do know, though, is that we have Avidity and Rad coming up next. But first, it's time for another round of Battle of the Bots. So cast your vote in chat right now. Which bot in our tank bot matchup will you think is coming out victorious in a free-for-all death match? I got my money on Ram, personally. What about you, Jack? Rose?
I was going to say Hog, so he has to take a breather so he can heal.
Hog, okay. Go Hog, Ram.
I think it's Ram.
Ram. He
does have Nemesis form, though.
Yeah, exactly.
He does. Built different, that dude. Built different. Well, let's see which bot is coming out on top. We're going to see you on the other side of this.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer.
Blue ball falls and Sugar-Free just carving them asunder.
Oh my God!
Merit again.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib! Even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch in the fight, and he's going to get another big down blossom. That's how he stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a set!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
What's good, friends? Welcome back. Let's finish our last day of week 2 strong with 2 exciting NA matches, which of course require very exciting NA casters, such as Matt, Vibes Guy, Morello, and Mitch. What are you wearing?
Yeah. Is that snake skin? Is that snake
the
skin?
animals coming out
I was down under briefly, and I did find a big enough knife to get myself a new shirt. So that croc didn't know what hit it.
The way you just said knife, though.
Yeah.
Knife.
No, go for knife. Yeah.
Knife.
No, he's
nice.
Yeah, no,
he's a nice,
no.
nice knife.
Yeah, he's done. I got him in the death roll, gave him a bit of 1-2 as your father, and yeah, she was all over.
I have no clue what you just said, but let's take a look at the standings to
Very
glance over
Australian.
it all. That was very Australian. But Matt, as an honorable Australian yourself, you
An
understand every
honorable,
word.
an honorary, honorary, yes.
You both, actually. It's not mutually.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Matt to buzz. Matt talks to his wife in literal Australian dialect, by the way, because she's Aussie, and he's
How is he not?
when talks.
How is he not divorced?
That's a great question, honestly. I mean, there are multiple
There's
reasons.
lots of
I asked
love.
that.
It's lots of love. And I had lots of love for Rad Esports yesterday, but they got stomped by Liquid. I mean, they got absolutely dominated. So they're in a tough match against Avidity here, right? Both 1-1, sitting on that like outside looking in, so to speak. Of that top 4. I assume that this is going to be a close game, but I mean, there might be, last year and, years previously, we had the tier breaks. Like, there's a situation here brewing where we could have the Rad Esports solo tier break situation here between them. They're better than the ones underneath them, but not close to the top 4.
Yeah,
Which
in a tier of their own, so to speak. I don't know.
Was that like the Boston Uprising, like the gatekeeper of the bottoms?
Yeah.
Stuck in the Chengdu zone.
Yeah. I would.
Oh well. They also have chances to redeem themselves. Shikigami also, of course, sitting very, very low in those standings, trying to get themselves back into the mix and avoid relegation matches. Because again, as a reminder to everyone watching, if you're in the bottom 2 at the end of the stage, you might be facing an out of OWCS, and then you have to fight for an entire stage to get back in through the Face It Masters League. So lots on the line every single match day. But before we dip into all of that, let's take a look at our schedule once again. These are the 2 matches we get to see. Shikigami has an opportunity to get a dub on the board today.
They do.
Against Team Liquid, but Liquid looked good yesterday. Absolutely rolling Rad.
I mean, they played Wrecking Ball, and the Rad team just played Lucio Kiriko. And then Infected died once on the first map and only in the final fight. So, yeah, with the Wrecking Ball starting to make its way into the metagame, I think you've got to really think about not only your pick and ban strategy or draft strategy, but how you counter it in games when maybe some of those like options like Cassidy or Ana are like not available, because those are the heroes that are attracting the most bans. I think Ana is like the most banned hero right now in OWCS, at like 29 bans as of like yesterday before these games. So, those are utility or like niche counter pick as heroes are often getting target banned.
Yeah, you know what? Since you're just bringing that up now, speaking of bans, last week we got to play ban bingo with Necra and Jack. Jack got Omega lucky, honestly.
He won?
Like, he won, but he put zero thought into this, whereas I know Necra most likely looked at all the matches and the players in the matches, trying to brainstorm what are the likely bans.
But
Jack did none of that.
It's almost worse that she put that work in and still couldn't win.
Yeah, but that was just because I think SSG trolled or something. Like, it was something weird. something weird happened.
Jack was paying him off to change the pick and ban
Or-
strategy. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
honestly.
see, we got a
something
fish tank
wonky
cam.
going on.
Jack's paying everybody off. I mean,
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's living his best life this year, and you know what? I low-key love that for him. Now, Matt, Mitch, I do want to take a look at your cards.
Yeah.
We've been asking you to do some homework overnight, so let's
Yeah.
see what you have on your bingo card, starting with Mitch. Mitch, walk us through your brain.
well, I wasn't aware that we
That's
get a
the free
free
one.
square in the middle. That's not
Yeah. We always get a free
entirely
square.
fair.
I mean, they put a free square in it by default on the bingo board generator, bro. You're overthinking it.
right,
I tried to. Is there a strategy to putting these together? I really just tried to like disperse the most often banned stuff as well as I could. But I have like, I don't know. I don't really know. I just literally just put them in there. Hopefully this
I
works.
see a
But
few
hey, at least I have
columns
that
that
center square.
look. Yeah,
It's
actually, is it?
Well, ignore the mercy. I just had
The
to.
more I
just had
look
to
at
feel
it, the
something in
less I
there.
believe in it.
Mine was well thought out. I went
I am
through and I was
sure.
like, where is everybody? Yeah, so I actually had them change my middle square to a dumb Mitch shirt. So that is the freest one available.
No.
It
has
says
to be a
Buzz,
dumb
no.
This is.
Yeah, that is dumb.
No.
That is dumb. That's not even real croc. That's like a fake croc. Buff.
You haven't even touched
Fox
my
croc.
shirt, mate.
Yeah.
How do you know?
It's not a croc, it's a snake.
Put it up to
Why
the
you-
camera.
Yeah, it's a snake, honestly.
It's a snake, not a croc. They're
Yeah,
different
yeah.
animals.
My
Yeah,
anaconda
well,
don't want none of your judgment, Matt. Alright?
It's still kind of dumb. I layered some of like those tanks like towards the middle, right? Get those easy bands. Maybe kind of look for like an up and down little.
What is the
side
Hanzo on there for,
action.
big guy?
That's
Hanzo. I mean,
Yeah.
look, you gotta throw some troll bands in there. There's always some troll bands,
Big
right?
Peace
You
is
know,
the
you throw
only Hanzo player that.
throw
Honestly,
some Hanzo.
I think
you're-
he would play Hanzo.
We both had
Your
Mercy
middle
as well.
horizontal though, that could be a winner.
Which
Middle
one?
horizontal. Middle horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. No one's
That
banning
is a good
Baptiste, though.
line.
Nah, the Baptiste is a throw, bro. If you put Ash there, you are actually. Like,
But it's a protection ban.
Yeah.
nah, I don't think so. I don't know. I think yours is bunk, bro. I'll be real.
Well, I love the confidence. I love the confidence in your bingo boards because you need that. Today's a big sports day, and I've been told by sources that
I need
are our
confidence
producers
too.
that,
nothing like
sports
it,
people
so.
love giving each other dumb nicknames. So the loser of this bingo shenanigan game we're playing gets a dumb nickname from the winner.
Oh,
Oh,
So
yeah.
hi.
I've got one
It's
from
gonna be
Matt.
good. Let's dive into our first match here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. What did you just see the name I typed?
I
in
just
Discord
saw
doing that?
Mitch's nickname for me. I mean, we are, these nicknames also need to be broadcast appropriate here.
How is that not?
No, that
how
one
it not
is. That one
appropriate?
is. That one is.
But quick shout out to production. They did change my center square to make it more appropriate for broadcast. Thank you guys. I honestly, in my old age, I've just forgotten how to be civil, apparently. Here we go. Torb and Hazard ticked off our bingo boards, but more crucially, banned away in this first game. Heading over to Samoa first. Rad do not want to deal with the Torb whatsoever.
No, we saw Tree play a lot of the Torb against them yesterday, and Tree in our post-game interview mentioned just kind of holds left click and throws his turret down and kind of hangs out, but it is still quite an effective way to play Torbjorn at the moment. And Hazard gun from Avidity's side. So we did see Rad try and force a lot of the Hazard like into some of the ball comps yesterday. It definitely seems to be what they want to go with.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with that. I think that, frankly, Torbjorn's presence can almost act as a hazard deterrent anyway. I think that's something that Tree talked a little bit about in that interview, Matt. He was like, yeah, it's really hard for Hazard because he just sort of ends up being out in the open and there's this free damage coming in from the Torb and he tries to dive into backlines and there's an extra bit of defensive architecture there. We'll see how that plays out later in the series. But we know Painkiller does not want to play anything that approximates a dive. He doesn't want to play that. So Painkiller is seen on the Junker Queen, the Ramatra. No surprise to see that here. I doubt Avidity go with the Winston here, but it would be a ton of fun. I do think it can be effective, of course, but just wants to play around as Ramatras.
Well, NA being the vibe region, right? Because it's tons of fun. They're definitely going to do it.
Oh yeah,
It's,
vibes here.
It looks like they actually will end up playing the Winston here off the rip. So, interesting enough that there's the Winston with no Ana, right? Typically, we see the Ana in all of the comps with Winston in the mix, but it would be really easy to kind of collapse on the Ana, given this point is like so close together. So they opt for Akiri.
I also think that Winston is very good against the Sim, so Rad don't want to mess with that anyway. We don't see those sort of old comms. Zomba gets taken down first here. Chronic was ridiculous, I think, on a couple of occasions, especially that Widowmaker on Dorado yesterday.
Yeah.
Incredibly sharp, great awareness, preempted a lot of stuff that just yielded free kills. So I would be afraid of this Sojourn's presence if I'm Avidity, and Zomba is going to have to respect this pick.
I mean, Chronic was really, like, I would say, one of the only bright spots yesterday for Rad Esports, right? With the play on the Widow. At times in the series, which was pretty tough versus Team Liquid, is now this is going to be Avidity, right? How do you actually get this Winston into position? The last time we saw Pella kind of fall over instantly, I know they also lose Zomba at the start, so we'll see if they can get this Winston into position. But you see Mitch just kind of using those leaps to like get underneath the point, right? Force this Ramatra down. That's what they're trying to get.
I don't love the fact that Pella is trying to create a bit of space up on those stairs, but eventually has to fall back. Not a lot of backline pressure here, but Wibe able to put enough down on Painkiller at least to take down the tank of Avidity. Chronic has the mobility to keep Pella at arm's length for most, if not all of this round, so they are free to go to work with this rail. The variance, I suppose, is in whether or not there's enough connections here from Chronic if they lose their tank again, but here's a sound barrier from Lep. Okay, just in time, Chronic's able to benefit from it. It takes a while to radiate out to the Sombra, but that was enough. The pressure was definitely starting to mount here for the hit scan player of Rad Esports, and now it's a matter of retaking the point after taking Pella out of the game.
Avidity does flip, so when they are playing the Winston, they get down to the low portion of the point, and the Ramatra they actually don't bring down to contest it. That'll be a stick there from Zomba, but doesn't result in a kill. It's going to be, I believe, just onto Painkiller, just kind of eats it as now they bring in a Maga-based composition. So this is going to be able to just get onto the point, right, where they don't want to bring that Ramatra down, right, deal with that Winston, then you kind of give up some of the high ground. The Maga is able to just kind of just stand firm up on that high ground, make it very difficult to dislodge, and then also can get pretty quickly back to the high ground.
Better shield pressure as well than Ramatra generally can generate. Ramatra kind of ignores them a lot of the time with the punches, but Malcolm will shred them pretty quickly, giving Pella a much smaller window. The rescue crew for Z's there was a little bit late, and the stomp from
orbital raid
doesn't
too.
connect. Pella's actually able to juke that by jumping over it, so now King's Blade would have to have been the answer, but Nenwa actually just slaps him down. Great start to the fight here, and Pella, well aware of the pitfalls and challenges of taking on this Malga comp, circumvent them very well.
Really nice use of the primal there from Pella. That's the orbital ray gone, and they end up using King's Blade. You don't even need a beat on the other side to deal with it. He falls right away. So huge fight win there for Avidity, giving themselves a chance to kind of battle back into this, right? Huge advantage here in this next fight with the overclock and their beat. So this is definitely one they can take down to the wire.
Overclock here for Chronic. Hasn't had a big pick like we've seen in those the first two fights, first fighting Zomba, then Pella, respectively. This will at least force Avidity onto the low ground around this corner. Painkiller needs to make use of this space, but right now Rad are just using it to try and take the point. Nenwai goes forward. Sound barrier allows Avidity to get a bit more aggressive, and they do descend upon left. That's the Lucio out of the picture for Rad. And a fight that they try and start off with an overclock falls flat. It's now going to be an even game.
Well, Avidity did a great job there, Mitch. I mean, they see the overclock that comes out from Chronic, and they don't end up beating right away. They're in no real threat of losing anybody because they're playing like far back around that corner by the point. And then they end up using the sound barrier a little bit later towards the end of the overclock and pushing on up right into Rad Esports. They take out Lap. That allows them to hold on to the point here going into OT.
King tickled there a little bit by some of that long-range pressure from Pella. No pulse bomb connect there from Zomba. Wibe has to go to work now with that overclock, and yep, CZs. It's an easy pickup. Zomba also had the same idea. Both of them descending upon that Kiriko instantly. Lepto can cover the absence of a healer with a sound barrier for a time, but eventually that cardiac overdrive is going to be an issue in terms of it running out. Painkiller eventually is going to be brought down, and Avidity have had extreme control of this game since like the second fight.
Yeah, and that is a sound barrier used by Lep there towards the end, trying to keep some players up, but scuffed on the other side for Avidity with an orbital raid. The orbital raid just so difficult, regardless of kind of what you combo with it to fight around on the point. So Avidity, they battle back there, Mitch, right? And Rad Esports, they get control of the point right off the rip, and it was really like Chronic taking out Zomba right off the rip, but then after that, Avidity played really well.
I mean, yeah, again, playing this Winston comp against the Malga, I do think Beach has more ways to work around the Mauga and, abuse his maybe lack of verticality to some degree. Rad thought the switch off the Ramatra would give them a little bit more equity in that head-to-head. They might have to face a similar decision here because Painkiller is going to be Omega mobility crept by Pella.
I wonder yesterday if you're Avidity, right? Maybe you feel like you can't play the ball, but maybe you actually kind of realize like, hey, there is an ability to dive and play fast against this Rad Esports team that they are not reacting to well at the moment, right? Playing Winston, you haven't seen a ton of Winston outside of like what, Dorado, you think, right? But right in Numbani, but here, and you're able to make the Winston work, and you're also create chaos in the back line as the Pella going, look at that, I mean, just pushes those supports so far out as Painkiller gets extremely low.
Yeah, it's really hard for Aziz, I think, to draw a bead properly on Painkiller. They have to wrap around the corner. You can see the Juno off in the distance, but there's just no help. At least the damage on towards Pella offers some reprisal here for Rad, but they've lost two. There's just no work to be done on this point right now. And I wonder, and I'd love if that's the case actually, Matt, if they've watched this, they've seen Rad so aggressively ban out these dive enablers, realizing that they can really punish them with it.
We saw from Pella's POV, right? Leaps up towards the supports. They have to like kind of rotate all the way around. But when they rotate all the way around, at that time, they're playing the Juno, right? There's no line of sight onto Painkiller, and he's playing Ramatra, like doesn't have like great personal survivability. And they just end up killing basically the Ramatra on the point. He has to like rotate all the way out, trying to get in the spot where he can get that line of sight. Now they switch over and they play the Mauga and Kiri, right? So the Mauga with the Cardiac Overdrive has a little bit better personal survivability. And then also, if you like dive the Kriko, right, can actually just swift step over towards the tank for a little bit of easier healing. So some adjustments here again for Rad Esports.
I mean, even though they were able to play around this Mauga in the previous round, you can see what happens as soon as Winston is forced to fight. Painkiller right now is contesting the point. The rest of the time, though, their backline are getting mulched here on the high ground. Chronic unfortunately had something to say about it there. Zomba has to recall away, and that's beautifully done. Good set up there for Lep and a Kunai, rather, who's going to help take down that Sojourn. But Painkiller can't do too much of Avidity driving to the high ground. They kind of just have to hope they can draw the fight down to them in moments like this. And Lep is holding onto a sound barrier, and there's no need to use it here. They're going to go for it anyway. So they really are thinking about trying to get it, even though they're so staggered, Avidity.
Right, you can just kind of extend this fight for so long, right? I think Rad Esports, the idea there is maybe using that beat and then getting aggressive, right? And trying to actually get these players off of the point. But you see Ninwai just still lurking on the point. They're going to invest the Kitsune Rush into this, Mitch, as well, because they're not able to get these players off the point, at least at the moment. And they thought it was final fight territory. And, for Avidity, they're going to get this into OT. So Rad Esports need to use both support ults to get the last, to try and, get them off here. But it's going to be Avidity getting another, 20+% out of that. So Avidity, I mean, that's huge, right? Gives you a big advantage in terms of building up towards that next round of support ults.
That's interesting. Unless someone is calling to Lep to beat to save someone there, that sound barrier is a little early. And in fact, it's Rad in like a 4 versus 2 or 3 as Avidity is streaming onto the point. The Kitsune Rush timing is totally fine, but the beat maybe loses out on some efficiency. That's nicely done from Wub, though. Again, control that high ground. Avidity already starting to go to work. Pella does not have to stay around for this. They have a primal rage, so they do have to stay around. Excuse me, it's a cage fight, so Pella can eventually jump away. I think it's well worth using the primal. They've already flipped the point back now, and Rad have to find a way in. Ziz is on the way back into the fight, but they've now lost Painkiller and Chronic's at a paltry 1 HP. 1. Getting healed up, no one looking at the Sojourn. Eventually, though, Chronic is dealt with. And Rad just don't seem to have that same level of ultimate economy, the efficiency that Avidity have demonstrated over this game. Throwing good money after bad. It's a straight up 2-0 in rounds, first map win for Avidity.
It's a bit surprising for me. I know with how good Rad Esports looked in the first week, although we were worried after the Team Liquid game, you thought they'd be able to bounce back, but Avidity looked really strong, playing these really fast compositions built around that Winston, giving Rad Esports a lot of trouble.
I don't want to simplify the game plan for Avidity here into just play dive as often as you can, because there'll be some nuance. Rad get to pick maps. the bans also come into play. We talked a lot about the Wrecking Ball comp not needing a lot of other heroes to enable it necessarily. For Winston, it might be a little bit of a different story. But if you ban the Ana, for example, if you're trying to like shut that comp down, this
they just played it without the Ana.
This control map worked really well.
Yeah, they just played it without the Ana, right? So you get rid of the Ana, it doesn't really seem to matter all that much. Also, could just be something here for Samoa, but I mean, Rad Esports just seems like at least Mitch, right? You're just searching for answers to kind of deal with this, this type of dive where. They're quite fortunate that they can't play the ball maybe on the other side, right? So you would see just kind of a copy of yesterday, but taking a look at some of the stats, fairly close, right? Across the board, between these two teams. But the stats I don't think really kind of represent what we saw there in the first map. It was Avidity, they lost one fight on basically both rounds, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, Rad did get a good start on Samoa, right? It's off the back of these picks from, Chronic, who we kind of expect, right, to see the Sojourn have a big impact. Chronic's been incredible there. But outside of that, it was a really slow decay for that team. Again, they started with Ramacha. They switched over towards the Malga. In theory, it performs well against Winston, but I think the only map on which it would have been near impossible for Winston to win out on would have been Volcano, where you just don't have access to the high ground. Because we're sitting on board with Painkiller, who they're contesting the point, in fairness, but they're not fighting the other person contesting the point, and their team's on the high ground getting dove by the Winston. They have a Sojourn team. They need to set them up, right? They need to put them in a decent spot. They're not going to play together in a death ball on the point because that will cause them to get picked apart by that setup. So, there has to be an answer here, I think, for Rad in terms of how they want to deal with, a dive comp. And you could pick maps that maybe shut it down a bit more. Eichenwalde.
Eichenwalde's pretty good for, Winston, D.Va, like things along those lines. We saw Team Liquid, obviously with Infected, they're going to play ball, but we saw them play ball on this the other day. But I think we definitely need to see the bans kind of come through before we judge the map pick.
Yeah, 100%. Because normally those are package deals, right? You are picking a map with a ban strategy in mind, or at least you have, two options for bans, because you don't want to just have, you don't have a tank ban in mind, and then your opponents, if they ban first, they can, they take that away from you. So again, should be a loose strategy. There is, of course, a map you can just straight up ban the Winston. Hazard is, again, on the table. If that's where, Avidity want to go. Rad don't really seem to want to play the Torbjorn, so they'll have to find other ways of sort of negating that.
But now the Torb comes in, right? So the Torb would be available if as long as Avidity doesn't get rid of it, right? It was the Rad ban for game 1. So yeah, what do you get rid of here if you're Rad, right? If you get rid of like Ana, then you open up like a tank ban or a potential DPS ban on the other side. Do you get rid of something like a Winston? That seems to be a little bit of like a throwaway type of ban, at least because you can play the D.Va, you can play ball, right? You can play Hazard. It's not like you're just kind of like locked into just playing the Winston here. So curious what Rad Esports decides to do.
You can ban a Winston. I think if you probably are more likely, though, let's say you win Eichenwalde for whatever reason, your opponent is probably going to pick a map that suits the Winston comp really well, right? If that's where they think their edge is, you would rather ban the Winston on the map that your opponent is handpicking in order to, facilitate for that. So I don't necessarily, and also like the dive comp here on first of Eichenwalde isn't always as powerful. Sometimes there is a real late. You don't want to play it defensively, that's for sure. We have D.Va and Tracer bans.
Yeah, and it's the Tracer ban that comes in first here for Rad Esports. So maybe they feel like King has a distinct advantage, right? He played a little bit of Genji there. Maybe they feel like there's not a Genji expert on the opposite side of things. And for Avidity banning the D.Va, right? That just takes away one of the dive options, right? So Avidity can put themselves in whether it be a Hazard, Winston, ball type of setup. At least here, looks like on defense. We'll get the teams up here in a second, but it's gonna be like, hey, we had footage of the Team Liquid game the other day. Let's do that. They bring in the Sim and the Torb here with the ball to play on defense, and this is gonna be annoying for the Genji and the Hazard, right? Like this is like what they don't want to play into.
Yes. It's going to be very challenging, I think. Chronic presumably is going to walk out on the Sojourn here. Someone who, you obviously have to place your Torb turrets a bit more mindfully. Yeah, just around the corner there. So Little life grippy back into the spawn, and we are playing the Torb here. So Torb Genji for Rad Esports in this Hazard Shell. Excuse me. Again, does this comp do anything to Wrecking Ball? Really? I'm not certain.
Yeah, not a ton, right? You're basically all in here if you're Rad Esports on making a play for like Scuffed. If you can make a play for like the Torb, right? Like just kind of like burst him down, but Torb is so difficult to burst down, right? Like you know, you can get the extra health. The shotgun becomes really difficult to deal with. See if no, right now Rad Esports doing a nice job just gaining a ton of space, right? Just haven't been able to find anything off of it.
Okay, the Venture, interesting. I'm curious how the mechanics look here for Pella. A couple of swings here that maybe they would have liked to have made a little cleaner, especially inside the hunting lodge there. Bartlett still does fall. And Scuffed is someone who's going to have a target on their back. 100%.
But the longer these fights go, Mitch, it's terrible here for Rad Esports, right? I mean, they want these fights to go as fast as possible, and that's 2 kills there. But they need to go, right? The longer these fights go, Pella can start rolling around. You start to get the bios in the mix. The sim can start to ramp up, right? This is not the type of fight they want. Zalette does actually end up getting scuffed here, but it looks like you're going to lose just about the rest of the squad.
I mean, the damage is good, though. Pella has done very well, I think, in playing off Scuffed. Scuffed, when you're in that position as Ana, like, you know you're going to die soon. Like, you are not in a safe spot. You're forced out of the hunting lodge to play in the middle part of the map. It's good rotations. I mean, you have to do everything you can to position yourself to survive, but yeah, your lack of mobility makes these situations really difficult. Still, Rad aren't sure. I guess they want to push off the point here and take the fight, cut Zomba down, who was looking to reinforce. The minefield doesn't look like it's going to gain too much value, but this hunting lodge is very dangerous for Rad to pressure. There's a lot set up in there. Turrets, of course, the Torb turret is there additionally. Soundberry comes down as Painkiller really needed that in a pinch. Rad Esports should have the job done again, but again, Scuffed is out in the open, so they really were going to be an easy pick-off.
Those early kills really helped Rad Esports because they were actually able to push on up, use that Venture and some of the chokes and just ignore the ball, even though Pella drops a minefield from behind. And they actually get a kill into Zomba coming off the spawn. So doing a nice job just trying to burn down the Sim, right? The Sim probably the weakest of the targets on the Avidity side.
Painkiller there, actually in midair, got pile driven whilst in midair by Pella's ball. And again, like, they just dove into that heavily fortified position with the Sim turrets and the Torbjorn turret, and their floaty jump in air allowed them to get picked off. Nenwai's done pretty well here, teaming up with Pella. Lep got caught out, and this is a position again where you can just go up here, drop down on top, pressure the back line, and wait for, you know, someone like Nenwai to jump in and join you.
What are you going to set up here? If you are Rad Esports, Painkiller, trying to get into position, but you see not as easy on the hazard as, like, let's say a Winston or D.Va accessing that high ground. Takes a little bit longer and a little bit slower to develop.
Yeah, there's like 2 separate fights happening right now as Painkiller's trying to help King. They were getting dove by Pella. Molten Core here, kind of not really an issue for Avidity. They're too mobile, and they don't have a setup on the low ground. They're playing on top of the castle here. Chronic falls a little bit low despite them using that overload. And King's Tectonic Shot finding Scuffed means they must have gotten up in the castle, up on that high ground. I don't know what Avidity have there to shut them down right now. And Pella has overstayed a little bit. Still able to stay alive. I like that little quick throw out of the cable to get a speed boost inside the castle.
And that is a few ultimates used there by Rad Esports, but they actually ended up using the Nano onto Pella. In that previous fight, 2 kills for Pella here, but the Nano on the Pella with a pile driver in that previous fight just landed right on top of Chronic, finished him off, and that allowed them to win it there. And now coming off the respawn here with his minefield, Pella able to find 2 kills there, so pushes Rad Esports all the way back to the spawn.
Yeah, King, I mean, the problem for Venture is that when you come out of your burrow, you will be shot up in the air, regardless of whether you charge it or not. So there's a vulnerability window for them that is pretty easily exploited. And if you're using it as an escape and get chased down, you'd like just end up being dangled in front of them for, 1.5 seconds at low health.
You can also see the D.Va ban come into play here a little bit, Mitch, because this is where D.Va would be awesome, right? To be able to access high ground, but then also peel a little bit with the defense matrix for some of this damage coming in towards the back line. So Painkiller finds Zomba again. They've been able to find Zomba a few times early on, but you start to see the D.Va ban maybe coming into shape here.
Yeah, and this comp doesn't do anything to Wrecking Ball. Again, we saw like them trying to throw some kunai in the direction of Pella, force them back. There is high ground control now for Rad Esports, but because they're not playing like a Ash Sojourn comp, it's not nearly as powerful a position as if they had real hit scan on their team to leverage that kind of range. This could be nasty, by the way. A Molten Core here if they're all grouped up on the high ground, just not necessary in the end for WUB. Avidity have this comp that can just pull up on you with no warning and burst you down. Oh, okay.
That's Kitsune Rush for both teams, but obviously Avidity getting the better of it, and now we're below a minute already here for Rad Esports. So Chronic gonna go over and try and play Sombra here. That'll definitely have an impact on the ball, right? If you can get some of those hacks off Sombra, historically one of the better heroes against Wrecking Ball, is maybe just trying to bait Pella into a hack.
I mean, Lep just got picked up there.
He's got sound barrier.
Shot.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's on the high ground trying to harass. That's so dangerous to do that. Nenwai got a little bit too close, though, to the Eye of the Storm there for Rad. But they've got the Kiriko still to rely on. Both teams, of course, still the lion's share of their healing in play. Now Avidity a little bit unsure whether they fight for the high ground or they sit up on the cart. They were definitely of two minds there. Zomba ends up being traded out for Lep. So no beat in this fight for Rad.
I think if you're Avidity, you back up, right? No reason to kind of have a little bit of a junk fight continuing. You wait for some of these players to get off respawn. It's going to be a big sim wall here. Going to split up a lot of the damage.
Yeah, King gets into the backline and is able to pop that tech shock down with a sound barrier. Means that Scuff can hit a couple more kunais. Nicely done by Nenwai. Sees an opportunity to take the otherwise very sticky venture out of the game. And now Nenwai probably just goes to see what's happening up on the high ground. WUB is going to be there. Molten Core thrown down, but they do need to touch this card. Left for Zomba again is the trade. Downpour is that nobody in particular, as the entirety of Avidity were behind Painkiller, not in front of him. So interesting positioning for that ultimate here. And this is quite a blowout as far as Eichenwalder is concerned. It's a stop in front of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, Rad Esports, their offense was pretty good, right? On first point, they were able to get the objective rather quickly. But after we got past there, it was all Avidity, right? Being able to kind of control that high ground. Rad Esports trying to play the hazard into it, never was really able to get up there and win a clean fight and get the payload kind of moving through that castle area. It was pretty much Avidity in control the entire time, and really difficult for Rad Esports to even get like their supports through the choke, right? A few players can use some mobility to cross the gap, but I know you got the Lucio Kiri, they were pretty easy targets.
It's not just Torbjorn, by the way, that benefited from a number of like these random sort of stealth buffs. Ball got them too. Ball really, God, if I'm thinking back, especially to the start of 5v5, like it was not a particularly popular pick at all. Now, of course, like being slanted in a more supportive direction because you can impart that sort of adaptive barrier shield to people within a radius of you, gave you another access to play on the ball. And now, of course, it's just very, very powerful. It was powerful in the Sojourn comps. Now here, it's just unkillable to the solid comp of the day. Like either Lucio Kiriko, Lucio Juno, like they just don't do anything to them. Wrecking Ball now has really had this durability creep, I think, as a result of the popular backline choices, and Rad don't know how to deal with this either, frankly.
And just like how we talked about where, Torb and Sim, you start to get like these balance patches where they get a little bit of an adjustment, they get a little bit of adjustment, all of a sudden like it starts to creep up. Ball feels like in the same way, right? They kind of like change the way the adaptive shield works, and that doesn't really make them like that impactful. There's some more changes that kind of come through, and then all of a sudden you give it a fair shot in scrims, and you're like, oh man, this hero is disgusting, and that is going to be Scuff taking on Z's right off the rip. So that is the hero you do not want to lose on the side of Rad Esports.
No, but again, when you're playing in a group like this from Macho Combat, you don't have anywhere to swift step to. Everybody's around you. You don't have anyone playing as like a loose end or in the periphery of the fight to give you like an escape route.
Doesn't it feel like though, like the ball comps specifically, like feast on comps like this, right? That are like Ramatra want to stick close. You know what I mean? Like you get these big pile drivers. Like, yeah, I mean, generally, like these are the comps that ball actually performs like historically pretty well against.
Well, Ziz, she came back to the fight, and she has now made a very swift exit once more. Yeah, I mean, because obviously you get more shielding, more players knocked up. It's just your impact is amplified the closer together your opponents want to play. That's why teams are playing the just the counter dive with Winston against this setup.
If you wanted to play kind of like this style of play, right, with like a little bit of a more static-based comp, like, I mean, just play even just play Cassidy with it, like use the Vortex, the Mag Grenade, like try and just like delete the ball, right? But there's nothing to really stop or CC him as they actually knock Painkiller to the low ground. Actually, Painkiller ends up across up on the high ground there.
Okay, well, not the worst place to be set up, really. Z's able to keep Chronic up. They are obviously trying to stand at a more mid-range position, and Pella's a little low to full commit onto any targets here. So the swift step forward from Scuff. They might Kitsune rush back in the direction of the cart here, but it's probably not enough Avidity presence here right now. Chronic going down is massive, though. It's just King. So you maybe regroup and try and press some sort of advantage, but I like this from Rad. Get up on that cart. Tell the ball that he has to fight out in the sun where everyone can see him.
Yeah, they're going to have players coming off the spawn, though. They're going to be, like, really split here, as that's going to be King using the Molten Core there, just trying to maybe defend the Ramatra a little bit from some incoming players. As yeah, you see there's going to be fights from every which angle, and this is not exactly where Rad Esports wanted to play, Mitch. I mean, they get booped to the low ground by Pella. Pella just like rolling up to the high ground constantly. First time it's Painkiller, next time it's Chronic, just knocking them down from the top of the castle.
Yeah, they kind of get pushed into a spawn camp situation that they don't.
That right there, right? There's no real protection for Z's, right? You know, she gets rolled over by the ball, and then what? The Sojourn comes to put a few shots. The ball just rolls right back. Not scared of that whatsoever.
No, and there's no way to knock the ball off course, to slow them down, to stun them, or anything like that. Like no Sombra, no Cassidy, no Brig here. No, honestly, none of that. You are really just hoping you can ignore them. Good boop. The boop is obviously something you can work with. Knocking the ball off course, that was obviously an example of shutting down that power drive. Here's an overclock for Chronic, and that is a great sim wall. The card is getting away from Rad Esports right now, and they're in the worst possible place. On the high ground, sure, but they can't really shoot through that wall. Wub drops down now and punishes people that want to play up close. So you're damned if you do, and if you don't, if you're Rad Esports. Annihilation here, though. Wub gets devoured by the Maelstrom. And that Ramatra ultimate, busted as it is, might be enough here to give Rad an edge in this fight. But King, barely alive, hanging on. Avidity just die on card and say, we'll be back for more.
That time they finally dealt with Pella, right? And you see the Annihilation just so strong. Even
well, they use rolls, mate.
Yeah, even Wub using some just the Molten Core and then being able to stay alive, just trying to almost shotgun the Ramatra down. The Painkiller with that Ramatra ult plus sound barrier. Very difficult to deal with. Pella does have this minefield. Who's gonna drop it? Oh, gets a wide spread there, like connects on some of the high ground and down by the payload.
That's it. It's time for a base mirror. Painkiller has switched over to the Wrecking Ball. Just as Pella tries to set up a gainful minefield on the high ground that is avoided for the most part. I want to see the Painkiller attackers here. This is the kind of hero that you don't play casually normally, folks. You either are a no-life ball player or you are not good at ball. And I'll let you decide which Painkiller is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a hero that is like, it's so weird. Like, it's really difficult to play. Like, it's also kind of difficult to understand like the little tech that goes along with ball as well, right? There's so many little things that you can do with the hero that is just unlike any other, and that's going to be a Kitsune rush just to get them over the line. But that's Avidity, man, with another map win. Rad Esports looked great in the first series we saw them play in NA. They could be getting shut out in all the other ones, though. Right now, I mean, Avidity playing this ball to perfection and making it work on Eigenbolt.
I mean, it doesn't even necessarily have to be picture perfect, right? We talked a little bit about like, you know, at the start of the game, Pella trying to set up these like big rolls into like this enclosed spaces, even like miss some of those, which is very easy to do on ball. It's a very technical hero, but there's nothing like we talked about really for Rad that helps them like shut the ball down. And what they're trying to do is hope that their game plan can be executed quicker and more effective than whatever the ball is trying to do. But ultimately, like Eichenwald is a big map. The fights break down all the time. Even if you have a very regimented composition, right? You will invariably drift apart in some of these more hectic fights where you start making your own decisions about how ultimates are used. A lot of the time, like, you know, in fight calling, it's just like, you know, kill this hero, now kill this hero. There's no talk about like where you're set up or any of that stuff. So, and you don't have the time to go, oh, watch out for the ball, he's rolling into our backline in the middle of these fights. Like sometimes, like, you know, sometimes we saw King like in a pretty good position, and he's like spawn camping, and all of a sudden Pella's just behind him, shoots him down a half, and then he dies to a random poke like a kunai across the map.
Yeah.
So much variance in like a Kiriko Wrecking Ball world, even more so with Sojourn, honestly, when she can just kill you when you get popped up. But like, it is really hard to like develop a cohesive strategy against the Wrecking Ball comp. That's why in South Korea, they're just trying to, I just can't believe you put that nickname and just killed that. So messed up. Yeah, they just match it instead of trying to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to match the disruption, right? Because you see, like, look, with the Wrecking Ball comp, right, you're not going to have as, like, much healing per se, right? You're not, like, playing these, like, long, prolonged fights, right, where you're going to need, like, tons of healing resources. It's a little bit higher on damage, but you just don't really see a ton of deaths from these comps, right? You know, as we've seen over the last few, you know, weeks, whether it be, you know, in other regions or now here, when these comps are run really well, you know, the Wrecking Ball dies like once or twice a map. I mean, it's kind of rare.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, objectively, much like even like Tracer players, we know that they can be quite self-sufficient, but their vulnerabilities that can be burst down by random damage like kunais and stuff like that. That's obviously not an option for Wrecking Ball. Their entire kit, and mind you, nothing is built in a Wrecking Ball's kit that lets them like stave off crowd control outside of the tank passive. So that is supposed to be where you get the ball, but you need not only the ability to stop him in his tracks, but then you need to get through 500 HP plus like 600 shield from adaptive barrier. It's like
it's like he just rolls up and has primal rage, like basically.
Like you need tons of damage. You need you know, great survivability against the ball. You need a lot of CC. You need generational wealth. You need a great credit score to be able to beat that comp. It's a lot to ask.
Yeah, it seems like the best way obviously is to match it, like historically, right? Like with these like crazy comps, like historically the best way to do it is to go about matching it. At least from what we've seen, you know, we saw Painkiller play the ball there for, you know, maybe like what, 2 minutes. It doesn't really seem like they want to play it. Maybe they feel like eventually they'll be forced to just like, you know, beaten to submission to play the ball, right?
Practicing now, I guess. What better place to do it?
But this is not a hero that you just like practice, you know, put a few hours in on the weekday and you're all of a sudden you can play it, right? It takes a while to master this hero. It's just a really odd one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the kind of hero that has had these specialists over the years, but rarely is it something that's just like part of your repertoire necessarily. I guess like, was it Junbin plays a lot of ball as well? I mean, that was someone we like commented on last year who just like happened to play a bunch of tanks plus the ball. Kellen,
among our first original ball expert here in Overwatch Esports.
Oh, I mean, that's Avril Erasure. That's crazy, honestly. Avril Erasure, unreal, man.
Avril is not a Wrecking Ball expert. You know, that's.
I mean, I don't know. I thought that's how he managed to get you guys to let him play ball on your talent takedown team. I thought that was the pitch.
That was an inside job from somebody on the other team.
Okay.
He's a secret agent.
All right, there's some tampering.
Yeah.
Havana's coming up next.
Do they ban ball? We didn't see them ban ball yesterday, right? Get rid of it, at least for a map.
I mean, are we at the point now where we just assume you can play ball everywhere?
Kinda.
Like, after what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty much play it just about everywhere, it feels like, at this point, right? But at least give yourself a chance. Like, if you can't play against the ball, like, get rid of it for a map. Like, let's just kind of like, hey, we'll figure out later.
Yeah. So I don't know what the consensus is on maps that you can just sort of force Wrecking Ball. I think we had a couple yesterday that we thought it was probably not going to be any good, and yet it was actually Eichenwalder. We had our doubts about whether it would be played there, but we saw that it was completely reasonable. I would suggest that it's the one thing that is absolutely ruining you right now. If you are,
other than that, Rad looks fine. Yeah, I mean, other than playing against these like and look, if you ban the ball and you lose to like a Winston dive, like, well, you know, come back again next weekend, right? But to just like lose against the ball constantly but never ban the ball once, it feels like a little bit of a throw.
I also think that like on a map like Havana, you probably can get a lot more mileage out of playing Malga into Winston.
There it is.
Okay. So this is totally fine. Also, I like this idea as well from Avidity. They know, obviously, you know, Rad have a pretty sick.
Oh, Chronic was sick. So, yeah.
Don't let them play the Widow and ban the ball. I think you just need to keep them honest here. I think that, yeah, like your Malga against Winston, if your Painkiller's trying to play that matchup, is probably a lot more reasonable here than it is on Havana because of the straightaways that this map has, and you can tell your team to just, I don't know, stack on the tank player if they need to. Avidity don't want Amalga of their own here. They will have the Torb and the Symmetra comp though.
I was gonna say you could play like Sigma on defense, right? We still see teams do that here, but look, I mean, this Torb Sim seems to be pretty strong right now. So you take this in combination, right, with Mauga. Maybe you play really close here, I imagine. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, and I think one of the players in our interviews, not sure if it was NA or EMEA, but they mentioned how the Torb is just really annoying for like Hazard to deal with. Where Rad Esports, it's like, okay, unless you believe otherwise, right? You'd be playing a little bit of a disadvantage, right? With that Hazard, and they'll actually match a Mauga here. So we'll see if Rad Esports looks a little bit better here now that the ball's gone.
I mean, their comp is much better, like in terms of the DPS. This is genuinely like exactly
historically, yes,
comp that can answer this setup. Nenwai is okay. You Suzu yourself to take that fight. I mean, wow, Avidity really relying on the Kiriko to stop the DPS flanking around them. Unfortunately, that hasn't really eventuated. Rad have been able to get this far now in position. Chronic is dead though. I think okay,
dude, if you don't kill the Sim, it's like a really sturdy comp, right? Like with the Torb and the Mauga and the Cardiac Overdrive and the healing from the Juno and like the Suzu. But I mean, King gets a really nice off angle. I mean, as good as you can probably ask for, right? Gets behind them on the street, has like that straightaway, and still not able to find anything.
This Rad Esports is hard in this. Again, they're going to go with this Farah comp. King has to get through Nenwai, who's been designated as the anti-flanker for Avidity, presumably because they have the mobility to return to the body of their team. It actually means that you get something off Swift Step, as opposed to if Nenwai was playing in the club, the death ball, wouldn't be able to escape at all. Eventually, this comp should be able to fall down, but it costs a nano boost on the Mauga in order for Painkiller to beat Pella. And Wab and Scuffed are going to hang around. So the Ana here for Z's, getting them that edge they're looking for. King eventually comes in to fight, but only once all of the real threats are dead. Okay, I see you.
I mean, you have to use a nano to get out of the spawn. Hey, that's fairly good, I think, if you're Avidity, right? Being able to force out one of those support ultimates, and they burn a bit of clock there. I think, though, like you mentioned, how do you deal with this far, right? You're obviously not playing any hit scan. We'll see if maybe it is, Nenwai was kind of battling King as he was up in the sky and Wub firing some shots, so maybe they still feel even confident against this far, regardless.
All right, here's that TP that allows Pella to cross out of Spawn and out of the choke that was being bombarded by King, who now is facing a little bit of pressure, but they should be able to set up on the balcony. Yeah, easily enough. Nenwai down. Zomba also picked up. There was a Bardic Grenade involved there, I believe, from Z's.
Yeah.
And this is the Rad comp that should work, especially now they're out in the open. But I wonder, do things change when we head into the brewery phase of the map, and then even that final stretch also might necessitate something different?
That was so aggressive from Nenwai, using the Kitsune rush like Suzu from the high ground. I think they actually thought they were going to like fly around the corner originally and kill King. They almost did, but King able to live, kind of gets a better angle there and able to put down a ton of damage. Ooh, some nice shots there, some directs into Wub. Nice peel there from Nenwai, trying to boop him back. Oh, almost able to take out Wub there, but that's going to be first checkpoint for Rad. And now as we move in towards this second part of the map, yeah, this is probably where it's a little bit harder to play that far.
Okay. Wub here, of course, is playing from a stranger spot towards the backline more than anything. Good damage off some of these shots, but now caught inside. Yeah. Caught inside the cage fight. Moncore is actually able to destroy the cage fight, which is pretty helpful. Get some damage onto the walls. The Rad do not want to get cooked inside their own cage fight. They've been thrown into the crater of Krakatoa. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the Sim and the Torb inside of the cage fight just didn't account for that.
Which god is Avidity trying to appease by sacrificing him?
Man. What do you nano the? Is it like a nano far? Do you nano Malka here? Like what is the target for Z's? I'm curious what she decides to do with this ultimate.
Look, I think you probably hold over for the durability. Chronic was maybe an acceptable candidate, but it's got to be the Malga, I think, in almost every case. What a huge turnaround that fight was. Radar struggling to get in here. Chronic pops ultimate, gets blown up basically instantly. And I think we're forgetting just like with this overload, this Torb feels a lot more accurate than normal. Those rivets obviously come out with higher velocity.
It feels like we're in some bizarro universe where it's like, you know what, I'm going to move off of Sojourn to the better pick. The Torbjorn here is Chronic, Torb Pharah. So still I want to play this Pharah, and I think it's like you can chunk down the Sim pretty quickly, right? Sim very weak in terms of like overall HP pool. But if you're not able to do so, it's not going to get a ton of value.
Okay, Zomba is down 5. Oh, Scuff the scary. Yep. The old torpedoes to secure that kill on Lep, and still able to keep Pella topped up now as well. A little double jump over the Malga. I think Scuffed is, yeah, definitely bitten off more than they could chew there. Pella though, still pretty dangerous.
Oh,
what are we doing here? Like, what are we actually doing here?
You can see that coming from a mile away. He was off the top rope. You know, that's like in wrestling, you ever see when they go to the top rope and they jump off and the guy rolls off the table and you just send your body through the table. Yeah.
And then they go to the table. Yeah.
That was like, you know, you got to the top rope and there's nobody on the table and you just jump through the table anyway. I mean, that was, you could see Pella dying from a mile away. They actually use a sim wall here. That's a nano onto the Pharah as this fight just kind of still continuing.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, nano for King in the end here, fair enough. Pella is looking just to try and make this go a little bit longer, but gets barraged at the backside. And I think now Rad still have a lot of this phase of the map to push through. There's been a lot of stall on this team. So they got one more chance to push up. They've got a cage fight here, which in theory should be able to catch Avidity out. One has the chance to do the funniest thing ever, though, if they walk into that.
It's a Molten Core Plus. You have a orbital ray, right? So you're definitely in this fight, even if Painkiller uses the cage fight. I think what you're looking at for Rad Esports is, can you actually get this sound barrier, right? Can this sound barrier be really effective?
Okay, they've got a touch here. Free hit, oven at 275, and bake, folks. Wub throws that Molten Core
Painkiller is stuck inside.
And again, once again, Painkiller ends up putting themselves in their own oven, bro.
How brutal is it though? Of like, you know what? We have one of our ultimates, but because they have a Molten Core, it kind of like, you're just trapped inside of their ultimate at that point, right? You're like, it's a weird scenario to be in if you're the Maga, as that is the payload getting stopped right before the second checkpoint.
That whole last part of the round, that whole fight inside the brewery phase was extremely chaotic. Although I will say, you know, Avidity did a great job, I think, of buying that time there by just sort of staggering, dying one by one on the cart. Nenwai tries to make a play, and I see the idea. If Pella gets that sound barrier,
it's kind of huge if he does.
Kill Painkiller, you probably can win the fight. I don't know if it's like the most amazing return on investment in the grand scheme of things, but I think Avidity at that point are just allowing the game to become chaotic, because Rad, you know, despite their content, they had like a Sojourn, they had a Pharah. They still aren't able to get through this Torb and Symmetra setup. You know, like, I wonder if they've thought about combining these two teams. You know what I mean? Take the best players. And you can also just like combine the names as well. It might be an option for, like, if, you know, one of these teams were to get relegated.
I see where you're going with that. I feel like we've been down that road at one point or another.
My memory is short, in fairness.
Yeah, for sure. I do understand, though, why Nenwai ends up using that beat. It looks ridiculous, but if he keeps Pella alive, Pella was actually doing some work there. And I actually think on the other side, you may have actually ended up even winning the fight out of that, but just so risky, especially with how good beat is this is going to be Chronic just dying instantly.
I think this
nice TP work.
Yeah, this is quite effective. It's very, it means it's hard to pin Avidity down here. It means they can go from like being in the middle of a brawl to sort of moving back. It's important for Zomba, who obviously doesn't have the durability that the Malga might have. Look at the follow-up here. Oh, the Malga, stop. What are we doing? It's crazy. Zomba eventually has to fall here. You would think.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, cart's on the way now, folks.
Well, we saw SSG, you know, the London Spitfire squad historically, right, do really nice things with like Rhine with Sim, right, in the past, because the Sim can add like tons of mobility to characters that don't.
They played it on Watch Point Gibraltar and won famously.
But that time, though, right, it's really just Zombie using the TP for themselves, right? Just creating different off angles. You think the Sim is one spot, not in the other, like right here, right? TP just kind of like as a fake, as a little bit of a bait. You don't know if the Sim's coming on through it. They lose Nenwai though here, so you lose a lot of your speed for the rest of the team. They're pretty split here too, Mitch.
They are. I mean, but that's how Avidity liked it on the defense side. It's a bit of a different situation here, though. You've still got to respect the Malga, who can nuke you pretty quickly. Painkiller drops down. Cardiac Overdrive for both Malgas, I think, was used there. So Avidity are going to have an opportunity to regroup, with the exception of Wab, who doesn't get out alive. Painkiller heads for the heals, and they actually bait out this orbital ray. This is really nice from Rad. And then NY back with a vengeance, of course. And with that little orbital ray boost, is able to find the Farah. I don't think that's enough to be going on with, though, despite that.
No, I don't think so as well, right? I think you're going to have to back up. You're going to end up losing this fight. So Rad Esports doing a good job here on their first point defense. Close to spawn, didn't exactly work out that well, but now on this first corner, starting to put together some fight wins where the FAR are doing some serious poke damage now, being able to just trying to chunk these players down on their way in, or even just stop pushes entirely, just having Avidity wait until they get healed up. And that'll actually have, while bringing out the Sojourn, so going to move completely away from the Torb, put a little bit more pressure on that FAR.
Yeah, again, especially up in this corner, FAR is really annoying to deal with. Orbital Ray here gets drawn out. Cage fight to keep everyone away from it. Let's see. Is that Cardiac Overdrive now? Cage fight for whom? It's Chronic. Why are we doing this to Torbs? Still, Pele able to survive that. Backs up here for some healing, and they should be good to go. This is an excellent mid-fight disengage that can be hard to put together, but Scuffed can't quite draw a bead on the Malga for long enough. Rad realize they've got to chase down and at least win that frontline battle, but now with no Cardiac Overdrive, Painkiller is a pincushion.
Yeah, you lose him and Lep quite late, so Lep comes off spawn here. Painkiller's going to come up now. I don't think can you actually get a contest here, though? I don't think, you have King actually come on out, so they're actually going to use it. They're going to use the beat for 4, so Painkiller's not going to get the effects of it, but Nenwai's got a beat on the other side.
Yeah, counter beat came out there for NY. Painkiller will be back in the fight, but it's likely it might be on the later side. Lep gets caught inside the cage fight, a friendly one, but there was a disruptor shot on the ground that just accounted for the rest of their health. Now, Painkiller, definitely going to be an issue. Was able to be picked off as Z's was trying to top them up from above. So, 3 minutes and 8 seconds for this last phase of the map. Wholesale changes for Rad's composition. We go to Sombra and Venture.
Pretty decent amount of time here for Avidity. It's actually, they'll go with Diva here. So they're going to play, they want to play fast now, right? This is something we haven't really seen from Rad Esports over the last day or so. They want to play quite aggressive. We've seen them play with that Venture before, but now they're going to bring a Diva into the mix, trying to just push up into this Malga-based comp.
Okay, Orbital Ray's going to come down here, though, for Scuff. Can Avidity make use of it? Yep, Rad end up just feeding themselves into the wood chipper, man. I like the idea with this comp. It wants to run you down, but there's far too much healing after the fact. Rad Esports don't have, like, the highest damage DPS setup, right? They got a Sombra. They got a Diva.
Yes, and when you kind of move in, if you're Rad Esports, right? Near the Malga pops Cardiac Overdrive, helps keep that Sim alive, right? That damage starts to ramp. The Sim doesn't really care for the defense matrix at all, right? So pretty decent comp here. King gets really low. It actually gets the burrow into the ground just to be able to live.
Okay, here is that wall. Scuffy is sat on the cart comfortably. The Wub, of course, the switch over towards the Cassidy is a big problem for the Sombra, and honestly, it doesn't hurt you too much against the Diva. Defense Matrix is annoying, but you can do this kind of stuff. Play aggressively, especially if you've got a Lucio alongside you. Avidity, again, split quite extensively here. And they're now going to run into the Venture. Hit with the hindrance grenade, though. King is going to have to get out. This will allow the cart to move up now as Pella is daring the Diva to come and fight him. That's Painkiller's issue right now. They don't have a way to really shut down this Malga in the 1-to-1, and this gets worse now with the addition of the cage fight. I do like, though, that Kitsune Rush. It's an increase in haste, so the healing from the Kiriko is better, but it's still not going to be enough, and this will be Rad crumbling. Rad Esports falling in a decisive sweep to Avidity.
I was completely wrong in this one. Avidity just dominates Rad Esports, where we were all so excited. I mean, it was like one of the talks coming into this, like, hey, like, don't sleep on Rad Esports. Like, looks like they could be a force. You know, maybe they can crack into that top 4 in NA in 2 matches just like that, right? You lose Team Liquid 3-0, you lose here to Avidity 3-0. Hey, you gotta start worrying about relegation now. I mean, Avidity with a tremendous win today.
Yeah, I did not see this one play out that.
No.
Honestly, like I feel, yeah, I'm positively surprised. Obviously, I do love that the Avidity stepped it up in such a way because they had a rough start to their season, right? So we weren't quite sure where in the middle of the pack they will find themselves, if not towards the bottom. But with the performance today, making themselves known, you know, like. they're a scary dive team to go up against.
I think that makes them a pretty clear-cut number 5 in OWCS Stage 1 as well. I mean, I guess it hinges a little bit on what Shikigami produces for us. They have a date in next week on the Sunday, Avidity and Shikigami. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But straight out of the gates, Avidity were determined to play comps that were uncomfortable, I think, for Rad. Playing Winston out of the gates, like there was like a switch off the Ramatra to Malga, and I think Pella just avoided Painkiller for most of the game, and then this Wrecking Ball and Eichenwalder. This is a momentum killer for me. I think if you're Rad, like at that point, you get onto that third map and you're done. Your brain is fried. Playing against Wrecking Ball just requires
2 days straight.
Differently.
2 days straight here against the ball.
I know.
I mean, this.
I mean, he even tried to go for it himself, right? Painkiller went with the you can't beat them, beat them.
A brief moment, yeah.
You know.
I mean, they tried it, but even then, you know, going over to these like Malga-based compositions when they got the ball out, it was still Avidity, man, who was able to kind of take them out, where they just played really strong today. I think Rad's got a lot to work on and think about going into next weekend. It felt like they were kind of cruising, that they were going to be, you know, a force here in North America, potentially even kind of, you know, squeaking in, making it interesting in that top 4-5. But
we did judge them on just one singular game from week 1, though, and that was against Shikigami, which, let's be real, are not doing extremely hot themselves. So perhaps we overreacted.
I mean,
but there was also talk before that.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Roll Shikigami. So. Yeah, I think at least in the hazard meta, they were fine. But there are a number of teams, especially maybe with less resources on the coaching department, that like are going to take a little bit longer. I think.
Look, even
have natural fits for this comp.
Even with the resources, nobody preps for a Sim Torb ball setup, right? You know.
I mean, now they have to.
I do now,
after this week, you have to.
but historically, we've never even got close to those heroes used in unison together. I mean, just really bizarre.
It is.
Yeah, bizarre, but this is what a time to be alive. What a time to have eyes. Pela, obviously one of those ball players who has been gracing us with his wrecking ball expertise. Honestly, unkillable. So frustrating.
Yes, and I also think for Pela in this series, played some Winston, played some Malga, right? A few different tanks here for Avidity that they were able to make work. So Pela just kind of flexing the hero pool in terms of tanks throughout this one. But the ball, like how Mitch said on Eichenwalder, the map number 2, it was pretty devastating. I think just kind of sucked any type of momentum or confidence out of Rad Esports.
Yeah, and there's obviously like on this Rad Esports roster, you have another option at tank as well. If you are in a meta game that maybe requires like, I don't know, something a little bit like more Ramatra based or brawly stuff, then Zeb might be an option. This team obviously has 2 tank players and a 3rd DPS, so there's plenty to see, I think, from this Avidity team, and I'm really impressed. This is the kind of team that is probably going to stay around in OWCS, right? With performances like this now going up 2-1. So they'd be very happy with that. I think that's your main objective, is to stay in this level, at this level, and continue to improve, because we've seen it from so many teams time after time. This is how you grow in Overwatch.
Absolutely. Now we do have Pela actually standing by for a voice-only interview, so let's check in with him and see if he can hear us. Pela, are you with us?
Hello? Yeah, I am. I'm here.
Hi, great to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us after this convincing victory. My guy, that was such a dominant performance. Are you at all surprised at that? Did you expect a closer match, perhaps?
To be honest, after SSG lost the other day, we were feeling like pretty confident. Even though it was 3-0, we knew we had what it took to come into this match and win. So we were pretty confident.
Now, you guys obviously have played a ton of like Winston, ton of ball in this game. They're obviously comps that, you know, Rad have some trouble dealing with. But is this the way you kind of prefer to play this new meta we've seen that has like ball, Torb? Does that suit you? Are you guys happy to be playing this right now?
I'm not sure. I think Wub's having a lot of fun on Torbjorn, I'll say that much. But I don't think it's suited for a lot of my team, but I'm obviously very comfortable in the wrecking ball, so it's like a very good direction for me personally.
That's a one DPS player now that we know has fun playing the Torb. Everybody else has been against it.
Yeah.
I gotta ask about Samoa. You guys ended up playing the Winston there, which we haven't really seen a ton of Winston on Samoa, at least here through stage 1. Walk us through a little bit of why you guys decided to do that.
Our initial thoughts were going into it. We were either gonna play. I've just historically played Monkey on that map whenever I was playing, and our other tank had thrown up this morning. So all of a sudden, I'm finding out I'm playing Samoa, and I'm like, okay, Monkey's the best thing, or like the thing I know how to play on Samoa. So I just thought, why not?
All right, why not? Well, if it works, it works. It was a dominant showing. Hope your teammate is feeling better very soon. But it was an absolute pleasure to see you in action throughout all 3 maps. Pela, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta.
Someone's gonna tell Tolls to watch
Yeah.
out for that 2-day-old spinach and artichoke dip.
I mean, somebody's got to tell Tolls you're supposed to fake sick the day after the Super Bowl, not the day of the Super Bowl. It's supposed to. The idea is to throw up tomorrow, not today.
No, but you set yourself up for tomorrow by already being sick today.
That's true. Maybe
this is less obvious.
You parlay this one into 2. I mean, that's a pretty good idea. There,
your family and friends have seen that you've been unwell today, and it's more plausible. I like that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I did it like days in advance, like 3 days ahead. I'm already like, ooh, I'm not feeling well.
I mean, I'm sick of you every day, Matt. So I've always.
Tolls sends a picture to the team, like, guys, I'm feeling really sick in an Eagles jersey. He's like, wait, what?
I'm so sick, like nacho dip in his hands, like, dude, I can't.
Are you going out? No. I'm sick.
No. Well, you know who else was sick? The gameplay we just watched from Avidity, setting themselves up in the upper echelon of our group standings now. Dude, it's gonna be a dogfight in the middle there, I feel.
This probably comes out in the wash. I think Avidity obviously still have to take on I think 3 of our top 4 teams, right? So I think that like a 3-4 result for that team is very reasonable, right? What I want to see Avidity do is go up against like a Timeless or something like that and really push them. Like I want to see them already knocking on that top 4 door, so to speak. And I think they can, especially if they're this comfortable playing these Winston comps against teams that prefer to play Brawl style when it's not just like Hazard. I think they're a ton of fun to watch. Again, like they've obviously got Twirls on this team who can come in and maybe play some of those different tank picks if they need. So if they're
like
not,
Hog, you want to see some more Hog?
No, I'm good actually. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, just throwing it out there. Well, maybe perhaps Team Liquid or Shikigami have something exciting in store for us. All of that is going to happen after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We see you right after this.
Am I winning the bingo?
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Hello, friends. Ready to close out week 2 of our Stage 1 regular season?
I'm so ready.
Well, don't really care because we're going to do it anyway. So
Well, you did ask. You actually did ask.
But it was a
so-
rhetorical question, though. We weren't supposed to answer.
Yeah, that's right. It's like when Americans ask you how you do, but you're never supposed to actually say it.
Isn't that the weirdest thing?
It's so
they
strange.
They just say it back to you. Or
Yeah.
nothing at all.
We're all
Why do you
on
guys do
autopilot.
that? Why do you
We're
have
all on
words that don't
autopilot.
mean anything?
Yeah,
I'm Australian. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do your best Australian impression now.
I can't do that.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Well, he's warming up. Maybe for the
Yeah,
post.
yeah.
I know, he's not true blue.
Guys, we got a good match coming up. Team Liquid versus Shikigami is up next. And who better to join us to set it all up than the official Team Liquid co-streamer and today's feature co-streamer. It's Fitzy. How you doing, Fitzy? Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, hello. I'm here to, see this Team Liquid game. Last week we saw a nice, very close actually 3-2 match, and 3-0 yesterday. I was gonna throw an Australian accent, but
that was pretty good.
Honestly,
that was
someone out of
British, that was
Cincinnati?
out there.
That could have been worse. I'll say that much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, a lot
Nailed
of
it.
ball
I'm
gameplay
European. I
going
don't know
on.
that. Yeah, do you like that? Are you a fan or not so much? I mean, you're like
I'm
a
a fan of
resident
ball
Sombra
gameplay.
player, so you should be a fan.
Yeah, Sombra not really shutting down ball quite as much. We haven't seen much Sombra except for touch the point. That's about all I've seen. At least when there's a lot of the ball gameplay there. But yeah, it's interesting seeing the ball Sojourn combo. You hit the ground pound, knock him in the air, hit the snipe. Very strong stuff. Expect to see more of that today.
Did you, if we're going back to the match that we just got to watch, I know you're co-streaming today, did you expect such a dominant showing from Avidity, or perhaps hoped for a little bit more resistance from Rad?
A 3-0 is a 3-0. It's gonna happen. Sometimes the meta just doesn't fall where you want it to, and if people aren't practicing against the Sim Torb or whatnot, if they're not used to compositions like that, then you got to be ready for everything. You got to have that deeper hero pool and ready to bounce back.
Fitzy, what do they got to do to get Sombra back in the meta? She's had a whirlwind of some trouble lately. What do they got to do to help her out?
I don't know. Give EMP reload. That's what I've been saying. That's all I know. That won't bring her back.
But, hey, Deadeye has reload.
Hey, we could start there.
Yeah, I like that.
I think like that reloads.
I think like the virus nerf was also a bit rough as well. Like I think it was hitting for like 90, now down to 75. So I think there's like Sombra's being treated really safely. As like late last year, there were like a couple of tweaks down just after that rework. So hopefully, I mean, look, Ball is back, and so is Sim and Torb because of these little stealth buffs that they've been getting patch on patch that people haven't really noticed. So
Virus should jump to multiple targets.
Dude, exactly. It's like ZP at an esports event. Like
I am so glad that none of you is a dev. Like, I'm so glad, actually. Fitzy, thank you, production. Fitzy, I see you're all decked out, Team Liquid. You're obviously their official co-streamer, so you're hard horsey pilled. Who's your favorite player? You gotta pick a favorite child. Well, who's on your radar?
I mean,
why are you a Liquid fan other than being on their paycheck?
I mean,
jerseys.
they do have cool jerseys. But being able to, I was a ball player way back, so I have to lean towards ball players. So we can't just keep running. The Hazard, the Malga. We got to get the ball in there. So you know who I'm gonna say. But
let's go Infected. Yeah, I'm an Infected fanboy as well. I ride with that.
It's hard not to. But he's also just a fun personality.
Yeah, well, and it's the fact that the whole team is able to play around it. You can have one player be able to play these different heroes, but it's about the whole team being able to come together. Like I was saying earlier about you hit the ground pound and ground pound. Smash. What I can't remember what it's called. But you
Pile
hit
driver.
the pile drive. I got it. And you had the sojourn, but all those are comms happening already. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go in. Okay, teamwork. We're launching. It's not just like, oh, I was playing Widowmaker and I sniped him. Oh, I was playing that. It's that teamwork that goes in with anything that they've been doing.
That's right. Speaking of teamwork, I'm gonna put you guys' teamwork to the test in another rendition of Overfeud. So, Fitzy, you have the utmost pleasure or unfortunate.
No. This will be good. This will be
with
good.
Mitch and
good.
Matt.
Okay, I'm super good.
And we polled over 1,400 OWCS fans on a variety of Overwatch-related prompts. And now you have to guess the 5 most popular answers chosen by our community. So you got to think like the people. You got to be chat. Matt's very good at it, to absolutely no one's surprise.
Platinum.
Yeah.
I am the people.
No, I think you gotta go gold and bronze.
Yeah,
I think you're in the wrong.
Gold.
I think you're in the wrong kind of sphere.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring up a prompt to see what we want to know, what our new community thinks about. Sentences are difficult. Okay, name a DPS hero that's fun to play but hard to master. Yeah, Fitzy goes first. We take.
I can't. Can I just play something? Are we playing people that are? Oh, we've got to think about gold people, though. Exactly. What are we thinking about? I feel like gold's gonna say like, we said DPS, so Moira, right? No, we'll go with Symmetra.
Thanks, Jim.
Why not?
That's a pocket.
Oy,
okay, you have 3 lives, by the way, and you just threw one away.
3 lives. Okay.
Right, you as a team have 3 lives, so.
Oh, we have a team.
Them.
Oh, we're a team. I got it.
You are a team.
Genjo, your boy Genji. Fun to play.
Nice.
These gold players.
Second most.
I put myself in the shoes of somebody who likes to select heroes that they suck at and would love to be decent at them. The one that stuck out to me was Venture. Venture, fun to play. Yeah, the difficult masters.
Venture.
Actually, yeah.
Let's go.
Okay,
That's
Fitzy.
peer pressure, Fitzy.
I'm gonna go Sombra. Sure. Oh my
Fitzy's
gosh.
throwing for your team.
No.
I honestly no.
What fun are we having in gold, Bastion? No, okay, go ahead.
Can I say, are you guys going to be, can I take a sidebar here? Are you guys going to be mad if I say Sojourn or not? Am I going to be in trouble or?
Well,
Yeah, you guys can sidebar.
Yeah,
you
give
guys
me Soj.
can sidebar.
Yeah, I want sidebar. Give me Soj.
Oh
Bollocks!
my gosh.
Whatever, man. We're out of lives. I got
You
one.
never cared. You never cared anyway.
What would you have said, Matt?
I would have said Tracer.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of based, actually. Oh, that's based. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Dude, it's all the flankers. It's all the flankers.
Why was Sombra
We're
not
dead,
in
right?
there? Why was Junkrat?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Now, why wasn't Moira on this list, though, is my question.
That's true.
Also, how is Junkrat fun to play?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
People just go boom. It's sick and they just blow up. Wait, have you ever had a Tracer walk up on you and you remote mine and insta kill her? It's extremely cathartic. They just go, there's no counterplay. You just die.
I never hit shit when I'm playing Junkrat, so maybe that's where the joy is lost on me. Like it's rough out there. Well, that's a L for the team. Sorry, I don't want to say Fitzy through, but Fitzy kind of.
I get into the mindset of the OWCS chat. You know what? They're hardcore gamers. They're ready to like. They wanna pop off. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, they're like above gold, but not quiet. It's a different.
Well, they
kind of
believe
universe
they're
out there.
above gold, but they're not.
Yeah, like Matt.
Like like your entire face team. Bro.
like you.
That's just
Fitzy, are you interested in making a Faceit team? I heard one team has some openings right now.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm good enough for that. You know, so I'm
our
in the gutter,
team needs
you
4
know,
or
I
5
gotta-
players. Do you got any friends?
I could talk to my gold chat. You know,
Fitzy
I'm
can make his
sure I can-
own team. Why would he take the dregs of your failed experiment?
Someone has to save the boys.
Yeah.
Fitzy, if people want to be part of your gold chat, where can they find you?
Fitzy here, anywhere. Fitzy here, anywhere.
Fitzy here anywhere. You love to hear it. Fitzy, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. It's great to see you. I hope we get you back on the desk very soon to pick your brain some more. But for now, we're gonna say goodbye. Thank you so much. Mitch,
Thanks for having me.
You ready to close this one out?
Yeah, let's do it. I think after that, I mean, I'm definitely ready to roll. Team Liquid versus Shikigami. Again, a matchup here on paper that absolutely looks utterly one-sided. I think that's the fairest way to put it here. TL have looked amazing with his Wrecking Ball comp, whereas Shikigami, their first game was a 0-3 loss to Rad. They did beat Amplify in a 3-1, but against the top, I'll call them the big four, they have been unable to get maps here. So that's probably part of the objective for this squad. We have an Echo band here, which is
quite interesting.
Do I even have Echo on my bingo card at all? That is
I think I did. We've rarely seen Echo played. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I mean, maybe once. The Juno band, though, from TL. Juno, obviously.
I need a Moira band. Guys, Liquid Shikigami, no particular reason. I need a Moira band.
Hey, they're not allowed to watch.
Oh, that's true. Unlucky. All right, let's jump in. Okay, so we actually have a recent comp with the Baptiste. Pretty diveable, very susceptible to Team Liquid's, Wrecking Ball.
They need to be fast, though, here with this Arisa. Oh, nice shot there from Danny. Just kind of flies around the corner, takes out Knife. And it is a diveable comp. The BAF, though, once that Immortality Field's gone, going to be really difficult staying alive. There's the MO field out. Graveyard doing all they can, trying to live. Not going to be able to live for long, though, as that'll be Team Liquid taking that first fight.
Yeah, correct choice there by Graveyard to save the regenerative burst for when the Immortality Field was about to expire. But that fight broke down into a couple of skirmishes, and somehow RuPaul is behind Team Liquid on the Ana. So that should tell you everything you need to know about the attitude of Liquid, I think, approaching this game. We'll see how it plays out, though. Because the Drunk has been someone that's definitely impressed us on occasion. Yeah. But they are, of course, going to have to make very good use of this Cassidy.
So this is what we asked for, to see Rad Esports go to, right? And try and play like Cassidy with the Torb. Really slowed them down. They were playing the Ramatra at the time. The Arisa, though, with the Baptiste, same type of ideal. But, man, that is a nice sleep there by RuPaul. Though Lucio trying to make a play for him in the back line. And on the opposite side, Mitch, they're just not able to keep Solo up. Tree with a hammer kill to finish things off. It's just the disruption of this ball. Very difficult to work through.
Absolutely. And there is more than enough damage here for Liquid that Solo basically gets nuked down. Tree loves a bit of Torb action. And again, you notice him just like hitting these consecutive shots. I want to point out that they're playing off the ground, like up on that ledge away from the fight a little bit. So they're actually just in a position where the shots aren't as easy to hit because of the immense drop on that rivet gun. And yet, you notice that Tree is consistently putting damage down during these fights.
It's just taking a little bit long here now for Shikigami to make their way towards the point. Amp Matrix, but you have the Minefield just kind of thrown in there. That's going to actually be, so you get a kill there from Solo on the tree, which is great, but you actually use the Immortality Field already. Solo extremely low, gets hit with a bio, so going to have to back up. So, man, the disruption here from Infected is just filthy. Nano here on the Knife, too.
Infected rolling on through him here. Team Liquid, again, making up for lost time at the start of OWCS Stage 1. Absolutely offering no quarter to Shikigami, who are going to struggle here to walk out onto the point. They get Regime there at least.
He's got
for a time, and they will be turned on very quickly. Pod Driver used, Solo can't quite touch, and that is our first round in the books.
Oh, and trying to play these static comps, you can live a little bit with the Arisa, right? And prevent yourself from being dislodged from different positions, but after those kind of like fortifies get off, right? And the Immortality Field's gone, I mean, it is just easy there for Liquid. And Infected, yet again, not really under a huge threat. So teams don't exactly feel comfortable trying to match this, right? They seem to try and figure out a way to potentially counter it. We haven't seen anybody really do something that's impacted it thus far.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to answer it. I think Shikigami have been reeling. They've been on the back foot this entire time. Regime tried to play aggressively once toward the backline, instantly slept and killed by RuPaul, so I don't know if they're going to really attempt that again. This kind of team, the oppressive aura that they generate, can force you into playing a completely different game. I think Graveyard must have taken a headshot from Tree across the map there because they had to pick up the Mega very early.
This is interesting, though. Ball here for Shikigami, but they're actually going to match it with a Pharah Adventure. RuPaul, what is this? Secret agent.
They slept the Pharah. Oh, the humanity. Oh, good
nice
Suzu.
Yeah.
Graveyard, the GOAT. Hello. Nicely done. Liquid tries to set up a play. Danny, though, eventually does fall. Here is the ball on the swing around the side. I'm glad Team Liquid can, you know, let their hair down a little bit here. Vega, those got to respect. Solo knocks them off the map. Another Suzu used there by Graveyard, who eventually is going to have to pay for that little interaction earlier in the fight. They will be picked off. Drunk on the way in now, fighting the Symmetra Knife. Well, Knife wins those, apparently.
RuPaul just going on like secret missions on the flank. I mean, this fight's just chaos, right? And it looks like a regime gonna make it away, so we're gonna get back towards Solo as you do have spawners coming back here for TL.
Drunk actually gets hit in midair by Infectus, so some damage on that otherwise airborne target. There's Graveyard going the way of the Dodo, and Drunk doesn't last much longer here. Team Liquid, again, this is really impressive. I know we are looking at a team that's probably just on a little bit of a different level here, but how fluidly they're transitioning between these kills. They're not just all solo efforts here. I don't know if the minefield out in front of Shikigami's spawn is really necessary, but again, they look very crisp here.
And as I mentioned, Knife, Graveyard takes out Knife. Knife actually went over and played Sombra here, so we were just talking about it with Fitzy a little bit in the pregame. Seeing some Sombra action here from Team Liquid as that's actually a move off of the Sim. So Nano here on a tree, just see how fast that Torb can kill. Oh, almost booped off the side there. And look, if you don't deal with him and knock him off the side, that is filthy stuff.
Tree, you're on the list. That's all I'm going to say. You're on my list. There's no need for that. The hammer kills would have been good. Graveyard off the map. Look, Regime, Graveyard. I did say you guys might be the next RuPaul and Vega. You got to beat them, though, to become them. That's all I'm going to say. So far, they have been dominant. So far, Team Liquid have not dropped a beat, and they've only dropped a couple of deaths of their own here. Infected is more than happy to continue to be a nuisance. Regime with a beat here, because this is it. Last chance for Shikigami to get a touch. Solo, though, I don't think was able to benefit from that Lucio ultimate, and Team Liquid have absolutely bent Shikigami into a pretzel. And Regime not getting knocked off the map, but will come back at 1 HP. Will probably die to the Torb turret here. Very, very low as they are. Tree gets them with the hammer. You hate to see those. And well, folks, the Lambs were led to the slaughter.
It's not over. Solo with a minefield here. Now it looks very over. So he will fall. He's going to get hacked, and that is it. Team Liquid. I mean, that is I feel like we just started 2 minutes ago. That is a really fast map number 1. This is thumbs up.
Team Liquid, thumbs up, guys. You guys playing some great Overwatch today. Well done.
That was filthy. I mean, the Switch Drunk not able to really make it out of the spawn because constantly getting hacked by Knife, Infected, dropping pile drivers in front of the base. I mean, Team Liquid, it feels like last week everybody was talking about this team like they were a lock for relegation. That felt like the vibes around everybody talking about this team. Now,
I mean, you say that as someone who has actually been a part of like some pretty notable esports orgs. You can't tell me you haven't felt that before. Where like you come in, high expectations, lose the game a little unexpectedly, and then everyone thinks you're the worst in the world. Like it's like
we had an event, I want to say it was in Toronto in like 2017 where we were like a number 1 seed. We lost first round. Everybody thought we were going to get double first round, and then we ended up winning. So yeah, I mean, it does happen. The 5k healing is not a lot from Team Liquid there. It seems like everybody wants to play DPS.
Yeah, I mean, and why not? I don't think that RuPaul did any healing at all. I think he was absolutely, clicking enemies here, which is totally fine. Again, I do think that the Wrecking Ball comp taxes the lines of communication really heavily, for teams that want to group up, especially if you're playing that Orisa comp, because as soon as your whole comp depends on all 5 of you, essentially playing together, or at least 4, and then someone on an off angle who is self-sufficient and can go and get a health pack or whatever. When the ball comes in and like, let's say they knock your support into a room and they start fighting them. All of a sudden, the plan's over. You now need to react to the ball and salvage or save the player who's being pressured by the ball. And then but what are the other 4 people on the enemy team doing while that happens? It throws things into utter disarray. And that's why so many teams have decided the only way to beat the ball comp is just to do what they do, but better, to dive faster, harder.
Yeah, Tor ban here for Shikigami, and then it'll be Hazard on the other side. So for Shikigami, don't want to play that Torb. They went and played like Venture Farah. They did some other stuff there. They played some Cassidy. I believe Cassidy, though, they played with the Torb. So They get the Torb out of the equation. Maybe they feel like it's a little bit easier. Well, for Shikigami, right? Okay, we can get rid of the Torb. That maybe opens up like Hazard or some other things, but then Hazard's gone, right? So see how that ban kind of plays out.
Okay. This is still the kind of map where you can, for sure, make this Wrecking Ball play work. We'll get your names switched up the top of the screen for you folks. It is Team Liquid in orange on that right side.
Shikigami, the org is like, no, we'll take Infected and RuPaul.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you've twist my arm. Sure. Right, so this is Solo has played some Queen in their time.
We saw somebody do this the other day, though. They tried to play the Queen into the ball. Did not last long. So let's see how it works here.
I also think that like you are doubling down on that power driver now with Venture. So again, just a ridiculous amount of backline pressure. Junker Queen again is the tank that demands you give her attention in order for her game plan to work. Otherwise, she is much like Ramacha, pretty weak.
Big bio.
I mean, yeah, and Solo doesn't get any bleed healing back, but all of a sudden, like, Team Liquid just turned 4 people onto Solo, and I'm pretty sure there's a Venture Emergence behind them. Like, that amount of burst damage, you have to be extremely vigilant against, and you don't really have, like, a way to sort of cover that necessarily. You have a Brig in your composition. Brig, Sombra, Queen. This is how hard Shikigami are trying to answer the ball.
But you also don't have like what you would want with the Queen, right? Is sure, maybe you can kind of deal with the ball, like, but the ability to chase down somebody, whether it be like Knife or RuPaul, but you don't have the speed capabilities. That's actually a pile driver, and I think RuPaul just finishes off Danny.
Sick nade. He did like a 3-player Bionade before the power driver came in, so this is Team Liquid just kind of flexing a little bit, just showing us how dominant they are. They fight off the point here. Shikigami have to go in for a back cap, which weakens their ability to fight back against a ball diving, right? They've got one less player to help them in that regard. Tree is hacked, so can't sort of burrow back below the ground. That's nicely done by Danny to set up that elimination. And now Shikigami, having used Rally, can come forward.
And Tree was actually nanoed during that as well. Nanoed, and then also, in the backline, but there was the rally on the other side for Shikigami, right? Does a nice job kind of keeping them all alive. So Shikigami will actually get a flip here. So they do get control of the point. We'll see for how long, though, right? You're going to have the Ventral plus the Sim 1 coming in.
The Sim 1 not a huge deal, I guess. Shikigami's comp really just wants to brawl anyway, so the wall less effective, but you can play safely behind it as someone like Knife, for example. Tectonic Shock as well. It's deceptive how long range that ability is, man. It really covers some ground. Tree here, as soon as they realize the Queen's coming for the burrow, so who gets hit by that Rampage? Absolutely no one. Solo, able to at least get that ability off, but no one is there. Liquid are too mobile with this setup.
The Juno is impacted a little bit by the Sim wall, right? For Shikigami. But other than that, like in terms of like their damage output, like you would really kind of want to be playing past it. Knife gonna go over to Tracer, not gonna be playing that Sim anymore. And for this EMP that comes in from Danny, right? Vega, I'm sure he's gonna play off to the side, trying to avoid this, land that sound barrier, and continue the fight.
Okay, Danny aware here of Liquid trying to push up now. That's a sound barrier that came down. Danny, yep. Go with the EMP. Doesn't strip the sound barrier, of course. So Liquid still have that extra bit of durability, and the EMP doesn't last long. So Danny couldn't really afford to wait any longer to pop that ability, but only getting the Venture is maybe not enough. Here's the drop down for Infected. RuPaul has that safe little angle here, so plenty of healing for the Wrecking Ball available. Drunk with a blade, trying to probably find out where RuPaul is standing right now. Vega might be, let's just get boot back. I hate this blade. I hate it with a passion. It's tough for Drunk. They can't get any info really. There's no great targets for it, in fairness.
Well, I mean, he's also trying to find anybody that he can go after safely, right? It pops the blade, gets boot back by Vega, then looks to the left instead of going after Vega, takes a ton of damage from Knife, and then hightails it the other way, and Tree right there. I mean, there's just no way you could get anywhere with that blade. And although Shikigami does get some percentage here, Team Liquid, though, able to take it back pretty quickly. And with the ultimates they have here, Mitch, right, having that nano potentially for Infected or Tree, I think they're going to be able to hold this for a bit.
I kind of want to see what Tree does with this nano, outside of being hit with every form of CC under the sun. Here's a Solo now. Again, it's an information game. They have to see the Wrecking Ball. It's quite a gaudy Boston Uprising skin that Infected is using there. Nice stick. Okay. But it's spread away. There's no Kiriko here for Shikigami, so those Tracer Pulse Bombs are a little more problematic. Big damage. Oh, okay, nice stun. That was the shield bash stun, I think, coming off Graveyard. Danny also hacked Tree, if I'm not mistaken. And that really makes Venture pretty useless. Graveyard moves up here, and Team Liquid actually conceding the point, or at least while Knife recalls and gets back into the fight. Knife must have recalled on top of Danny, because they just meleeed them and end up finishing off the Sombra. Rampage here again. There's the issue that Solo is going to have a hard time actually hitting people, and the minefield could be an issue for that as well.
And Vega makes it out with like a sliver of HP, right? Gets hit with a Rampage here, but Vega looks like going to be able to live. So even though they flip the point, you're going to be able to come back here as Team Liquid. You don't even need the sound barrier, but you did have it just in case. As they'll flip it, they'll win this second flashpoint.
And in my opinion, that's as good as it gets for Solo. There's a Rampage that caught Tree and Vega respectively, but there's no hope of any follow-up there whatsoever. Vega can obviously, get out of dodge pretty easily by using the verticality. So a move to DV here is pretty reasonable, right? It doesn't do much about the Venture Tectonic Shock and play right now, so Shikigami have to respect it. They've lost their Brig, who's definitely going to be one of the first targets for this Liquid comp now, someone who just doesn't have the mobility to avoid this dive.
Yeah, they try and end up matching the sound barrier there with the orbital ray, and now they're just going to get kills traded out 1 for 1 as that is filthy work there from Tree. Connects with 2, and I think the bad part here for Shikigami, right, is you're kind of like trading these kills, but with both supports alive for Team Liquid, Infected and Knife, it's going to be difficult to dislodge these players from the point as a Knife and Infected just doing work as a tandem.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Tree actually switching over to the Mei here. No more Venture.
May's got some pretty good sightlines here on this specific point for like walls, but also I think Mei, if you get hacked on Venture, it feels like you can't really do much of anything, right? At least the Mei has a little bit of option.
Well, actually has that inherent durability, and normally there's enough of a window to ice block. Cassidy is the answer here though from Danny, someone who, obviously historically very powerful against Mei, especially if they can inhabit this high ground position. Infected double stack to the point, doesn't want to allow it to be flipped on them.
For Tree.
Yeah, that hindrance for Tree is not a big deal. They can ice block this off, but Knife going to get brought down by Solo, who looks to charge on into them. Great boot. That is a great move from Regime. Liquid here up to 65%, but they've certainly lost this fight. It's a minefield that is going to be mostly ignored by Shikigami, unless Infected can actually knock someone into it. You can't give this, you cannot give that Solo kill to Infected.
Yeah, I mean, almost kills Drunk in like a 1v2 there is... You players take some damage. They're both, Solo and Drunk getting below 50 HP, and the fight's gonna come right back because they never deal with Infected. You got Vega with a sound barrier here as well, Mitch. Could be huge.
Drunk recalls out. Vega builds beat, probably throws it straight away. Yeah, especially if the Kitsune Rush is going to be in play. So Graveyard needs to use this ability to keep Solo and Drunk alive, whereas Vega can just throw it out and then go back to business, which is giving Drunk extreme case of tinnitus, apparently. Little health pack pick up there for Infected, and we're going to double back now. Liquid still not in control of the point yet, and Solo was allowed to remech after the self-destruct, but they are alone, living up to their name, and now likely to be booted out of that mech again if they can't escape. We go into the drink, apparently.
But you're forced to jump off the side there instead of just getting like staggered out. And look at this, Team Liquid, they're going to push on up. They know that Solo is going to be coming off the spawn a little bit later. An opportunity to just pick up some kills, finish the game.
And there you have it, folks. Team Liquid confident and comfortable here on this map. Obviously, they play Saturday and Sunday this weekend against, Rad and Shikigami respectively. So these are absolutely the games they want to use to nail down this composition that many teams have had to adapt to and adopt very quickly. I've got to say, perfect 10 for me. No notes against a team like Shikigami. This should, all things considered, be a comfortable 3-0.
Shikigami putting up some fights in certain situations, but Team Liquid just look. I mean, the Infected just on the ball is like unbelievable. Just always like, even when you think he's gonna die, always rolls out, knows where all the health packs are, like perfectly kind of maneuvers around the map. And I don't know if there's anything that Shikigami can do, right, in terms of like trying to counter it. They had some good moments here on this map, but still not enough.
Yeah, and there's some moments here, of course, of Tree on Venture. Again, like, it looked very good. The Sombra is a bit of a problem, but it's really easy to underestimate the range that Venture has on their abilities. Tech Shock and, of course, the Drill Rush can close a lot of gap. Danny tries the Cassidy here. I think you might feel like you need it to answer the ball's mobility, but it's also one of the most susceptible heroes, especially without that hindrance grenade cooldown to just getting pile driven and ruined by that dive.
And NA is, I mean, we're barely gonna get enough bans today to get through bingo.
That's true.
You might not even,
only 9.
You might not even be able to make a bingo with 9. I mean, that's that would be, obviously a low for the region, right? I mean, 2-3-0s back to back. I mean, Shikigami obviously with another. Shikigami may ban the ball here, make it a little bit interesting, right? But we know that Team Liquid can play other stuff. It's not like they're just like one trick type of team.
No, absolutely. I do think that they're comfortable playing this setup, though. Tree did mention in the interview, he's like, look, I'm enjoying Torp right now. I think it's just a matter of variety for a lot of these pro players. He's like, but I think eventually it might get a little bit tedious, just holding M1, just sort of shooting. And that's why we've seen games like this. We've seen some hammer kills come out. We've seen Torp have a bit of fun with with Pointless Molten Cores, but the game plan seems pretty straightforward. Torb, I don't think has never really been heralded for being incredible in terms of his weapon. But with
yeah,
I think with his E now and that increase in fire rate and sort of projectile speed, I do think that it can be pretty nasty in some cases.
We had a season of Owl where Torb was pretty good, if you remember correctly, where we saw like Carpe play a lot of Torb, like thinking way back. But it's been a hero that's been pretty dormant at the competitive level for most of the game's lifespan, I would say, right? Where now it just seems like with some of the changes, obviously, to his kit over the years and changes to numbers now, right? In terms of even like hammer damage, I think got buffed at one point. It just seems to be a bit of a powerhouse. They get rid of the ball. Good on Shikigami, right? Hey, we're going to go down, do something different. And then Team Liquid actually gets rid of Genji on the other side.
Okay, that's obviously a pick that's going to be taken away from Drunk on the Shikigami side. We see a ton of Genji on this Esperanca map. This might mean that TL end up circling back to their Hazard comp and play Sojourn Tracer, or honestly, do whatever the heck they want, because I don't honestly think it matters over much.
They can play Malga, right? You can play the Hazard. I think Ramatra, a bunch of different options here on Esperanca, right? Especially, look, Team Liquid, they could just do just about everything. I'm sure they have game plan for teams that would. I'm actually probably pretty sure they were surprised they didn't see a ball ban yesterday. That they probably had something ready yesterday if a ball ban came through. So
sure,
there's no way that they know that how good Infected is on the hero that it was going to kind of slide through every single game. So I'm sure they have an answer.
Yeah, much like the previous series, a Wrecking Ball gets banned in map number 3. Will it make a difference? Is it more a pick for Graveyard, at least hovering that? That's interesting. I really would have liked to have seen a Moira ban. That would have made my day. On the Liquid side, Knife Hanzo. I feel like we saw that when he played for the Vegas Eternal. Maybe way back then on like Omega Ping.
Knife, he probably he denies that he was on the Vegas Eternal. He's like,
I mean, you know what? I really liked him.
Same name. They're just a different player. It wasn't me. No, he was fine on it. Just the team. So they actually, Team Liquid, this is interesting. This is very similar to what we saw Shikigami play at the start of like Lijiang Tower, right? With the Orisa like Baptiste type of setup.
Yeah, RuPaul on the Baptiste, this should be quite a treat. Shikigami obviously want to take these hefty frontline fights, but there is a Sim turret in play, so Knife is going to be a little hard to catch. And Team Liquid obviously actually have some options, not only for escapes, but for starting off fights from some of these really off angles. Infected has a great sense of when he needs to pull back here, and Shikigami don't look to chase the Orisa down, so that's an easy heal and a lot of ult charge for RuPaul getting developed. I think Amp Matrix in this matchup is really underrated with the Torb, especially with his with his E. That is a pretty disgusting amount of damage that we're able to put down. Cart's on the move, by the way, and this Sim turret gives Liquid just this insane level of mobility. Solo dies out in the open with a turret.
Well, also, the Malka wants to, like, charge in and get on the opposing team, right? Not exactly like the tank you think of in terms of like poke. Is we're just going for hammers here.
I mean, Tree was just checking the knee reflexes of Daddy. That's fine.
But Malga, like charging into like the Sim with the Baptiste, right, can be pretty difficult, especially when the Orisa can use like Spear Spin, knock that Malga back, then send him off course. That is already checkpoint here. for Team Liquid is they're trying to set a record in terms of series length. I mean, it's like we're only 20 minutes into this one.
Oh yeah, no, this has been one of the fastest games that you're probably going to see in NA at this stage. Rupar, though, hit by the
Nice
stun.
slam.
Solo comes in with a stomp. Finally able to assert himself. So make things harder for Team Liquid. It's a die on the bot kind of game plan now, as I have to fall back and likely keep the same comp. They're going to be rotating into a sound barrier here fairly soon. RuPaul made use of the Ant Matrix map, but I didn't really see. I think they were just pushed while they tried to set it up.
Well,
Good response from Shikigami.
As soon as he got up to the high ground and dropped it, it was just the slam that came in from Solo and a lot of damage. There was just no answer there. Yeah, he probably would have ended up trying to drop the immortality field, right? But just gets, just incinerated there by the Malga. And it comes on through, just takes him out fast. So not even able to drop that, gets the stun. So nice play for Shikigami to battle back out of that situation. Now with some high ground control, here's where you see those TP plays, though. You're able to move right across the map and they get right behind Drunk.
Not too shabby. That's the Torb out of the game. Already a very hefty total posted here by Team Liquid. And the Simwall is very good here against the Sojourn and the Malga respectively. Solo having a tantrum on the bot. Why can't I have these nice walls? Unfortunately, now they're going to walk away from Shikigami after Liquid. I already used this sim comp to set up behind them on that high ground. They probably can do it again as well as they move down. Knight can set them up with a TP that puts them on that high ground. They just need to avoid getting quad stunned by Solo.
You're in that really weird scenario again, though, Mitch, where Solo's going to end up with that cage fight, but you have like Terror Surge plus Molten Core to put inside of it. This is going to be Drunk actually using the Molten Core really early here, just trying to maybe like back them up into it, create some space, but Team Liquid has no problem just kiting this.
Drunk didn't realize how far back Liquid had disengaged. Yeah. He thought that they were on the right of the bot and not all the way back up that street, so he holds a Molten Core and sees absolutely nothing. This cage fight had better be something special.
There is two. He just kind of walks up here to tree and just two taps him.
Yes. And again, like, Graveyard is forced to crouch. Here's Kitsune Rush. Danny is just going to ignore Tree, I suppose. That's fine. Here's a cage fight. Here's a hammer. Trying to break on in there. I like it. Tree, though, is, well, a little unserious.
Hey,
I'll be honest with you.
He almost got it. He almost got it.
Yep. No. Could have given us a great moment there, almost breaking that Malga cage fight on his own. So Liquid still walking in the next fight with their own Molten Core. They still have that Terror Surge available to them. A number of options with this symmetric teleporter that will allow them to come from an odd angle, and here is a switch to the Winston for Solo.
Graveyard trying to land a long-range sleep. So land maybe a really nice bio grenade on a side angle here. Just kind of moving up towards this high ground. The Torb turret and then just get yoinked in.
Graveyard's able to walk out of it at the very low. Okay, I see the idea. Oh, that's so dirty.
Yeah.
The TP play? Oh, man. They're styling on this right now. Okay, Tree's going to make it look like Sodom and Gomorrah out there. Fair enough.
He's got Torb Molten Core lineups. I mean, yeah, no, Team Liquid, I mean, they're having fun here today. And Shikigami's like a good team. Right? We've seen them actually put up some good performances against some of the other opponents in NA, but Liquid just kind of demonstrating what level they're on at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely clowning on them here. And they look very, very comfortable. It's important to have fun in games like this. I don't know if Shikigami could be boasting that, but maybe fun is zero-sum, frankly, in Overwatch. You cannot both have fun at the same time. It's not allowed. Tree's turret eventually gets taken down, and that's Danny able to blow him up. At least with that overclock. Out of spawn we come. Knife is very charged up. You've got to respect this, Danny. Knife jumps into the TP. Danny will be accosted here by Infected, shaken down for his lunch money and given a swirly. We're done here, folks. Shikigami have faced their execution with their heads held high.
You definitely got a swirly at one point in school. You're definitely.
It turns out we actually have an education system that's not a disaster.
Were you the swirly or the swirlier?
No. That is not allowed where I hail from. Just like your breakfast cereals are considered confectionery in my country.
This is
so
a
real.
fast one.
That's so real.
I think if you're Shikigami, pretend this one didn't happen.
That's easy. I mean, you only have to like scrap about 5 minutes of your life.
I mean, they got hit so hard they have amnesia, so I don't think that's going to be a problem.
I mean, tough showing, obviously, there for Shiki. However, Team Liquid, obviously, there you get to watch some sports ball tonight. I don't know, dinner plans for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
this one was over in a blink. Lijiang Tower, I kid you not, I went to the bathroom, I came back, and it was gone. So I can't.
They must have been confused and
there.
thought the Kendrick performance was in the pregame, but it is at halftime. They didn't need to be this fast. I mean, this one, this start to finish. I mean, just and look, I'll give Shiki credit. They actually tried a ton of different stuff to stop this. It wasn't like, all right, we're just gonna come out and play what we've always played and just lose, right? They made a lot of different switches to try and make something happen. It just didn't.
Yeah, it just didn't. I mean, Solo was on ball. We tried the Queen on Suravasa as well, which honestly didn't even look half bad. Like, I didn't hate the Queen per se. Solo on Diva then, but yeah, there was just. They just never got the upper hand. They never found their footing.
That's true. I mean, we have all this, and we have all this like B-roll. We have to talk over it, which is crazy.
I know.
Let me try this. Lorem ipsum dolor sit amet consecutor abdisisling elit sed du eius mod tempor institudent ut labore et dolore magna aliqua.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, right, I mean, how do we feel this? How do we feel this time? How do we feel this time? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
That's right. Well, we can gas up Infected some more. Obviously, Ball was taken out of the equation here on Esperanza, but you can only ban him one.
It didn't really even seem to make a difference, too.
It did literally made no difference. It made no difference. At that point, they were already boomed.
I think that like last year, there was like a conversation. I think that Infected was having to pick up the Orisa, and it wasn't maybe one of his strongest tank picks. I think going into Dallas, or maybe it might have been later on. And I remember someone saying like Infected's adjusting really well there, but like he's picked up because he is like so flexible. That's like what Caceres's mantra has been about this team. So I don't even know if it's worth trying to aim bans at Infected specifically, but I do understand if you're getting sick of playing the Wrecking Ball, because it is unlike any other comp to play against, right? And maybe you just don't have the protocols established to answer it. You want to fight against the Orisa, that's fine. You get to test yourself against a more standard comp. I don't think it's a wasted ban. I just don't think it's going to stop Liquid.
I'd also say, obviously Infected player of the match, I mean, he was tremendous. But I think another reason why you feel really good about picking him up if you're Liquid and like moving forward, obviously great player, versatile, whatnot. He's also a player who is at least, from, everything that we've seen and whatnot, very eager to learn, very eager to get better, like knows he needs to work on stuff, right? Like it seems like a player that you can bring into your team and work with for multiple years, and he's always going to give 100%, right? Always going to try and get better every single day, or whatever.
And the most important part for people like you, Matt, he seems like a vibes guy too.
He is pretty chill. He's pretty chill.
Hey, speaking of chill people, RuPaul is actually joining us for a chat here after this dominant performance. So RuPaul, congratulations. Just another day in the office. You guys made that one look easy. Was it at least fun? Is it fun to stomp out the teams like that, or do you feel a little dirty after that?
It's fun. It's fun. It's obviously not as fun as like a competitive match, but like it's a little bit fun.
It's a little bit fun. Do you think the meta is going to stay ball heavy heading into week 3 and 4, or do you think this is just a weird time in the matrix we're finding ourselves in?
I think ball is going to stay really strong for a while.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are mega chilling, I think, because you have only one game next weekend and it's against Amplify. So this is like one of the weeks that maybe gives you a bit of like a breathing room and a chance to like look ahead a bit, maybe like work on some other stuff to keep up your sleeve. What have been the things that you guys have been working on at the moment? You picked up like the ball comp really well. I noticed that you guys didn't play it in week 1, even though you guys had to were having to deal against Riker on that. What's next? Like, what kind of stuff are you as a team sort of saying, okay, now we have some time, let's address this or that, obviously without giving specifics, of course.
I think in general we're trying out a lot of different comps and heroes in scrims. Like we actually always we ban ball a lot in scrims, and we ban like Ana. Like we ban comps that we want to play to feel like okay, because these teams are gonna do this against us. So okay, what should we play if what we want to play is banned out? So it's a lot of different things. You saw us playing like Venture. We'll probably try that out a little bit more. Maybe some other like dive if like ball gets banned. And then I don't know if Hazard's gonna make a comeback, but yeah, I think he's still like not bad. It's just ball and like Torb are so strong into him. So maybe we'll play some more Hazard as well.
I mean, they didn't ban the ball yesterday, so that was when you gotta snuck by in. But you know, the top of NA seems to be pretty crowded. I think you guys are kind of putting a little bit of a gap between yourselves and some of the other teams. Who do you feel like, at least, you know, at this point in the season, is like one of the biggest threats to you guys?
Honestly, I feel like the only like other team, like about by the end, like come like playoffs and like the final day, it'll probably be us and Space Station.
No one else.
I mean,
I think
you guys
Nightmare is the toughest one you have coming up, I believe, in week 4. How do you feel about Nightmare?
They're not bad. They're pretty good actually, but I think like scrim results versus match results are very different. I think we'll beat them in the match pretty easily.
Okay.
Right on. Yeah, we'll see your upcoming matches here on screen. Well, RuPaul, Big Chillin, we're gonna let you go do your thing. We're gonna see you and the team in action again next week. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a lovely rest of your evening.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. RuPaul, world champion, by the way.
Yeah, just a legend.
Just a legend.
Genuinely like a legend at this point. Yeah, I guess I kind of asked that question because like they really, I mean, you have a 1-game weekend coming up against like the lowest team in OWCS. So like, you know, I don't know how, and they're probably not thinking about that too much, but like they've got to be looking at like what's coming out of Korea, and all of a sudden like everyone's playing this comp, and they're looking at the other teams in NA and like, how do we make sure we just don't leave anything to chance?
Because they do have Kasoras and Danny, right? I'm pretty sure that they will spend the next 1 to 2 weeks taking a lot of inspiration from what we're seeing in the Asian region, specifically Korea. This is plenty of time for them to not just implement that, but also just look at all the other teams playing next week, since
there's also like in scrims though, right? Like if they play the ball really well, like why teach other people kind of how to play it or play against it, right? Like, so you just kind of like, okay, we know how to play it, right? You ban the ball a lot in scrims, right? You don't see it. Other teams don't get the practice against it, where it becomes a lot harder for, you know, some of those other teams, right? Whether it be Nightmare or SSG to either play against that top flight ball constantly or even work on it themselves.
I think that, yeah, like the fact that they can set up like comps that they want to play or play against by like using bans is fun, right? Like they get a chance to play a bunch of different stuff, because in the past it was kind of assumed that you were going to play like the comp of the day and you just mirror that, you just play the mirror, and the teams that couldn't play the mirror had to try and like counter it. But then when that comp countered the mirror, it then became the comp. You know what I mean? Now these bans from map to map like are going to change, and like you need a comp ready for what if Ana's banned or what if Hazard's banned, and they're like, now you need like 5 or 6 comps that you can operate as opposed to just playing one. I mean, hero bans have done a whole lot for our esport, I think, and
they really are.
All positive.
I think we
also all positive for sure. Also, there's just something to be said about like you can play the right comp. That doesn't mean you know how to execute it. It also doesn't mean that it fits your players. So you have to have more than just one look in order to play around the individual flexibility or lack of flexibility. Now it is time to check in with our bingo cards, because we had a little side competition going on. Yeah, what happened? Let's count the squares, because I believe neither of you got a bingo.
Yeah.
The Moira ban, that was far-fetched, Mitch.
Really, but honestly, like I had the diagonal on lock. That was kind of lit. I had the little Ana Sombra thing, but
I thought that one. Also, Matt, for you, as I said, middle horizontal. I thought that's gonna be a winner, but it was not.
So who won? I think I won.
I think I did. I definitely
won.
There's one that I think they missed one. We got a recount.
I think I won. Yeah, I don't think there was a Hanzo ban in the end. You trolled. I think you added too many guys that aren't going to get banned, honestly.
Yeah. What is your bottom line there? Doom, Reaper, Hanzo. Like, what were you thinking?
Those are little wild cards, right? You know, you got a little wild card.
Gotta put them somewhere. Yeah.
You got an Echo one. We got an Echo ban, right?
Yeah, crazy. I think
on a normal day with some more maps, we would have saw Lucio and Kiri. I would have had diagonal. I was ready to go.
Do we get a big name reveal now? Because Matt has a new
brainlet.
Nickname
yeah, that was great. You know, I had a few nicknames for Mitch. The one, you know, the one that I wanted to use, I couldn't. I know me and Mitch were joking about some football stuff.
I can't take you right now.
And that's what it was going to be. But yeah, you know, Mr. Brainlet over here, you know, doing good today.
Low-key goes hard. I like it.
Yeah,
I'm a fan.
It does.
Big fan. Brain it. Map
Yeah.
Brainlet Gorilla.
Hey, we gotta do nicknames for those community games, because then I'll never get a nickname. I'll be handing them out left and right. Those
Oh, you mean the
call ones.
No, I did fine. I like. Look, I feel bad about this because it's been our guest on both. Our guest this time. I love Fitzy, but he got 2 wrong. I got 1 wrong.
True.
Wasn't great,
And
but
now you're
also
trying to deflect. Are you blaming our co-streamer of the day?
yeah, I'm blaming Fitzy. He actually threw the game. Sorry.
Damn, that's.
I love you, brother, but you know,
That's pretty toxic.
not in tune enough with the gold players.
That's
That's all I'm
pretty
saying.
That's right. You gotta think like the people. You gotta think like the brainlets
Yup,
out
yeah.
there to
Keep 'em
really
out.
like, win those games. Anyway,
Life is
dear people, life is good, and it's gonna get even better with more action coming next week. But also,
who you got
make
today?
sure to tune in to the Overwatch. I'm making an announcement here. Thank you very much. Who I'm getting, who I got. What are
Yeah.
you asking? What is
He
that?
got in the Super Bowl tonight. So.
Oh, like team versus team. I take team 1.
You got the red team and the green team.
Green.
Sorry, which one do you like?
Red and green. I like green more than red, I guess.
Nice.
Is this the correct
There it is.
answer?
Green
Okay.
team.
That's,
Green
really, that's
team,
correct.
let's go. I'm heavily invested in it, obviously. Go team. Go home team.
Nightmare Avidity is going to be a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, that's what I have my eye
be a
on.
pretty good
That's
game.
my Super Bowl.
If there is a true, real, like a hard tier break, Nightmare have to absolutely rinse that game. I don't think they will. I actually think
I think they'll be
definitely
close.
liable to lose a map here or there. So let's see. Like I also think Nightmare are like a really stacked team. They kept that same core, I think, which goes so far in games like this. So let's see what they can provide for us. I think that'll be a good one to watch.
We have to
And,
wait a few
like
days.
so, he
though.
said, go Team 1 tonight.
Absolutely. That team. Also, if you can't wait to see more Overwatch action and you don't want to wait until we're heading into week 3, you should be making sure to tune into the Overwatch 2 dev chat. That's right. They
yeah.
will be revealing new heroes, new maps,
3 days?
groundbreaking PvP changes in quotation marks. Don't know what that means, but I'm really excited. I want that in my life. Put it in my vein.
Yeah, I think that like I love this. I think that our dev team definitely showed they're not afraid to shake things up, and I don't think you see all this fanfare if it's not something really interesting. So I'm curious. I'm looking forward to maybe looking at competitive in Overwatch through a different lens, and the Twitch drops go kind of hard.
Yeah,
These go mega
drops,
hard.
There's no reason not to watch. I mean, you get these drops. He'd obviously get some potentially awesome news about the game. So I mean, this is pretty sweet.
Everyone's winning. Yeah, you can get those drops by watching partnered content creators as they stream the new gameplay that you will see in the spotlight live.
I think I saw Reinforce on that list.
Bands. That guy
He's just sneaking his way in everywhere.
weaseled his way into everything. It's great. Love that for him. No, but yeah,
Ever
make sure
since
to
Costa went
support.
missing from the stream. We've
Costa went
we
missing,
still have
if you heard.
Costa's face on on milk cartons, wondering where Costa is.
Costa's due for a comeback. That's what I'm saying. Where my boy at?
Yeah, we haven't seen Costa in a while. Bring Costa back is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But for now, we're just gonna say goodbye. Everyone's leaving, but we'll be back with more in week 3 here in stage 1 of the OWCS 2025 season. Before you're leaving your PCs though, just don't do that, because we will be rating Fitzy, so you can tell him how well he did in Overfeud and so much more. So make sure to stick around, send him some love. Mitch, Matt, thank you so much for calling the action.
Cool.
I mean, Mitch, Brainlet, thank you so much for calling the action. And we're gonna see
No problem.
you back again next week as well. Thank you all. Bye bye.